I have black mother privilege. And I'm going to start breaking that down for y'all because there is a privilege for me as a black mother. I'm not going to have the same relationship. My sons adore me. My sons will put their life on the line in a New York minute over me. My sons will lose everything they have over me. Over me? It ain't happening. My sons will turn on their father over me. Over me? So when you ask me about my black sons, the relationship does not correlate the same to what I'm saying about black men.
It's Uncle Remus, spinning his warm, funny stories.
What black women are doing. I don't care. They're their own group. When they decide to work with us, they will. Otherwise, they won't. And they don't have to. They have their own power, their own productivity. They don't need us for anything. And I'm okay with that.
The key to happiness is to eliminate all black women from your life. I mean, look at me. No black women in my life. Look how happy I am. I'm happy as a nigga with a new gun.
Now, Ruckus, that is preposterous.
Testing, testing. Just trying to see if I can be heard. I'm not sure if Hood can. Yeah, I don't hear him either. Huh. Interesting. Maybe he'll need to reset it up or come back in or something like that. Oh my goodness! Have I taken over the Hood Conservative show? Oh no, no, man, I'm not gonna do that. Man, what's going on? Fantastic, man. What's going on? Speaking of which, long overdue. I have something coming to you Friday. Long overdue with a bunch of extras. Um, yeah, but man, I don't know what happened today. Hood sent me a link, and I don't know who this guy is. Like, I think the name was Sharon. I've never met a man named Sharon, but um, maybe it's Sharon. I don't know, but It seemed as though he ripped our topic. We've had this conversation before, and yesterday, Hood was stating that he was going to get with me to have this annual dance that we have on the love duty conversation. And then lo and behold, he sends me a link and says, look at this. The exact same title and everything. So I was like, hey, it is what it is, man. There's just this other guy, Brave. I woke up and I forget who it was. Was it Dolomite, Deacon, somebody sent me a link, and sure enough, yeah, he had pretty much ripped an idea that I put out so far as this rebellious trend within the community, and lo and behold, it's right in his title too. So I mean, I wouldn't say I'm on the Sotomayor thing of, people say, I man, respect where it came from, and blah blah blah, but it's like, wow, it's funny how people will even rip titles and ideas and posture it as their own. It's it's funny. Deacon said, "Do it live." Oh man, nah, man, fantastic. It's been long overdue, man. I've been looking at a lot of your stuff, going back and trying to get a feel for how you've grown over the years, and that's how I'm gonna kind of reshape everything. And I think there's a lot of ways that that can be done. So it'll be fun and all of that. Plus all of the other little extra stuff that I've been seeing that you've been doing. Yeah, I just want to update it a little bit. That way, when you go to other places, your stuff will be looking chef's kiss. It'll be mwah. It'll just look like that. So, but yeah, man, I don't know. I'm trying to hold this, but I don't hear anything from Hood. So I don't know if something happened on his end or what. So, I'm kind of wondering. What all I can do on this end. I hope so, Freezone. I mean, there's a lot of ways in which this conversation can go. I think that we've pushed it beyond the normal boundaries of when I was listening very shortly to the Sharon guy this morning. And I knew that the conversation was going to be, and I'm not trying to downplay anybody else and their abilities and all of that. That's not the case, but it's quite elementary to what we were discussing. They're trying to put it solely within male-female relationships, which it can delve there, but we were looking at it from the aspect of
SKC. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can the audience hear you?
I assume so. Guys, can we get a confirmation in the chat? I just had to do a whole reset. I don't know what the hell happened. Like, all my things were set up fine. I was just on a panel, and then I do my own show, and all of my systems, all of my settings are off. I don't know what the hell just happened, but it looks like we're good now.
Okay. Yeah. I got somebody named KM stated they could hear you. So, all right. It seems like everybody can hear you. I don't know. Maybe he's still doing a little bit more setup and getting all that. But as I was speaking, as I was saying earlier, a lot of people try to only force this concept into male female relationships, but I think, well, I know it goes much further than that. And a lot of times when we were having this intellectual dance, as it were, we were speaking about Das Communitas as a whole. And one of the arguments that I've posited is that a main issue within the communita is an extreme lack of love. But I think Hood falls on the other side of the fence on this one with duty, hence the thumbnail.
Yeah, we are off to a rocky start today. I am so sorry, everybody. This is terrible.
Nah, man. What happened was you was over there with Sharon. I think that's his name.
I caught the cooties, bro. I swear, I got digital cooties. I did. It's contagious, bro. It followed me back to my own platform, and now my stuff's not working right because I'm talking to this dude. He literally, we are over there. That means nobody heard anything of what I was saying before, right? So you missed the whole story. So I sent you the link to Sharon's thing, right? Let me tell you something. This morning, I'm over on Nightish's channel, right? I'm getting up, I'm driving to work, and Nightish be on like real early.
Who?
So I'm talking to this other creator named Nightish, right? So okay. I'm on his channel, and I mentioned to him, he said something that sparked a memory, and I was like, yeah, you know what, SKC, now we're about to have a conversation about love and responsibility, or love versus responsibility, or whatever. And your boy Sharon was in the chat. He tried to join the panel, but he couldn't get up there. But he was in the chat when we were talking about this, right? And I really don't pay him no mind otherwise. But then I noticed Sharon is live today. And what is this nigga actually talking about? Love versus responsibility. I'm like, bro. First thing I type in this chat room, nigga swagger jacking my content, bro. Like, what's up with that? But and I don't really care. He's like, you don't own any particular topic or nothing, but it's like, I know you just heard me talk about that very thing. I literally said we're gonna talk about this later, right? And anyway, he's just such a phony nigga, bro. And so I take the link and we start talking about the whole topic, love and responsibility. And I ask him a question. I point out how only men really have responsibilities. It seems like women don't. And he asked me what I meant, like, what's the responsibility? So I asked him, well, men are just assumed to be the leaders, right? No matter what. Why? And, he kind of went through some rigmarole, but we landed on an interesting fact where he basically said that men should be the leaders, but they shouldn't have any power because power is bad. Yeah. But you have to be the leader. And I'm like, so you want men to have leadership without authority? And he was like, you keep misunderstanding the difference between power and authority. I'm like, wait. Are you telling me that power and authority are two completely different things? He said, yes. And I'm like, you know what? I can't talk to retards anymore, bro. And I rage quit. How much more can I talk to a tard, bro? Like, there's no way. He really said to me that power and authority are like completely alien concepts. They look at each other. They're not related at all. But men are supposed to be leaders.
Yeah, and it jacked your whole day up, man. Just talking to this.
It would have, but I'm quick on my feet. I figured out what the problem was. I had to put my phone in a bag of rice to get it decootied. The rice sucks the cooties right out of your digital circuitry. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I did not know that, man. I did not know. Probably due to lack of experience.
Let me start over. I don't even know what was said. I know I welcomed you to the panel, but I couldn't speak at all, so it was a lot of dead air for a while. Thank you for holding it down for a minute. Now let's actually start the show. So I think you were telling everybody this was a conversation that you and I had. It's sort of a running conversation, and you stand on the side of love, as in what's really missing from the community is whether it's romantic or brotherly, agape kind of love, that there's a quality of love lacking from the community. You think that's maybe the critical missing component. And I differ. I do weight to what you say, but I think the critical missing component isn't the love. It's actually a sense of duty or responsibility. And so this is where we are right now. But welcome to the show. Thank you for taking the link and getting us through the rough patch.
Oh, that's no problem, man. Like I said, I was laughing this morning with the dude talking about power is bad and power takes away from the relationship and all. I was like, holy crap, why are you even having this discussion?
You know, it's so funny. I banned myself from that show. I literally broke my rule to do that today because, like, the last time I talked to him, it was equally tardy. The last time I was there, he's pretty much stayed at a consistent level of tardiness, and you know that's cool and all, but yeah, I'm banning myself again.
Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. But yeah, I think it was. I don't know if it was last year or even before that when we started having these back and forths. I think it was probably before that because a long time ago I did a stream about love, and it came after a Bernard Riley conversation that I had with a bunch of guys. I think it was like BGS and Zero and Anderson and a bunch of other people. And it seems like when I threw in the component of love, everybody just went ham. It was just like, ah! And I think later on when I had my stream, that's when our kind of back and forth on this conversation started. I hope I'm recalling correctly, but yeah. But when we speak about the community, yes, I think it's a quality that is severely lacking. It's in want, and I guess to kind of even the playing field, if we were, it's kind of up to you if you want to do the back and forth, the rigor of the dance of basically arguing the points about the impurity or the distortions of love and the distortions of duty and how that can branch off into a whole bunch of ugliness and all of that. We can do that.
I would rather treat you with a lot more faith. I would give you a lot more faith than that. So let's continue.
But if we want to just start at an even playing field, I think it would be in good faith. We could begin from assuming that each other is speaking about the purity of each position.
Right, and I'm not speaking to the abuses or the excesses because both can manifest abuse and excess, whether it's love or power and responsibility.
Right.
Yeah, I that's why I said I want to give you the good faith position. I don't think you mean simping, ad nauseum when you say love.
Right, and because obviously that's going to be the default position of a lot of people when you throw it out, particularly I would find in Das Communitas. But I know you better than that and you can rise above that. But, I didn't know if you wanted to go into that because it does make for great entertainment.
If it happens, it happens. But I'm not looking for that kind of conversation. I just think that love is too fuzzy around the edges to anchor heavy things around. And so I have maybe it's a personal thing, but I have a discomfort with the very notion of love being applied to the endeavors of men. It's great for women. Women should love all day, right? But men, I think it's more useful for men to embrace the ideas of duty and let the issues of love, you deal with them as they come, but duty should be your focus. And real quick, shout out to Big Time with the $5 super chat. He says, Team Hood, let's effing go. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Guys, I hope this is an interesting conversation for you. But SKC, yeah, back to you. Love is a little too squishy for me.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I think some people will, as a default position, will view it as such. And there's so many ways of how to attack that position. And I could do it from a secular point of view. I can do it from a more um, biblical or spiritual point of view. I ask you now, which way do you want me to go?
Well, I don't like to engage in that way. Go whatever way you choose to, and I'll meet you there.
Okay. Well, I would say you have stated in certain ways that you respect the a lot of concepts that are in the biblical worldview, right? And so at least a lot of its principles and all of that. From it itself, it does not state that you should give some duty towards God and neighbor, but it commands you must love God and you must love your neighbor. And I think that there's a distinct rationale as to why that's the primary order instead of duty coming first.
Yeah, that is interesting. I suppose I do struggle with that. I won't even run from that. I that is a tough one for me because loving God in and of itself, conceptually, I have no issues with it. Loving my neighbor, in the broad context, I have no issue with loving my neighbor either. But I don't know if that really meets the conversation. I don't know if that satisfies any issue with the conversation that I'm having.
Well, what I'm stating is this, from the aspect of Das Communitas. And I think in certain ways, I think it's in an imperfect way of arguing the point, but I'll just use it for the audience's sake. Many are well acquainted with Jason Whitlock, and he uses the term racial idolatry, or that phrase. If you were one who was quote unquote following, the quote unquote scriptural aspects and all that thing, how could you be race first if the scriptures are telling you that all are equal, that all are quote unquote God's children, and that you should have love for them? Because if you're viewing one as, you're superior in power and intellect and everything, so far as quote unquote God, and that he's the creator, then as the creation, who are you to state that you're only for one section of the creation?
I've argued that racism isn't an explicitly mentioned sin in the Bible, but I've been made aware that there are some maybe roundabout verses that can lead you to this argument, and I guess I'll accept that to a degree. But that's really an issue with the pro-black race warrior crowd. Obviously I don't really carry that weight myself, but I do think that's an obvious it's an obvious hypocrisy built into their stance, and this is why I've been saying that the new religion isn't really Christianity anymore. They're wearing the skin of Christianity, but it's really a racial idolatry wearing Christianity as a skin suit.
Yeah. I'm uneasy to go into all of the depths of all of that, because I'm not trying to proselytize or any of that, but from that aspect, if a person does have some sort of respect from that, then we obviously know that if you read the scriptures, a first rate, God puts love before duty.
I think there's a little nuance in that. I think, and this is where it's only a God can command this of you, but he's really making love your duty.
Correct.
And so
Correct.
we're back to that sort of interplay between love and responsibility. And I'm arguing there is no love without responsibility. So I put responsibility first. I put duty first. So how is it that you can love a person who fails to live up to any of their responsibilities?
But yet, isn't that what the central theme of the scriptures is? That here you had all of these people who did not live up to their responsibilities, yet on the basis of love, they are redeemed on the hope that they would show faith in this redemptive love. I mean,
This is a very biblically, like a very Christian position to take. So I don't begrudge you in that, but it's difficult to argue out of it within the Christian framework. You understand?
Right. And that's why I was stating I kind of wanted to see where you wanted to kind of go with it. Now, I can go so far as, I could say, you know what, I'm trying to do this in good faith. I'm not going to slate you as, see, if you take this position, that shows that you have no blah, 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 and then try to dump on somebody's view of, the
Well,
Bible
no,
and spirituality. That's not my point. I can go into the more secular format of this as well.
Well, my issue is, and again, I don't call myself Christian, but I approach the faith in my own way, and so I respect the argumentation as it's given. I just don't really think it applies as much as it should, given that we're in the post-God era. You know what I mean? We are deeply into secularism, and so it's kind of hard to get to Z from A right now. We are so far apart on that place.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you there. But I'll just, just as a checkpoint, I just wanted to leave that there, and now maybe we can move more into the secular side of the argument.
And that's fine. This is why I do lean toward the faith, because there's a sort of logical power to it. I don't know, a spiritual magnetism or something to it. The argumentation does resonate. But, we live in the secular world, so I also look for a more secular explanation to buttress my religious argumentation, because for me, it's very emotional when you do the religious argumentation as well. And
Yeah,
I want to add something that's just not touching me emotionally, because there's a manipulation that goes with emotional arguments.
Correct. So, and just for the sake of our previous conversations and audience, and I'll say a little bit of entertainment value and all of that. A lot of times we make a lot of allusions to movies, sometimes books, but a lot of times movies and different things. And would you state that, and I'll give you two movies, would you state that at its core, Braveheart is a duty movie or a love movie?
There's always a love story in every movie at this point. The two things are very inescapable, but ultimately it was...
Yeah, at its core, what would you say?
At its core, it was duty motivated by love. He embraced a higher duty, because if they hadn't have, not only did they take his wife, his love from him, his young virgin, because there was a whole prima nocta stuff going on. So they not only did they take his wife from him, they didn't literally get her. I think she killed herself, but he took that loss of love and channeled that into a duty for his country, so no one else in his country would bear that loss. That's sort of the argument of the moment. And I think that's kind of where I land on it. It was ultimately about duty.
Now, that tells me a lot. It tells me a lot.
Because think about this. How do you get an army of men to fight for your love of a woman?
Because they were moved by his loss.
No.
And I think if we look at the film itself, heck, I mean, that's Mel Gibson, some of his best work. But if you look at it and how you approach the writing of it, it began with he falls in love. It ended with even in death, who is the last person that he's looking for?
His love. And that's fair. That's fair. Warriors can love. But again, I don't think you really grasp, because you kind of just glossed over the question. And I think there's a little bit of depth and nuance to the question we can't ignore.
Go ahead.
When I ask you, how do you get an army of men to fight for your love of a woman? That argumentation, because you're really only relying on emotional appeal, and you really alluded to that in your answer. They were moved, right? You're only going to be that moved by your handful of close friends. We're talking about an army. We're talking about the tribes of the nation. And those people care not for your love, but you know what they have? Their own people to care for. And so now they take on the duty to protect them. And so the duty is always primary. Those men were seeing a call to duty. And I think for men, this is a key thing in the male formation of groups and tribes and whatever. No group of men has ever formed a war party on the hunt for love.
I would say that's an interesting way to put it. But like you, I'll state that it sidesteps some core motivations. Take for instance, why do we why do people go to weddings?
It's tradition. It's cultural tradition.
Right. But it's a celebration of these two people who are in love.
Okay, I'll buy it.
Right. So those men, when they saw that here was this individual that was taken away from them, the freedom and right to be able to do that, then they saw that can be taken away from me too.
Yeah, but now we're back to the duty to protect.
Yeah, to protect what though?
Well, it's not your romantic love. I promise you, nobody's going to war for romantic interest. Not a nation of men. They're not going to war to protect their romantic interest. And here's the other thing, right? You're looking at a time, because we're talking about Braveheart. So let's contextualize that world a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Women were an extension of the man. You know, people hate the word property, but you know, it's literally essentially women were kind of the property of the man. And so in this context, men are fighting for the defense of territory and property, right? These are the basic duties that every warrior of the tribe has to play into. It's a part of your development from boy to manhood. You carry that responsibility. So even as people groups develop into something like medieval, you know, whatever that time period was of Braveheart, whatever you want to call that, you know, medieval basically. But as we get to that level of civilizational development, the duty doesn't erode, it just gets more complicated. The problems get more complex, right? But you still own your woman and you're commanded to protect your land and your property and all these things. So they weren't motivated by a sense of romantic love. That was a call of duty that echoes right down to their bones.
Okay. Yeah, and I get what you're stating, but I would say that you're kind of conflating what I'm mentioning here. And I think it's a great technique, but love isn't automatically romantic. Now, I know you have the ability to do this, so I know you will say that I'm not arguing in bad faith. So I'm going to do this now just to show what I was talking about at first when I said let me mention two movies. Star Wars. Is Star Wars a duty movie or a love movie?
Star Wars is very much about love, but the lesson in Star Wars is his love sent him to the dark side. He abandoned his duty to the Jedi. Let's do that if you want.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go there. Let's go there. So I, like you, I agree that Star Wars is a love movie. Now I think that you can focus in on the distortion of it, or you can focus in on the purity of it. The purity of it is that you throw out the whole romantic, all of that to the side. A son loved his father. A son refused to go along with all of the quote unquote stoic training that he was given by the Jedi to say, oh, you must not subscribe to any of these feelings. He rejected that and believed in this love that he had for his father. In fact, the Jedi actually failed because in their visceral need to get all of their subjects to abandon such close connections and so forth, it was the very close connection, this love between father and son and father, that actually balanced the force. That has nothing to do with any sort of romantic anything.
No. And I'm gonna give you the I'm saying this for the audience, not for you. The love is a passion. And so even though we're talking about a father and son, I feel no need to put a pause in here, but the audience might require one. Love is a passion. And a passion is something akin to like a flame. It's a chaotic thing at its heart. And being that, there is a duty to control the passion. Like we have to control flame in order to gain any usefulness of it. And the lesson in Star Wars is that love uncontrolled is the passion that burns down your empire. Whether it was, because really that was romantic love, but not all, because Anakin's lean toward the dark side began not with the younglings in the temple, but when his mother died and he killed all those sand people. He murdered the sand nibbers. And that was because he loved his mom. And that was a passion that was inflamed beyond any Jedi purpose. And that was the dark side. And that is the story of Star Wars.
I think that that's half of the story. I think that that's the imperfect part of the story. In fact, I think that the redemptive part of the story is solely based upon love. And in fact, I think one of the parts in which Anakin began to understand that a bit, even though it took him years in order to get there. But the classic line that everybody remembers, you were the chosen one. But what was stated right before that? You were my brother. I loved you.
I don't know that sort of shakes any of the argument I put forward. Again, I think the whole motivation of the storylines were Anakin's playing his passions sort of run wild.
Yeah, and like I stated at the very outset, we can defer to the the arguments of the impure forms of this or that. I mean, I can do that for duty all day long.
Well, I don't know that I'm making an extreme argument, though. That's why I kind of don't really take that one kindly, because I think what I'm arguing is that love in and of itself is like love in its raw form. That's why I compared it to fire. It's a very chaotic thing, and it must always be tempered with something which is duty and responsibility. And I think that is really baked into the story of Star Wars.
I, I would argue against it, because I would say one of the things that was a cautionary tale from the quote unquote Jedi is that they wanted to remove all of those emotions from people because they feared what could go wrong. But at the same time, in fearing what could go wrong, they also they removed themselves from everything that could go right. And it was the going right that actually balanced everything.
Well, the take I have on that,
you take love from Luke, he doesn't accomplish his mission.
True.
You give duty to Luke, he still doesn't accomplish his mission.
But you combine love and duty.
Correct.
And that's
so
kind of
one
what
is
I mean.
essential, the other is not.
No, one is a leader. One is the control mechanism for the other. Duty controls love. And that is why you need duty to guide love, because women are in this position right now where it's like women can just do whatever because they love, but they feel no sense of duty or purpose to anything. So it's like, I'll do this because I feel that. I'll do this because I feel that. Men aren't allowed to operate this way because we are commanded with building and protecting. And so although we may feel love for whatever, we must always rely on duty to guide us.
Right. And what I'm saying is this. In my argument, I'm not trying to take away duty as unimportant. That's not my claim.
Well, aren't we arguing the importance over one over the other, though? Aren't we really arguing that?
Well, I think what we're arguing is hierarchy.
Yes. Okay. Same thing. I'll accept.
Yeah. So I think one has to come before the other. Which is why when I was stating the whole thing about Braveheart, yeah, the guys could have the duty and all of that, blah, blah, blah. But the firing point of all of that was what was lost in the very beginning. There was a duty to protect those the freedom to be able to do that.
Say it again. There was a duty to protect. There you go.
Correct. But one has to come before the other.
The duty. This is why, it feels like we're kind of going around in circles here, but the duty thing, and these two, I think the issues are circular because the two are very much intertwined, right? I feel no duty to things I have no love for. I feel love for the country, therefore I feel a duty to the country. I think the two things are intertwined, but the duty, I think, is again, it's like the blade. It's the hilt for the sword. Love can be the sword, but duty is the hilt. You need something to handle it with. You need something to hold it by.
Right. And I'll give you that. But this is what I'm saying to you. If you need to get something accomplished, do you want the hilt or the blade?
Okay,
the hilt protects you.
I walked into that one.
The hilt protects you from everything that the blade can do to you. It can damage you. It can damage other people that you hand the blade to and say, hey, just hold this for me. It can really hurt them. But it's like, if to get the things that you actually need to get done, you never want to be without the blade. You would rather be without the hilt.
Fair point. I don't even know if I can formulate a good argument against that. And then I did walk square into that one. So
it's a cheap hit because I found the thing in the illustration. I give me not 1 point, 1/10 of a point on that one. So I just yeah. But yeah, it's I understand even if you see it as a fire and so forth, which is fine if you want to describe it that. The same problem comes up. It's like Yeah, you need to control the fire, but dang it, you don't want to be without it.
But then, what is fire that you haven't controlled yet?
Do we want to go to the old mythos of Prometheus? Do you want mankind to be without the fire?
No, I'm not saying be without it. I'm asking you to describe the state of affairs if you have a fire that you have not controlled yet. What would you consider that state?
Yeah, that could be chaotic.
And that's the issue, though. And this is why I lean toward the duty, because you have to make sure the chaos is controlled. Above all else, control the chaos, because the chaos is the thing that destroys your borders.
And I think that's the bigger issue at hand of, like, when we have these conversations and then they kind of lean back into more of the I would say the spiritual and the biblical and so forth. Looking at the way that it is described in its purest form and in action from God is the hilt. That's the way that we're supposed to look at it and say,
Yeah.
what we're actually thinking is love. That's really not love. That's a bunch of lust and blah, blah, blah. Or the way that we're thinking that this is love. No, that's actually allowing someone to overindulge in this and this, such and such. That's not loving. It's like, so when we temper it from that view and get the correct view of it, it redefines what we think that we are describing as love.
I have no real pushback to that. Let's take a quick pause in the action. I want to say a shout out to Little Rock with the $5 super chat. He said, "Let's do it, MF and live." Thank you so much for that. Free Zone Lou with the $2 super chat. He says, "Hood, part 2 of this review, Brace the Exchange." You know, I had some content I was gonna get off tonight, but because I'm actually gonna start this car up and go home in a minute. But I think we might just review some of the Bracey thing, because I enjoy this conversation, because this is along the lines of what I had in mind to talk about love versus responsibility. I get over there and it's like, you niggas ain't shit. Like, how is that a love versus responsibility conversation? I don't think you understand the subject matter. But thank you, SKC, for helping me do this. And I did want to kind of pull us out of this little rut we seem to be in, because we went from one movie to another. Great cultural touchstone movies. But I want to get back to the heart of the disagreement.
Yeah.
How do we apply these argumentations, both of our argumentation? How will we apply this to the community? And I want to kind of give it to you first.
Sure. You know something, and you're not pressed for time, are you?
Oh no, I got like an hour drive ahead of me.
Okay, perfect. Allow me into the weeds for just a bit. I too, like you, was ripped off this morning with a title.
No.
Yes.
Was it a non? Tell you, it was a non, wasn't
it? Be brave. But
okay, that one caught me off guard.
Yeah. So
well, let's say he's trash though, so that's weird.
So I was having this little fun back and forth with them, and CTE showed up, and I had, I went to my old school coonery. It was fun, but there's always some seriousness in it. And one of my arguments that I think that I'm honing down a bit more is that I think one of the major issues with Das Communitas is that it is identified itself with rebellion. And like, again, I use the Star Wars analogy that here it is, you have these at the very beginning of Star Wars, you had these rebels, and their identity was, we got to fight against the Empire, and then you had the 6 movies, and then by the time it gets to 7, 8, 9, and 10, where do you get right back to? We're the rebels. Yeah, like, whoa, I thought you won. I thought you won the battle, but they go right back into we're the rebels again, and there's a new bad guy, and he wants to do the same thing that the old bad guy did, and and the idea behind that analogy is that the community is the same way. After slavery, you had an opportunity to drop the rebellion viewpoint and begin to start to function within greater society. And for whatever reason, you have individuals that want to continue in the ideology of rebellion. And now I think it has gone on for so long that in the halls of education, in politics, in business, pretty much every facet of higher society, art, whatever, the identity of the rebel or the rebellion is baked into Black culture. And I state all that to say now that you're at this point, people within that rebellion, they lean more towards duty to the identity of we Black, the enemy is white, you know what you're supposed to do, instead of the greater viewpoint of we're humans, and in various aspects, the country in which we were built upon a lot of Christian ethics, and in those ethics it states that all humans are created equal. Instead of holding to that viewpoint, the rebellion wants to continuously be in fight mode no matter what. And I think some of the reasons behind that is because it's just a much harder ordeal to drop that identity and to work towards building something, because the working within a framework it's not as exciting, it's boring, and it takes a longer time. And it calls for responsibility.
You know, I've long said, half jokingly, and it's only a joke because of the implausibility of it, but I've been saying that Black people really need a king. Even if we would have just restricted to like Black Americans, right? Black Americans, that we really need a king. And why do I say something like that, right? It's not that I have any love for the concept of monarchy or anything like that, but I tend to lean toward a slightly more authoritarian position, especially from where we are right now culturally. You know, I'm not necessarily, you know, some draconian. I'm not thinking of anything draconian, perhaps. Maybe some would think of that. I don't know. But I just think that when it comes to ideas like what you just said, Black America can't get there from this place without a firm hand. And so that's where something like the king would come in, because in order to get people to shift that, you would need something approaching severe authority. And although it's possible to get to it from another way, but even then, that would require essentially the same level of power being applied softly, though, which would be like propaganda and brainwashing and, you know, social manipulations. But either way, that would have to be extended from an outside source. It won't manifest internally.
Enter the Burger King.
Yeah, that guy's still around. He still gets on planes.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And I think there's merit in what you say so far as that you know, they need a king and all of that. A hard monarch, and then of course the aristocracy that comes underneath that, and serfdom, but I think what that lends to is that what you're what you may be alluding to is that because the people who came here via slavery skipped a lot of steps in from where they came from to the Western world. There's huge lapses in understanding how to get from tribalism to a democratic republic, and because they have no connection to power structures and nation and governments and all of that, it's very difficult for them to grasp where they're at and how they need to, and I'll just outright say it, assimilate to where they're at.
Well,
I think that's why a lot of other people that come from different places around the world find it easier to do so, because in certain ways they can look back and say, well, yeah, we need a government. That's a good thing. We need laws and some sort of order. That's a good thing. But when you start from the point of, and I only use it as a point of argumentation, like when Stanley says, well, from the very beginning, America was, against black people or didn't take black people into consideration and such, and it's always been a race. It's like, okay, well, where do you go from there? It's like you're baking rebellion into the culture.
Let's pause 1 second. Big time with the $5 super chat. He says the U.S. needs their own version of Bukele. 5,000 homicides down to 150 a year in El Salvador. Trump can't do it, and the UN will speak out against it. That's a different kind of an intractable problem. And thank you for the super chat here. But SKC, I'm sorry, I interrupted you to read the super chat.
No. The money comes first.
Yeah, that was a big goal for the last couple of months. So must be the money.
Yeah, you gotta get the money first. But yeah, I think all of those many words to say this, and I'll charge you with this. If you hold to the idea of duty over love, so far as in hierarchy, I think that lends right back into a lot of the issues of the community with tribalism. That smacks dead into the what's the name of the grief, the gay guy in the 60s with his conversation with the lady. I forget the names all of a sudden.
Oh, I know the conversation too, and I forget his name now. And I know exactly who you mean. It was Nikki Giovanni.
Baldwin and Giovanni. Yeah. And didn't she say that? I don't need you to love me. Well, just
lie to me. She literally said, just lie to me.
Yeah. And
but okay, go ahead.
I don't know. To me, that seems more or less is just do and I may be reaching with this one, but it seems to me as though what she was stating was, here you go and you perform this duty at work. You smile and you go along your day, but you're not really happy, but you're doing your duty. Come do that right here as well.
Well, but see that now you bring up Nikki Giovanni, who's problematic in all kind of ways, but even set that aside, she's just a woman. The woman's conceptualization of duty is I don't want to be mean about it, but like their idea of duty won't get the walls built. It won't get the roof put on the barn. And so she is right. I think both her and I would put duty primary, but even in her feminine approach to it, right? He agrees that duty is first. She just wants his duty to be to her and her emotional whims or whatever. She can figure out the love part on her own, because love it's a side issue. It's nice to have love, but what she wanted was something else. Dare I say more tangible even. But that's a duty thing again. Even she, in this example you put forward, is putting duty first, even if she's misguided.
Yeah, and all I was saying was I'm not saying use Nikki Giovanni as a touchstone of what duty should be or any of that. But what I'm trying to say in the bigger picture of it is, I find it quite concerning that the majority of the pro-blacks, that the majority of the people who are black first, the vast majority of the people who hold those opinions that put race before everything, tend to speak in the tenor of duty rather than love.
You know what I think is missing from this equation? And you kind of started to show out by bringing in the Christian argumentation for things. And most of these people, even if they don't go to church, they have abandoned the heart of the Christian faith in one way or another, like you pointed out. And that is kind of the power of religion. Even though I obviously side with Christianity, that is the power of religion as a concept. It creates an authority of itself, right? It's an authority unto itself. And what's happened with like the pro-blacks, their sense of authority has been shifted to, the forever revolution, the forevolution. And that shift of authority, it's coming from like the Marxist, communist or whatever, but that's really the key. They still put their duty in just a different direction. So they're taking their duty and then they're forming their ideas of love based on that duty. So for example, when we have like this argument from the black women, oh, you guys never defeated the system of white supremacy, why can I respect you? And you haven't done that. That is her saying, you have to perform a duty to gain my love. Now it's bull, obviously she's stupid, but that's her argument. That's her position. It's always duty first. Mic check. Are we there?
Sorry about that. I got my my little sheriff running around here, so I muted for a second.
Duty, Captain. Do your duty, Captain.
Yeah. But I love her though.
Isn't that the male burden in and of itself, right? Like, I got things I gotta do. I got things I gotta do that make your existence possible. But I gotta stop doing these things every now and then because you need a moment. And I do it because I love you. Like, what else? I love you. Jeez, it's just what we do. I get it, bro. That's how we are. That is our burden. And I embrace it. I don't think it's a bad thing.
and as I say it, she peeks around the door and smiles. So it's an apple of my eye. But I guess what I'm saying is that if you were to take Nikki Giovanni as a placeholder, and it doesn't matter which pro-black that you throw into the in her place, I can almost guarantee you that all of them are going to say in the hierarchy, duty is going to come first. And I think that that's alarming. Because to me, they come from a position that's inverted to how societies are built, how communities are, how they thrive, all of those things. When people build parks and stuff for the neighborhood, they don't say, I have a duty to do this. When when parents are enjoying time with their children, they don't say, well, this is my duty. And if you put those, yes, you have a duty towards those things, particularly if you want to make a productive, rational, well-rounded human to come out of your household. Yes, but that's not the primary reason why you do it.
I'm suddenly bothered by a thought. when do you suppose the concept of love manifested itself on the timeline of human evolution? Because I can't imagine, like, I don't know, cave people at their most base level of existence having something like romantic love, but it had to manifest at some point, you know?
Yeah, if you want to argue the uh from the evolutionary model, I think that is a much stronger ring to battle in. Um hmm I still think that I think we would be guessing if we were to say when either love or duty fell into that paradigm, if you want to argue from that point of view. But I believe that we certainly can argue that at its base, love had to come before duty.
By what estimation are you making this sort of point? I don't even get how you get to that point, that love had to come before duty on like the evolutionary timeline, or just as a practical.
I'm saying as a practical, because there's so much that is called for parents to do that goes beyond duty, even from the beginning of things. Heck, um, the whole thing about the what's that um the maternity ward. Children literally die from a lack of love.
Yeah, that is a phenomenon. You can't just leave the baby there. You got to actually hug the little guy.
Yeah, and so that's not a duty.
Well, it's also a physiological, practical. It's a reality. You know, it's just a physiological state of being. We are what we are, inside and out.
Right. So then it almost seems as though there's an innate need for it. I mean, it's spoken about more than probably anything else in human existence. When even think about this, and let's go a little bit over into the sports ball arena, and I purposely state this because I am I am trying to gather the hearts of your audience, those who may be into sports and so forth. But I use it, you know, I use it openly.
I don't even know. Do you guys watch sports ball? I wouldn't even know, bro. I don't talk about sports that much. But good, you got it.
Yeah, I'm shooting at all guns, man. I'm trying to get all the targets I can, but it's never called the duty of the game or for the duty of the game, but I often hear for the love of it.
Yeah, I can see that, but then I'm not gonna fight you on that particular point. You got that one all the way. Sports is way more about love, because as a guy who used to like play basketball, and I knew I would never get to the NBA, I just literally love to play basketball. So there's that.
Yeah. Nobody has ever stated, honey, I have a duty to be on to go get on the greens, and I have a duty to get on the court. I have a duty on the field. But I've often heard people say, man, I just love to play. I love this dang game.
I think it's a minuscule point though, because you're really describing, hobby and mastery of craft and whatnot. These are things that are intertwined with the male psyche too. I mean, women have their versions of it, but these aren't really related. I don't know if that's really winning the conversation. Because duty in the arena of sport is, it's a modern luxury thing.
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, but it goes all the way back to what times of the Olympics, and then even if you want to go even before that, there's always been competitive games that people play solely for the love of it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you suppose guys who are lifers, as they call it, in the military, do you think that's the love? Because I'm trying to keep your framework, but I think it would apply better to something like military service.
Yeah, I even think in the framework of like the sports world, you can there's veins that could be linked towards what you're stating in the military world. A lot of times, and we've seen this. I know that you've probably talked to some military guys, and I have, but in long form, more personable conversations, a lot of them will say, I love the camaraderie. I love the rigor that was put before us in order to get certain things done. And certain people love that camaraderie part of sports as well. Heck, there's been many players that have stated one thing that they'll miss more about the game that they have retired from or could no longer play is the locker room, being with the guys, being in the practices, being all of that. That's love. That's not duty.
Well, let's walk through that. Let's not run through it so fast. That love was born in the shared burden of duty. We are all warriors together. We are all victorious or vanquished together. We ride together. We die together. That's how love is built, especially between men. That's the agape and all that we're talking about. It doesn't fall from a tree. It doesn't happen because we wore the same Jordans. It happened because we put it in together.
Yeah, the storge. Yeah, and
the duty is first.
Let me go into the military thing, and you will. It's not my preferred field of reference. I think that you have me there, but I will fire some of my best shots in that arena. I've been to a few military funerals, and I've walked in some of the cemeteries. There is a particular statement that I've seen on many, actually too many to even recount, graves. No greater love. And a lot of them will have those exact words on that. I think that they're actually quoting from the Bible when they state, no one has greater love than to sacrifice his life on behalf of his friends. And if I'm not mistaken, even when medals and stuff are given out about sacrificial acts within a battle, that is stated. Not so far as just duty. It was his duty to do this. Many people will say, well, yeah, you have a duty to do this and do this, but they went beyond the call of duty by doing such and such.
Well, you kind of walked right into the argument I was forming. Like, even the expression of love that we have for these people, and we build them monuments and we remember their names on particular days, it was because they didn't just perform their duty. Like, you've done your duty by firing your rifle at the enemy, technically, right? But these guys did something that was beyond the call, right? It's not even a cliche. It's literally the way it's framed. You went beyond the call of duty, meaning that you did something that wasn't necessarily simply commanded of you, but it was required in the moment nonetheless. And so that's why we remember them. But it's still, duty is really the bottom of it. And I kind of want to maybe shift into one other topic or arena that we haven't brought up yet, which is the strictly romantic arena.
I like that. I like that hood, but I must try to acknowledge that there's a little bit of a pivot there because
you got it. No, let's not pivot if you're not ready.
Because just a little bit longer, man. When someone says going beyond the call of duty, that means that they are being pushed by something that's beyond obligation. And I'm stating that a lot of times that power that pushes them beyond obligation is love or things that are synonymous with it.
What is heroism? Like the state of being a hero. What is it to be a hero?
I think that it depends. I think that it depends. I mean, I think if you were going to put it in the frame of American hero, when people typically state that, they'll say that this person had a love of country, love of God, and love of family. And again, they don't use the word duty in any of those settings.
Well, like the guys who kind of, how there's a flood or a hurricane, and there's always this, Time Life magazine photo of some big guy carrying an old lady through waist deep water or something like that. He's got 2 kids on his shoulders. Nobody knows each other. There's no real like personable love there. I am arguing that men embrace acts of heroism based on some internal sense of duty.
I don't think so. I think that is an act of agape.
Why do you see mostly men doing it then? I mean, I bet women love just as much as men. Women are capable of agape no more or less than men, I would argue.
Yeah, but I would say probably in different formats. So I think when you state the thing about the hurricane damages and storms and all of that, I think there's more or less a need of strength that's involved there. But I mean,
I don't think
whether or not men or women involve themselves in it, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
The reason why I bring up men and women, and not to like sandbag you with some unfair attack, but there's an argument to it, right?
Yeah.
The male physical being, we internalize our own death for a purpose that benefits the whole.
Right.
And within at least the confines of humanity, that's a perfectly acceptable state. We don't expect that of the female of the species. It's literally women and children first. And this is not really based on love per se. It's strictly duty.
I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a. I think I could argue into a corner on that one if we were to slow that conversation down. I don't want to, but I think that it. I think.
Well, you asked if I had time. I got time, brother. I got time.
Okay, so
if you want to take a moment, hold on. If you want to take a moment, let me take this moment to acknowledge a couple of super chats. Big Time with the 5 ball. He says, as a father myself, I would say it would be hard to explain duty to my children if they didn't believe I love them. Yeah, that interplay is hard to escape. I'm with you on that. The two go together. Carmen, sweetheart, how you doing, Carmen? The $10 super chat, she says, I love this conversation from y'all. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Carmen. Thank you to everybody who has been supporting the show. I love to give you guys content like this where it's not just who's sleeping with whom and, you know, the DP conversations and all that. I like to actually talk about things that maybe matter deeper to people. But that being said, be like Carmen, y'all. Smash that super chat button for me.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
So we left off where I raised the issue of men having a duty to sacrifice, and we internalized that duty is where I left it in your lap.
Right. Repeat that one more time, just so I can get my bearings.
So I raised the issue of men being like photographed in floods or something like that, going out and rescuing people. And I pointed out how it's almost always men that you find in these moments. And I argue that the reason why is because we have this concept, broadly speaking, in Western culture of women and children first. And I say that is not based on any kind of real agape. You're not commanded, especially like in the biblical sense, you're not commanded to love. You're not expected to love. You're expected to sacrifice. And as men, we kind of low-key take that on. We internalize that.
And okay, so that's a pretty good argument, but I would say there's a few flaws in it. One, whenever you throw in the biblical narrative to it, you're commanded to love your neighbor. I mean, heck, that's called the second most, primary is supposed to go to God, and then second is the neighbor. So they're like one A and B. In fact, the 1C of it says that if you don't love your neighbor, then you don't love God. So it's, that could get really, if we throw all of that in there, it messes up part of your argument. So I would prefer that you take it out so that your argument is even stronger.
I only mentioned it I only mentioned it as a comparison, not as an anchor of the argument. I was just saying we don't have that. I literally said we don't. So I'm with you.
Okay. So, but if we were just to look at it just solely secularly, I think we can get down to the nuance of it a bit by playing like a word association game. Which one do we think is more associated with good? Duty or love?
Duty. Yeah, duty.
I say the opposite. I think that we associate as humanity, and even if we want to say within Americana, we more associate love with good than we do duty with good. In fact, most people look at duty as a burden.
I don't know if I'd argue against you on that, but only because, we do live in modern society. So there is that.
So when we think of any sort of goodness, moral goodness, we're going to lean more towards love than duty. Altruism is born out of love. Compassion is born out of love. Heck, if we were to even take something a little bit more neutral so far as getting out of the touchy feeling, and we were to say justice. do we want dutiful justice or do we want loving justice?
I think loving justice is a dangerous concept, brother. We are living under the tyranny of a very loving judicial system right now. And it will take your children from you and trans them because it loves them so much.
I think that's a distortion, but
I think that's the application we've been given, but it is a distortion nonetheless.
Yeah, but if we were to take, for instance, if we were to take the distortions both ways, it's like, which one do you want?
I want an honest judicial system. I care nothing for love in this concept. I want honesty. I want the
right. That's a third option. But at the very beginning of our conversation, we stated, hey, we understand that we may get into the dance of the distortions of either side of our positions instead of the and like I said, I don't mind getting into the distortions.
Well, help me out. Purify it if you think so.
But even if we were to get into the distortions, let's play there for a little while. I think the audience will enjoy it. Would you really want justice actuated by someone who believes that they have a distorted form of duty?
Please restate that so I can take it better. Because you literally say they believe they have a distorted form of duty. You're assuming that they are operating with a form of duty that's already inherently distorted, which
just like
your victory already there,
Right, just like the people who have who are stating that they're performing loving justice in some sort of distorted way towards trans people and all of that type of stuff. I love them. I have to chop his balls off. So all I'm asking for is So all I'm asking for is, okay, let's look at the inversion of what someone with that mindset, so far as duty, would be towards justice. Let's look at the inversion of it as well.
I accept the tit for tat perversion if that's how it went, but I think we both accept the problem, and this is why when you ask me what I think, just objectively, I said truth. I didn't go A or B because both are problematic. Truth is something that's a little bit more objective as a concept. And so when it comes to the application of law, which is you either did something wrong to me or someone accused me of doing something wrong. And I need to have a very bias-free approach to figuring out the truth of the accusation. And so that has nothing to do with love and duty at best in this context. You have a duty to the truth. You have a duty to seek the objective truth. But that's really why I say truth is the main thing when you talk about something like law.
Right. So let's say if we were to, and I think we should play in this sandbox for just a little bit. I have two examples, but let me pull up the weaker of my two first. Let's say we went by the old, Arabic laws of you chop the thief's hand off. Okay, but the thief was trying to provide bread for himself and his children. Well, I have a duty to the law. The law says you stole. My duty is the truth. That's the last matter. Put your hand up.
Should I cry for his missing hand at this point in the story? I'm not sure where you're going.
No, I'm asking, would you want to live under such a regime?
I wouldn't want to live under such a regime, but depending on the time period I'm born into, that's a practical reality. That's the justice that we could manage up until, that point in time. Like it took a long time for us to reason our way out of a better application of justice. Look, if you know a surefire way to keep a guy from putting his hand in your pocket, other than cutting his hand off, you let me know. But I guarantee that hand will never be in my pocket again.
Right, right. And then it took people to argue that, holy crap, but the people who have control over all of the bread are forcibly asking for these exorbitant prices, and the only people that they're hiring are these people's children at significantly lower rates. And that is why the dude did not have the bread in the first place. So then it becomes, holy crap, this is such an unloving situation that it's causing people to act in rebellious ways.
You know, SKC, these are the arguments that got people thrown out of helicopters once upon a time.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're really arguing against the very heart of the power structure. And this is an argument that has nothing to do with a simple case of morality, which we're framing it as some moral issue. But the simple fact is, if you've stolen your criminal who has to be punished, we can argue the levels of punishment, but you must face some level of punishment. You can't start to argue me against the idea of punishment, because now I just fire up the helicopter.
Right. So then I stated, so that's why I stated, let me start at, tier 1 of my arguments in this sandbox. Okay, let's go to tier 2. We go right back to Braveheart. No, your duty is to your king, Prima Nocta. Hey, hand her over, buddy.
If I could take this argument on its face in good faith, I would say that these are a case of conflicting duties. And when men have conflicting duties, it leads to conflict. And conflict between men is also called war. And I don't have to love war to accept the reality of its existence.
So now you're willing to rebel. But I thought your duty was to your king. Does not your king give you areas that are that you're protected from the outside invaders? Has not the king given you land to be able to feed your family on? Has not the king followed the dictates of using his power as prescribed by the religion that you all go by? Now, Prima Nocta, hand her over.
Well, one, most of the people were probably illiterate back then, so who knows what was in that book. But I think that why we're at a point of conflicting duties is because the people, and we're Braveheart framework right now, I guess, but the people were making a serious argument that no, you were actually abusing the authorities given to you by a higher power. And so now
that's stuff that got people thrown out of helicopters.
It is, and I'm willing to take the helicopter ride. Only one of us is coming back, right? Like, that's the point that we start walking down, right? And so what you're really flirting with in another context without mentioning it is the sense of noblesse oblige. Like, as the nobility, as the ruling class, it is your duty to not squeeze blood from a stone, right? The people have a duty to follow you, but you also have a duty. Your duty to them is more as a shepherd than it's as a ruthless taskmaster. You know?
Oh, a shepherd. Interesting word. Interesting phrase.
Well, sometimes you have to lay down in valleys and whatnot and all that.
Yeah. Oh man. I'll just take this moment to say, and the sheep listen to my voice and they love the shepherd.
Nah, I'm with you. I will concede that we started this conversation off by me somewhat conceding this entire arena. Because, it just works better that way. Life is better when you believe these things,
That's not a point, man. It's just a jab. But yeah, I just what the duty was calling for in the what's that, the Braveheart analogy. It was invading on the loving relationship between two people. In fact, many people. And they felt that they had a duty to protect that.
I think the prima nocta thing was like one of those straw that broke the camel's backs. You know, it just
Now,
sort of
why out of all the things would that be the thing to break this camel's back?
because we do love our women.
Oh,
We
so
do.
then that
We
goes
do.
all the way back to the whole caveman thing of what I was stating. Hey, if you want to argue it from the point of the evolutionary model, that still is the reason why the love thing has to come back before the duty. Because the two cavemen, hey, I love her. Well, we have a duty towards population. It's my turn. No, I love her.
Could you just imagine two cavemen fighting over a cave woman because they both desperately love her? Like, that's the one story that's never been written. Like, it must have been carved in stone at some point 1,000,000 years ago, and we just haven't discovered it yet.
Ugh, I don't really want to do this with him.
But no, see, Grog had game though. That's the thing. You don't understand. Grog had all this game. He was the first one to ride a horse. Like, you don't get it, man.
But Ugg found a big stick.
Oh man. Me and you got to get together and write the caveman romance of the century, bro. It'll be perfect.
Oh man, you really need to. You have to do it almost like the guy Homath. You got to do it like that with with images and all that.
Well, that's really interesting you bring up Homath though, because he does a great job of taking the squishiness of it all and making it something that's practical. And this is where I think we're arguing in that capacity too, with love versus responsibility and duty. But I think perhaps there's a requirement on some levels that it must be practical, because if it requires too much of just simple love, it becomes like a religious token. You know what I mean? It becomes too much like faith. We need a practical argument for it beyond just love. And that's where the issues of duty come in. That's how you can garnish the whole tribe of men. It's not just about a romantic thing. There has to be a deeper pull. That's why I kind of land on things like duty.
Yeah, in my estimation, I think, and this is not a shot at you or anything. I'm just saying as a whole, because we had this conversation mainly within the backdrop of Das Communitas. I think because of the hypersexuality of Das Communitas going up from, I think we're the hypersexuality of Das Communitas has so inverted ideas of love that most people view it solely within the lens of romantic relationships, and that's it. And I think that skews the argument a lot, because people instantly believe that if you bring that up, that's the only thing that you're talking about, and because eat, sleep, fight, bus lens. But when you throw in and slow the conversation down and throw in all of the other parts of it, I believe, in my estimation, that it holds more weight. I knew, and this is where we get into the anecdotal things, right? That adds the fun, because YouTubia loves anecdote. So, and actually, let me not breach that yet. I think that parent-child relationships benefit a lot more from loving expressions than just duty. In fact, I think in certain ways, if duty just existed, those relationships can become damaged.
SKC, I gotta step away for 1 minute. Take the floor, please. I'll be right back. I'm listening though.
Yeah. I guess to I wanted to volley that around for a little bit, but when I don't think that children look back at some of the sacrifices of their parents and they state, man, my father, mother, they really performed their duties well. When those duties are performed well, the child looks back and says, man, I appreciate how much my parent loved me in order to make those sacrifices for me. If it's backed with just duty, I don't know. I think that's where some of the issues pop in, and I know that this is a kind of a third rail issue within the sphere. But take for instance with the child support thing. I think that there are a lot of children who have made the statement, for good or bad. I'm not making a judgment on it, but a lot of them have stated that just getting the monetary dutiful support was not enough, and that there's some resentment that goes along with that, even with a parent that was dutiful about sending money.
You know, let me jump back in for a second here. What's the guy? This is like a I don't know, a football, maybe basketball player. I want to say Antonio Davis or Anthony Davis. He recently went viral for basically telling his. I think he actually gave the chick like all the years child support up front in one lump sum. Or that's the rumor. I don't know how true it was, but he allegedly did that because he didn't want to have anything to do with the kid. He's like, listen, you chose to keep the kid. That's on you. If I gotta pay, well, fine. That's my duty. Here you go. Take the money and be gone, right? And that's a maybe distasteful position, I guess, to take. But here's the issue that I think we have when it comes to this modern secular mud that we all kind of roll around in. From the man's perspective, the issues of love are being weaponized so that you can extract duty. And so I think a lot of guys are now very suspicious of anything love at all. Anything sounds like love, it's like you're trying to kill me. You know what I mean? Because we see too many traps being sprung.
Yeah, that's wise. I think that it's wise after the fact, but it's wise. I would say for many, not all. But for many, it's wise after the fact. I mean, you were we were joking about a similar tweet that we saw of the father talking to his son and the daughter, and he says to the son about you went to the club looking for a 304.
And found her.
yeah. and he tells the girl, so which one are you gonna be? Are you gonna be the 304? Or you gonna be the white? And she's vacillating and everything. And what I'm stating is okay. So a lot of times, not all, but a lot of times, guys knew what they were getting into from the beginning. They were looking for a particular action, and then when something else happened, it's oh my God, this is a jacked up situation. But you knew that was a jacked up person when you laid down with him. It's like, and I'm not saying all, but I'm saying I would say at least. I wouldn't put a percentage on it. That's impossible to do. But there's a large percentage of guys that they knew what they were dealing with when they laid down with it.
I think you're speaking to maybe a level of naivete that is difficult to expect in, you know, an 18-year-old, young, dumb, and full of cum, as they say. Like, you need the father who's been around for 45, 50 years to actually caution you. And this is why old men plan wars and young men fight them, you know? You just don't know any better at this point in life yet. Like, what tools have you been given? What life experiences have you had to tell you such things?
Yeah, that and now it really is a jacked up situation, but I think that is a consequence of Das Communitas in their in their rebellion war. In the rebellion war, the duty calls for people to be more focused in on the enemy, not their family. So over time, you have all of these young men that they don't have the benefit of the decades and decades and decades of past experience from from father and grandfather and great grandfather. So now they're operating in the dark and at the trust of the opposite sex, which for a long time was stating that they don't need them. And that they are the enemy, that they should be the one in the lead.
Not only that, but like I go back to the conversation I was having earlier with Sharon when I asked him, like, so, you know, the burden of leadership, right? Men are supposed to be the leaders and all. And then when we walk through the rigmarole of it, we're supposed to be leaders, but we have no authority. No one is commanded to follow us, right? And so when I ask him, so like, how are you supposed to lead without authority? No one's commanded to follow you. And he says, well, look at me and my family. I did it. Like, man, that's not an answer. So you want me to marry your girl? Like, that's no answer, bro. Like, give me your wife. We should all have your wife, and then boom, we got it.
You have a duty to it, brother. You have a duty.
Like, what kind of, and this is what I mean about the whole concept of love, because he's really low key making like a love argument, right? Like, so because you love them, they'll follow you or something like that. I'm like, nah, I think we've been learning that that's not how it really works. So now it's like you're manipulating us to a negative purpose, you know? And so I become suspicious.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know what he was talking about with all of that. In fact, he lost me on defining words with the same words and defining phrases with the same phrases.
I told him you can't tell me lead with leadership, bro. What the hell is that? What is that?
Lead with leadership. And there was another one that he stated where he said, well, it's in the history from the beginning of history. The history of men shows that they were leaders due to history. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yes. When I asked him why men should be the leaders, right? And that's really what he landed on, just because we were always the leaders. But the simple fact is men were the leaders because we were bigger and stronger. Like, we were the leaders because nobody else could do it. You literally had to kill one of us to knock us off the job.
Yeah. You know, I agree with a lot of the sentiments of that I've heard over the years in, I would say, Manosphere and Manosphere adjacent places. And like the thing that Free Zone Lose has on the screen where he says, love will get you killed. And then you have Ty who says, loving a woman can drive you insane. And obsession is what passes for love now. All these things I agree with. And I'm not saying the people when they say the whole vetting thing and all of that, but I just kind of wonder if you were to pose a few questions about some of the women. When you met her, what did she love?
I know it's corny, but that's how it be.
Right. So then it's kind of weird sometimes when I hear those conversations and then later people want to come back with deep philosophies. And I'm like, whoa, the only philosophy that you begun this whole thing with is how deep you could get in her. So it's like, when does the philosophy begin and when does it end? I mean, it's one of those weird things to me, and there's a lot of conversations and like little checkpoints of interactions with people that just seems, and this is absolutely judgmental on my end. Absolutely, I fall directly into it, and it's one of the reasons why I don't like to add into a lot of the relationship conversations at all. But it seems somewhat juvenile. It's like, how can you have expectations in a situation that you don't even know what the person is really like? You have no vantage point of their family. You have no vantage point of how they interact with their friends, who their friends are, what they truly love to do, what motivates them. But then you state, this is a person that I want, you know, bearing my children and having fealty to me. I don't know. It just seems weird. But, my little 2 cents.
I realized that it's like we have this. We talked about this a minute ago. We're all like liberals, right? By default, we're all liberals. All of us compared to like the guy born in 1900, we're all liberal as hell compared to him, even the conservatives. And I realized that we kind of operating from a very modern, like a neoliberal framework. But then when it really comes down to it, we want the most basic conservative, traditionalist outcomes you could imagine. And you might not even think about it that way until, I don't know, she becomes pregnant and it's like, all right, well, now I got to be the father and then I got to do this and I got to do that. And neither one of you were operating on anything approaching this framework until this moment. And I think it's one of the problem, like the byproducts of just living in the liberal world. It's a lie, that it's a fiction that we all tell ourselves, that the conservative sort of traditions and behaviors that we now think we're too good to do, we're too modern to maintain. There was a basic practicality to these things that weren't even like necessarily religious. Like it wasn't just because God said so, right? Like there's a reason why it's best to not do certain things. And so I just realized we do kind of revert back to wanting that kind of traditionalist outcome, even though we've abandoned the entire framework along the way.
There's and let me put it in a different setup. Especially when you talk about all of this, conservatism, and I think you're talking about pretty much how families are formed and relationships are built and the social fabric between all of the players, not just the two people, but the surrounding people as well. Could it be that after the fact of, let's say, the deed is done, the relationship is formed, a child is on the way, going and stating, I want to be a part of the framework that I know will most likely yield the best results for all three parties and associated parties? In certain ways, could it be too late for just one person to make that decision?
Well, only one person is really commanded to operate in that framework. Remember, you got to take care of your kid no matter what. You're the leader no matter what. It's kind of back to the whole point, this little dance I was doing earlier with Bracy. It's like the whole idea of just simply tasking men with some concept of leadership, like you just setting dudes up to fail.
Well, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But isn't that a product of and again we're talking about the community, 'cause that's that's the bigger sandbox that we're in. Isn't that just a consequence of the rebellion? I mean, you can't say that America is illegitimate. The founding documents have, no weight with me. Its religious concepts hold no weight with me. Its I would say founding culture and mores hold no weight with me. And then later say, well, why can't I have the white picket fence? Huh? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, I mean, you and I both, we agree with that. That's just a basic critique of like the typical pro-black American position. I think the ideas of like love and duty as it applies to like the black framework, I kind of said this before, we've been we're using love to extract duty. And so like we encourage black men to love the concept of blackness, which is largely embodied by the woman. And so the men have a particular fealty to the idea of the black woman, if not an individual woman herself. And it's through this love we can extract service from the men. But the whole thing boils down to extracting duty.
Right, but I think that that's the biggest trap that okay, I'll say it, man. Oh man. I think that that's one of the biggest traps that people have fallen into, the whole blackness thing. As you correctly stated, when you said you have a large group of women and so forth that have gotten to this thing of I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. You ain't going to push over me. I'm not going to do it. Submit. Heck no, I'm the such and such, blah, blah, blah. At best, you could be beneath me or a partner. That's it, and a lot of that is going to stem from the feminism and all of that. But so I think the bigger trap of everything was, in order for them to work with us, they're not going to have this outward love for us while we're in this state. So let's give them something abstract that they should, quote unquote, love. And what you should love is blackness, because blackness is undefined. It can be whatever you want it to be at any given time. We have different thoughts like, oh, you lose your black card, or I'm the most black person that you know. It's like it's absolutely. It's so vague that it holds no true concept whatsoever, and yet people will die by it. So when you have a group of people who, particularly men, who are gonna run behind the veil of blackness and try to catch the wind and define themselves by it, now you can have a pretty much a commodity of, you can control people with the idea of blackness forever.
I don't know if the original black intellectuals who kind of conceived of this whole state of affairs, I don't know if they understood it or if they just rejected the ideas as like white supremacy knowledge or whatever. But it occurs to me that by equalizing the male and the female on a social level, you make the idea of love between the two very difficult, near impossible.
Yeah.
It's hard for a man to love a woman who perceives herself as his equal. And it's even harder for a woman to truly love a man who she sees herself as equal to or even greater than. And so it's kind of baked into the cake. The love dies in the war because we need the warriors. We need more warriors, and warriors aren't meant to love each other in that way.
Well, there you go. So that's why I think in certain ways, and I know I had to go a little bit into the racial weeds, but I think it's with purpose, particularly to our conversation. When I was speaking to you earlier and I said the majority of the people who you put in the placeholder of like a Nikki Giovanni, and let me just use a few names, the Claude Anderson type of people, the Umar Johnsons, the you could just along that ilk, Tariq Nasheed, all that stuff. They believe in a duty towards Black people. However, when it comes to love, they have to put a racial element in front of it in order for it to make sense. You'll never see a show called Black Duty. You will see shows around Black love.
Well, it's sort of like kind of subtextual in that it's you're encouraged to love the Black woman as a sort of a Mary figure, and through that love of the Black woman, you will perform infinite acts of duty and service to the Black community. And that's kind of how you square the circle with that. It's to, you look, all right, perfect example, because I was going to talk about this today. Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, I think it meshes well into our conversation. I think we have the intellectual rigor in order to
the bandwidth.
Yeah.
No, so Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, it spawned a beef between RG3 and what's that guy? I forget his name.
Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark, yeah. Ryan Clark, this is an amazing thing to say out of your mouth. I don't know if these words have ever been spoken or the idea ever even occurred in reality, but he literally says, you can tell he doesn't have conversations about the struggles of Black women in his house.
Yep.
Who the hell has conversations about the struggles of Black women in their house?
A rebel who has to fight or who has to have conversations about the battles.
I mean, it was wild to just think of, like, how do you even form this idea in your mind? Like, so there are people, like, they sit down for dinner, like, as a family, like the Huxtables or something, and they're like, so, what happened today in Black women's studies? It's like, Mom, this Karen, she looked at me and called me a nigger, Mom. Like, is this really what people do? Like, I had no idea that was even a thing. They really discuss the struggles of Black women, like, from house to house. It's just a thing that happens. Wow.
Let's sit down today, sons. We need to have a discussion about the struggles of Black women. it's an evening dinner conversation.
If I ever say that to my son, I hope he start laughing. I hope you know me well enough to know that I'm joking. I'm trolling so hard. There is no way. There's no way, bro. Like you got a big sister and a little sister, and every now and then there's moments where I just look at him and be like, you see what I be talking about, right?
Whoa. I think I just looked this dude up. If I'm not mistaken, all of his children are sons.
Damn. Cursed, bro. Indoctrinated early, and you have a shot. They're gonna have to wait till they're 18 years old and sneak and listen to the Manosphere.
So yeah, it's a person. If I'm not mistaken, RGD, he made a comment about this obvious hatred that Angel Reese has for Clark, for the girl. I forget, man, I forgot her name all of a sudden, but it's obvious. It is obvious, and the Ryan Clark guy, he took it directly to a racial conversation, and
it need not go there, by the way.
Right. And so I don't know. It plays a little bit into my hypothesis about Black people being the community being identified by this rebellion. And
well, I want to get your take on something, and along the lines of where we are right now, still in the framework that you're laying out. It is a hypothesis of mine that in the broad scheme of things, if because individually you'll lose, but as a group, I think there's a trend that holds. Black women don't really seem to, nor are they compelled to, operate out of any sense of love for Black men. Whereas if you listen to any kind of conversations, Black men are constantly, at every turn, compelled to operate out of a sense of love for, maybe if it's the Black community at large, but Black women in general, that always comes up because, the Black woman is the least protected and all that, colorism and whatnot. Ryan Clark talking about a Black woman's struggles in his own home with his little boys and stuff. Only men are compelled to have any skin in this game, right? And so what I propose is that it's only the men, only the Black men love Black women. Black women don't really seem to operate based on love for Black men. And even to the extent you can criticize Black men, I still hold it's true that it's only the men that are compelled in such a way, even if they fall short.
Oh man, I don't know. I think it's a astute observation, and I think that there's, man, we probably could make an entire show out of that, but in itself, but I think for a long time, Black men have tried to reaffirm that and show that in different ways. There could be conversations based upon if it's pure or not. But yeah, I do think it's pretty much a one-way conversation in that community. You're not going to see a bunch of sports women on shows talking about, I needed to talk to my daughters or friends and colleagues about the type of love that we should have for Black men. That's never gonna happen.
Right. And when that does come up, you should see the comments. Like, the crowd is angry when you when you have a woman do that, the pick-me's, they get attacked. If a Latina says I love Black women, Black men, all the Black women on Twitter getting their feelings.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Maybe this is part of the reason why I was a bit of I was a little perturbed with Sharon stealing my content, or at least the topic the subject matter of it all, because I knew not most black guys aren't really gonna embrace the subject matter honestly and openly. They're always gonna lead you down the path of duty minus love. Because I'm willing to accept that love and duty are intertwined. And I grant you, I conceded, points to you during this conversation because it's not totally a one-sided thing. Yet I think that what happens when you get into the realm of blackness is that the conversation gets bastardized into something that's used to like guide men into the path of endless duty without any love. And I can't have duty without love. It's not going to work for me.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's kind of like the genius of these conversations that we've had, and that how they've formed organically over several years, is that we can add bits and pieces to it as we've grown and what we've observed, and it brings the conversation forth even more. But overall, I still hold that since the inception of the idea that the love missing in Da Communita is so pervasive that almost any subject that you bring up, all of the things that we've covered, laughed about, we can associate some portion of it to a lack of love. When you see the little kids running down the street shooting other people and all of that, they have no love of their neighbor at all. When you see the baby mama cursing out and talking crazy about the man that she laid down with to have a child, it's like she never had love for that man ever, because if she did, she would at least state, I'm not going to do this to the father of my child that I state that I love. And it goes back to a conversation or a point that I was bringing up years ago, that even within many, many halls of these conversations that took place on panels and all this stuff, you'll have people that will say, oh yeah, I can love my mom. Some would even shrek at the idea of, I love my dad. I respect my dad. I respect, because they on this whole thing of pause and all this other stuff, as if it is some sort of crime within Black Americana to love your father. But the harshest of sins is to state that you love the person that you made your children with. Like that, and I don't know, I still find that very fascinating. And I'm not stating that if people have broken up and they've, I'm not talking about that, but even in situations where they're with someone and that person has been in their lives for quite some time, maybe they're married, maybe they've been in some long-term relationship, simply saying, I love my significant other, or I love my wife. That's like, oh, you're simp. And it's like, what? That's the default setting for Black America?
It wasn't like that all the time. Even in our lifetime, the 90s era was like the golden era of the love songs, 90s R&B is like goated. But even then, the shift was occurring.
Yeah. And I just think that I'm not trying to put a judgment call on people in their individual situations. I'm not stating that at all. Sometimes people will get into the personal immediately, and it's like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can't logically look at that and say there's not going to be some sort of result or fallout from that being the default setting. And I think some of I guess when you look from the outside in, and you start to notice certain points, they kind of stood out to me, not because I'm some sort of genius or anything, but just because it was foreign. I never understood the point of people throwing as a pejorative. What are you trying to do? You trying to son me? Like, what? And then at the same time, people will say, "Oh, my mama." Like, it's like, what are you elevating the mother over the father position?
As a as a result of the women perhaps collectively not having love for the men, I argue that the community kind of low key hates its own men. That's why nobody really cares that, black men die and all that stuff, the murder rate, jail and all that. Nobody really cares internally. It's not a problem worth solving. It's not like an issue worth garnering mass community support over. If things happen to the women, yeah, we should have a movement or something about it. But the community doesn't really care for its men. And so I think it's just a manifestation of they don't love, the women don't love the men. Why would the children love men, right? Because it's like what I keep talking about. I tell the story every time, every now and then about The Wire and the one boxer dude, Cuddy. Any dude who's not your dad is just some guy who wants to bang your mom. And when you don't actually have a dad in the house, then every guy is potentially banging your mom. There's no peace in that arena, right? And so it does just sort of inherently create it destroys rather the potential bonds of brotherhood and being a part of a community.
Right, because there are certain bonds of brotherhood that comes with a son hanging out with his father's friends, his friends' fathers, to see his fathers get together, to see their fathers get together like they see their mothers get together. There's certain things that are you can't replace that with you can't just say, oh, that's missing and oh, that's not important. Heck, it's extremely important. It's like missing vital components from a vehicle. And it's very odd that you have groups or people who will argue as if because of a lack of thing, it's almost the Aesop fable of the fox and the grapes. He can't reach the grapes, so the grapes must be bitter. And I see that type of mentality in a lot of these conversations about family, love, relationships, particularly when it comes outside of the romantic thing, just relationships between family members and all of that. And if someone is to try to explain familial relationships and even relationships that are kind of bonded close due to two families that are close to each other, and then they can't use the word love, something's wrong.
SKC, I want you to take a stab at the question on the screen here. Free Zone Lou asked, love, duty, and respect. Do you think that you can have it all relationship? It seems like people feel they have to choose when they don't.
Yeah, I think you can have it all. I think that's what Free Zone is alluding to at the latter part of his comment, is that you don't have to choose between the two. You can have it all, but it requires. I think sometimes it requires changing one's viewpoint, and in some ways, not being a part of the very things that's going to prevent you from acquiring what you're saying that you want. And just for a lack of, my lack of ability on this, I'm using a very base analogy, but it's to me, it's almost akin to a prostitute saying, one day I'm gonna have a loving family of my own. It's like, not so long as you're a prostitute.
I think I've been talking about this lately. The co-ed manosphere, and how it just really frustrates me listening to most of how it's done. And I think there's conversations. I think so, like how you sort of set up the problem. We're kind of way outside of the framework that's required to get us to the place that we want to be. And it seems like the co-ed manosphere conversations, they always wind up being almost very surface level, like, basically different ways to learn how to love each other better. And it seems like we're just never going to get to the place people want to be, because you kind of have to question and maybe throw away the majority of the framework that you start with. And it's like we're not going to even get there, because the co-ed manosphere seems to exist to undo the work of the past, not to add to it,
Yeah, I mean, I think when to make it as simple as possible for all the tech bros that are out there, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out.
To answer the question that Free Zone Lou put up, I think most people are finding difficulty having it all, and there's an issue there. I don't know what having it all. I hate to even. I kind of reject the framework of a have it all relationship, whatever that may actually mean, because I don't think it's I don't know if it's a healthy pursuit to say I want to have it all in terms of something like a relationship, because it's like, the perfection is the enemy of good, that kind of thing. And I think for most guys anyway, well, let me not say most guys, I don't want to assume this. For me, I would rather have a woman's respect than her love.
Yeah, I understand your putting the brakes on the idea of I want it all, that type of thing, because the problem is you have certain people who have ridiculous expectations, and I think a much larger part of that conversation is that you have a bunch of people who actually desire what's unhealthy for them.
FKC, we've been at this for 2.5 hours, and I need to eat a giant lunch. I need a real lumberjack lunch right now. And I think this is a great time to put a pin in this discussion.
Yeah, man.
We might have to come back at this in another 1.5 years or so, see where we land again.
Hey,
I enjoy this.
Hey, do what you need to do, man. I appreciate it. I think I do think you do yourself a bit of disservice, and not just for me, but if you have time later, I would definitely panelize that, because you're sitting on a gold mine with this one, to hear other people's ideas outside of my own, and kind of deal with that. But
if you want to have a panel right now, I will eat in the background, and you guys want to open up the panel?
Oh, wow.
It's up to you. If you wanna panel this one out, I'm game. Because I was gonna just take a break and come back at this later, but it is honestly a lot more efficient to keep it going.
Yeah, I think I could hold the line while you enjoy your lunch and everything. If people want, I don't want to force anybody, but if
Yeah,
they want to add in their 2 cents on things, and kind of jump in the crucible of ideas, so be it.
yeah. I'm about to go get soul fooded up. I got me some leftover catfish and stuff. SKC, you have the reins of the show for a minute. I'm gonna be listening in the background, obviously, but let me drop this link in the chat. And
Yeah, you just control the people coming up and down and all that stuff. So
everybody, thank SKC for opening up the panel. It was totally on him, by the way. I was gonna leave you guys on a cliffhanger. But SKC, no bless oblige and all that. He got to look out for the peoples.
Yeah, man. I'll say, if you want to hook Conservative up with some lunch, because I thought it was a pretty good conversation. And I'll say this, I don't think that you're going to find these style of conversations in the majority of places within Black YouTubia. So
I tell you what I will do is if he still has it up, I'm gonna set up the Sharon Bracey conversation, and I'm curious about his take on the love versus responsibility thing, because I don't have a lot of faith in the direction he would go intellectually, but I'm curious. I don't want to judge without knowing, so I have to look. I have to take a look and see.
I guess I'm just evil-minded because I judged from the very first 15, 20 minutes that I heard, man. I was like, this is some nonsense. This dude here is just on the women can't do any bad. There was a clip that I wanted to take that you froze him up at a question where he said, power is bad. And men want to use the power in bad ways. And then you said, is power bad in the hands of women? And he just froze up. And it's like he just could not say that, well, yeah, if women have the power, that's bad too. He just could not say that, to complete his the circuit of his idea there. He had to dance around it. I was just laughing, man.
Yeah, that's a special guy right there, man. I'll tell you. Actually, you know what? Let me see where that shit, because I'm actually at my laptop now. I just haven't set up anything yet. But I think I can go back and pull up his show if it's still up. He might still be going. Let me see. Love versus Duty. He is live. Let me move into the studio and share the screen.
Okay, now we can move on. Actually, that you have accepted it.
We
okay,
can move
now
on.
we can
You make like $2,000 a year, and I'm arguing with you.
You ain't shit.
Dude, money. You're not.
You
money,
are
bro.
entertainment.
What,
you are
Are
entertainment.
you a billionaire? What?
No, I'm not. It's about that you.
I'm not really interested in their panel because I don't expect. I expect even less from the panel of it all. So let's rewind it back to the beginning. Let's see where it all started.
I need some help with something.
It is what it is. In the relationship, because when you attempt to be right in a relationship, you cannot move forward. Because if you are attempting to be right in a relationship, whatever that relationship was, friendship, parenting, father, son, daughter, it don't matter. When you're trying to be right in a relationship, it's not going to give you a good outlook, because you want to move forward with your relationships with people. You don't want to be stuck in like, I'm proving you right or wrong. And I think this is why a lot of people do have a problem with me, because the majority of the time when I'm talking, I'm correct, because I try not to talk about things
You can pause right there, man.
That I don't.
And this is what I'm saying. So the claim that he put forth, if you want to be right in a relationship, you're gonna mess it up because it's about moving forward. And yet he doesn't take that principle and apply it with how he interacts with other people, stating that he just came back and stated that people can't get what I'm saying because I'm right. This guy's insane.
Yeah. Dirty folks, what's going on, bro?
Man, chilling. I just saw a comment from Carmen like, you need to come on the panel with Hood Conservative. Then I looked and you were live, so I came up with Carmen. But I just came back from the dinner, so I ain't gonna be up long. You know what? He's right for the wrong reason. There are people who force themselves to be right. My uncle used to tell me it's one thing to be right, it's another thing to be righteous. And there's a lot of people that try to be righteous to righteous. This is where he messed up. He said, and I like to be correct. It's a huge difference between being correct and being right. So, like, everybody's opinion is valued. We can both be right. Like, I can think that the Bears is a great football team. You can think they suck, and we can both be right based on record. But only one is to be correct, and that's the Bears suck, right? So, yeah. But he talks in circles like girls do, so, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Don't understand properly. Yeah, Otis who said it was some storms, but he was okay. Shout out to Sugar Bubby on it. That's why they don't like your ass. And like the little things that make you feel special, that's what it's supposed to be about. And when I be hearing these men talk, they act like those two things that I just mentioned are some kind of blasphemous thing to do with the woman that you chose to
Pause.
Love isn't.
Without context, he's talking about the little things that make you feel special is what relationships are about, right? Just going off that, and then he projects it to women because, you know, you have to cater to women because Black woman is God. Chad, how many times do your girl tell you to quit playing video games? A simple pleasure. How many times do they tell you what to eat, when to eat? Even though they don't know what to eat. When they hungry, they don't even know what they want to eat. How many times are you just chilling with your friends and well, you're always with your guys, and you and your guys don't do anything but talk, have conversations that you can't have with a girl because girls don't even talk relationship. And sometimes you want to talk about cars, right? So the little things that make men happy, women don't have to do, according to Sharon or Sharon, but you got to do what she wants. What is Sharon talking about? David just said he in an open marriage. That's crazy work.
Whoa, he is?
So his wife open because he ain't going nowhere. That's crazy.
He said he got an open marriage. Oh my goodness. Is that an oxymoron?
Well, she like other men, he like other men. So I guess they share men.
So what was the purpose of getting married?
Citizenship? I don't know. Is he American?
Oh my goodness. Carmen confirms. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. It's like maybe and maybe you can speak to more on this, Dirty Folk. I don't know, because you'll know more about this than I will. But earlier in this conversation, he stated to Hood Conservative that being in a relationship as the husband or father, being the leader, you don't have to have power. Maybe this opens that up a whole lot more. If you have an open relationship, perhaps you don't have power.
What you just say?
No, he said being the man in a relationship, you don't have to have power or will to power. But he just said that You don't have to be right with your parents, your kids. I'm like, damn, I'm right. I don't care what I say. I'm right with my kid. I don't. If I'm wrong, I'm right if it's my kid. So at no point do I have authority. At no point. That's crazy.
Did y'all just say Sharon is in an open relationship?
An open marriage, my G. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I don't watch Sharon. I don't watch female YouTubers.
I didn't realize marriages could open without breaking. Did they put like a hinge or a latch on it or something?
Bro, no, forget that. Sharon is the one that be pontificating, posterizing himself like he's the only good man. First on Fight Club, now on Izzy Band's little network. He really be thinking he's the only good man in this whole entire space. Of course, he's a good man because the other man plow his wife. Now it makes sense. Damn.
So him and his wife like white men? What you going with this, bro? I know he definitely like men, and his wife like men. I know that. I don't know what race of men they like.
Well, I'm going with this. It appears to be that only cucks, simps, and the alphabet mafia men are the only ones in relationships now.
There's a reason for that.
Oh, the beard argument. That's the beard topic, sir. That's what you was going with.
No, not even a beard. In order to post 2008, right? I'm gonna give credit to people married before 2008. Post 2008, bro, women literally date down. They have to feel superior in the relationship. Liberal women, regardless of race, liberal women. But they have to feel like they're better than their man because there can only be one masculine energy in any relationship. Even if it's lesbians, there's only one butch. You know what I mean? So they date down to find weaker men so they can complain about how men are weak, but they only like weak men.
I don't know. Carmen asked a question, Hood. She said, did y'all touch on monogamy as it relates to the love and duty conversation earlier? I don't know if we touched on it or not. I don't know if you made mention of it, but remind me if you did. And I can't because he's eating. I forgot about that. So
sorry about that.
I just want to come up and find out why this dirty ass Negro up here don't ever answer his phone.
See, what had happened was, and I was thinking about you, my Caucasian maker friend. I don't know why I ain't even get no calls, bro. I don't know what's going on with my phone, man.
I've tried calling you about a half dozen times to make sure you're still fucking with us.
Man, I called you too, and it was like doo. See, what we having is a communication problem. We need to build on our communication. Ain't that what they say you in counseling? We need to build on our communication, white man.
I guess you might be right.
So we have a failure to communicate. That's what he's trying to say, Mr.
Right.
Folks.
Right. We're having a failure to communicate, which is negatively impacting the type of friendship that we're having.
Yeah.
Okay. So is the love missing here, or is the duty missing here? What's going on?
See, this will be the absence of duty. This will be the absence of duty.
Definitely the absence of
duty. So then let me you threw something out there, Free Zone, it's hilarious and it's all right, but let me just test the waters. Who on the panel has a friend outside of their family that they love?
Man, I got people I've been cool with since Cub Scouts.
Yeah, same here.
Not me.
I know I do. I have a lot
absolutely.
of friends outside of my family that I love.
I don't. I have gang associates. I have co-conspirators. I have fuck arounds and fuck wits. But as far as like friend, no. I'm a living misanthrope.
See, and this is why I'll never take a picture with you. See, bro. See, you're a Fed case waiting to happen, bro.
No, I'm just y'all like that. Y'all the Fed case waiting to happen. I don't take pictures. No.
This is what you just with Snowman and I.
One of
just
y'all
did.
will fold over a Whopper. I haven't figured it out yet. One of y'all.
a fresh pack of Newports that just smacking the pack the whole time. Like, you want one?
Now, does that waffle come with cheese, Mr. Lou? I mean, if it comes with cheese, then my
Any way you want it, sir. You know
fries.
they don't say in interrogation. You know they don't say, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have cheese." You know they don't do that.
You know what? I'm gonna say this though. What Angry Snowman and I just did, right, is why gay men have the least amount of domestic violence. See how men can just talk it out like, hold on. I'm sorry.
Don't be confused. We are not gay men.
We're not gay men. But I'm just saying that, like, lesbian relationships are the most violent because women don't know how to communicate, right? And then it's intersexual relationships because women are violent. And if you grab a soda, of course, now you're an abuser, right? And then men, especially Chicago, and then men be like, let's talk it out because we don't want to take it there.
I don't feel like you love the channel when you say things like that, Dirty, because thanks for the clip, bro. Thanks for the clip.
Thanks.
It is my duty.
I don't feel like you
out of love
me
for
as
what
man
I
when he does
do
that shit.
to clip you when you say shit like that.
You know what?
Thank you, sir.
And I was just thinking like 3 hours ago. No crap, right? I'm in the dentist chair thinking about 3 hours ago. I'm thinking about Snowman Paws, and I'm thinking like how he took that's racist, and I'm like, I don't get clipped enough. Like all the gay black YouTubers get clipped all the time. All the what's that clip he got? Like, I love women. I don't like you niggas. Like all the gay guys get clipped all the time. I never get clipped.
FD Signify.
Yeah, FD Signify and Sharon and they all get clipped. I never get clipped. Clip me. I don't give a fuck. Spell my name right. Clip me.
No, Dirty. See, they heart pump lemonade, bro. See, your heart don't pump lemonade like FD Signify and Sharon do. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna buy it from you, bro.
I think it's because I don't have a beard, bro. I think that's what it is. You gotta have that gay man beard that don't connect. That's kind of like patchy.
But I want to address this simping allegation. Do I simp for black women? Yes. I love black women. I don't like y'all niggas. This is an easy decision to make. Sorry.
Did he just say he's gay without saying he's gay?
No, I don't know about that because I'm not gay, but I hate all you men. I have a competition inside of me, and I want all y'all to lose. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. I hate most people. I seen the worst in them, and I just how I roll. I'm sorry. Yeah, but go ahead.
That was the most baby boomer thing I ever heard you say.
Yep.
So question to the big topic and everything. I'm just curious what you guys think. Which one is more important to the community? Love or duty?
Well, I don't think we really love each other in a community. I think we are actually bound together by duty because with enough black fatigue that's going on around in America, I don't think a lot of people like our don't want to tolerate our bullshit except our own. So I think it's more of a duty than a love thing.
It's not necessarily black fatigue; it's ninja fatigue. I'm tired of ninjas and people that support them.
To answer your question, man, I definitely think it's subjugation. And subjugation comes with duty. It's your duty to subjugate. You gotta think about it,
dude. That's the only way I could. I would agree that duty is even considered by them as if it's in subjugating their own community.
Yeah, I truly believe that any girl that talks with clothes on is a detriment of any community. That if you let them, if you're supposed to be a provider and a protector, but you letting her be a single mom and letting her be the DA and state's attorney and mayor, everybody dies, bro. Show me a black female mayor, everybody dies, right? I think that subjugation is what it takes because you're not equal to me. I don't even like when girls say, I got a partner. You're not equal to me. What you dating another girl? Ain't no way. I'm better than you at everything. Everything.
So which one do you say, Free Zone? Which one is more important to das communitas? The duty?
I would say an unrighteous form of duty, hence the term staying on code.
Yep. A duty.
I don't think they say that out of love.
It's a duty to stay victimized.
Yeah, duty for subjugation, man. Bring slavery back and call it freedom. Here's the thing: men are always expected to have duty, and I think SKC said it earlier. I know Hood said it. For instance, right? Think about how. And shout out to Gorilla Pete. Gorilla Pete cracks jokes all the time. He's like, you only get one mother, but anybody could be the dad, the basketball coach, the after school mentor, stepdaddy. Every season, stepdaddy season. Men are so interchangeable in the black community that the only thing that you can do is bond with a group of men and subjugate everybody, get down and lay down. There is no partnership, there's no co-op that can happen, there is no crayon coalition that's going to work out. Subjugation is the only way you get freedom.
So then let me ask from a different perspective. So Snowman, with your children, do you prefer that they have a duty towards you or that they love you?
That's a good fucking question. I don't know if I've ever thought about it like that. Being that they're my kids that I created, I think I'd want an equal balance of both. And not just one or the other. Yeah, I think that's the answer I have, be honest with you.
Yeah. I think it's baked in a cake with kids because you're teaching them, but by teaching them, you have to give them duties like take out the garbage, wash the dishes, clean your room, whatever the case may be. I think it's baked in a cake. I don't know. That's tough though.
What about you, Free Zone? Would you prefer that your kids have a duty towards you or that they love you?
I would prefer love because that further influences the duty. It makes it less. When your kids love you, it makes it easier to raise them.
I think I want to take a little bit more of a cerebral take on that. Because I know my kids love me, it's almost a default with children. They can't not love you unless even if you're horrible, honestly, they'll still love you. And so I use that love to encourage duty.
So then that goes back, Hood Conservative, to our caveman thing again. See how the love has to come first inherently?
No. I'm linking a chain, bro. The chain was already here. I'm just adding my son to the link in the chain. That is the burden of us men.
But I think it's still just one way because men's love is duty, right? So I love my kids, so I do for my kids. And then my kids do what I tell them to do, maybe because they love me back. I remember one day, and this is why I'm going to lean toward love. After I just heard that, I'm going to lean toward love. Because I remember one day, we're having Fishbowl Friday. For those who don't know, we had a friend of ours who was killed by his wife's mistress. Like her side dude killed her husband, right? And his favorite drink was not 1800, the other tequila.
I just realized, Dirty, mistress is a very gender-specific term. There's no masculine version.
That's what I said. I said mistress.
Mistress. I caught that, but it was
I tried to work
clumsy.
it. I tried to work it out.
It's called the mattress, or mattress, or just simply mattress because there is no such. There is no, just a bed.
I'm sorry, Dirty. I had to stop there.
I know.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, that's why I'm like his wife's side dude. Anyway, his wife's side dude killed him in his front yard. Crazy, right? And his favorite drink was not Jose, not 1800. The one that looked like a fishbowl, Don Julio. And Don Julio bowl looked like bottle like a fishbowl. So every Friday we would drink Don Julio in memory of him, right? So we called it Fishbowl Friday. So we out there Fishbowl Friday, 26 dudes on a porch. And somehow the conversation came to F my daddy. F my daddy. And I remember it was me, Dwayne, and Anthony, and we looked at each other like, yo, we the only three out here with dads, yo. Like, it's time for us to go. Because it's not our crowd like that. And I never understood why men couldn't respect fatherhood when they will be fathers until I realized that women bake into the cake that you have to hate all men, right? So because they hate your daddy, even if you married your daddy, what Michelle said, it was 10 years span when she hated Barack. Women's love is fluid. It's not static.
You know,
So,
and telling that dirty folks, it just reminded me of like a personal note in my fatherhood journey. I mean, we all have big dreams and everything. You imagine your kid flying to the moon or something like that. But in reality, in my most humblest of days, all I want is for my kids to speak well of me when I'm not around.
Yep.
That's it.
But that, I dig it.
I kind of wonder if the answer would change if it was inverted. So, Snowman, I'll start with you. Would you prefer or had preferred for your dad to have a duty towards you or to love you?
Oh,
that's tough, bro. You know, I wanted to raise this question earlier before we had a whole crowd in here, but now is still a good time. Have you ever watched Fences, SKC? The Denzel movie?
Yeah, I've seen the Denzel one and the
play
and the James Earl Jones one as well.
Okay. Now, there is a very powerful scene in that movie, a father-son scene that touched right on this. When Denzel, because I've only seen the movie and I didn't even watch it when it was like out and popping. I watched it years later after it was just on cable or whatever. So I was really struck when that scene came down and he asked the son, like, and I'm not even sure if that kid, or one of those kids wasn't even his kid technically. He came into a family unit, like he met a woman who had a kid, and I think he was probably talking to his actual son in this moment. But he asked the boy, "Why do you think I do all these things for you?" And he says, "Because I like you." And the reaction he got, it was such a black dad reaction. I think it's because I like you. No, boy. I think because I like you. Because it's my job. And I think as men, love is great and all, but when it comes down to it, I would rather have men have it in their minds that these things are your job. Now, these things get, perverted and bastardized in the modern conversations that we're having, but I'm talking about the idea in its purest form.
But a man's love is duty. Generally speaking, right? Generally speaking, even on the abstract, right? When I loved sports, I don't really watch now, but when I loved sports, I was on the basketball team, the football team, and ran track. I watched the Bears game every Sunday, followed the Bulls through their heyday, wore the jersey, I had all the colloquialisms, right? Shoot the ball, Jordan, Kobe, right? Shoot the litter, because I had a love and a passion for it. The love and the duties was intertwined. I didn't run 5 miles because I like running 5 miles. I didn't want to get tired on the court or on the field. The love and the duty was baked into the cake. So for men, it's the same. Now the respect thing comes with it.
I mean to interrupt you, but I just have a small interjection there. Then why, no matter what sport that you're talking about, why did they always say for the love of the game?
It's both baked into the cake. For the love of the game. Do you know how much you have to love either the game or your institution to go outside naked, painting your body with 8 of your friends to spell the name of your team in the bleachers in a blizzard? White boys,
in the blizzard, bro.
Right.
In the blizzard. It says Steelers in the snow.
Right.
Wild.
So, y'all standing in the wrong order. They don't even have it spelled right. You love the game so much.
Right. So what we're talking about here is, it's more than just fulfilling a duty. It's actually going what we talked about earlier, conservative, going beyond the call of duty.
That would be a passion.
Which some state is a love, which
No,
is why
no,
they
it
call
is.
it the
Well, yeah.
love of the game.
It's a passion, definitely a passion. All I kind of argue is that passion itself needs to be controlled. You know, we're back to the fire analogy again. It's too much like fire that you can't simply operate on it. It has to have mechanisms for control.
You know what happened in the black community?
I want to
real quick, I just want to say this. What you just said, right? The mechanism of control, right? We're talking oral tradition because nothing's written down, right? Women have to write stuff down in order to be a good feminist, right? They've been writing books on feminism since the 60s. There's no real book on men. The red pill guys are trying to do it now, but it was just oral. Son, this is what you do to be a man, right? It goes from father to son. That kind of got broken during the silent generation's transition to the baby boomers, and now we see the backlash of that. But the guidelines of being a man have been perverted with a crayon. Now it's the black experience, which is just women, gays, and felons, instead of the man experience that pushes the tribe and the culture forward. If that makes sense.
I wanted to jump back to the Sharon Bracey thing a little bit, and then we're gonna skip ahead maybe to the part where I jump in.
Right, Simon Dreams. We understand what context means. We know what you're trying to say. You think you have to say it literally for us to understand you? I think that's the real problem that they have. I think they're used to dealing with stupid people or some of that nature. I'm not sure. Shout out to the cast. Em says Sharon, a talking point thief. Fuck out of here. Support the show.
This is the part where I was in the chat. I had already accused him of stealing my talking point. Like I said, I was on a panel early this morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm driving to work or whatever, and I'm talking on Nightish's panel, and Sharon is in the chat, and I mentioned we were going to have the love versus duty discussion today. And then before I get a chance to even get home, before it was even lunch break, here come this nigga with his love versus duty, the great relationship debate, and why men need to get back to holding a standard. You see how in the title, he was already trying to pervert the conversation. He was going to bastardize it.
Thank you so much. Shout out to my eyes. Thank you so much, beautiful. She said for the salute and for the love. Thank you so much, beautiful. I really appreciate that.
Sharon's really a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Oh, that's right, Sharon, the talking point thief. You're absolutely right. I can read words. I can read words that ain't written. You goddamn right. Dollar Watson
you ain't really
pushback,
much,
but you don't push back on that. You just say things.
I realize, see, a lot of guys do this on YouTube. They don't really make the points that they would make, talking about a particular issue. They spend way too much time riffing with the chat. Like, I thought you came up here to talk about a thing. You're just lonely and you want to talk to people.
Yeah, that's favorite. That's Sharon's favorite statement as well. Like, you just be saying things. Like, he always says that shit all the time, but he just be saying shit.
I swear to God,
it's this shit funny as hell, bro.
All right, it's about to get good now. Responsibility. I land on the responsibility side. The problem, though, that you're gonna run into, and I haven't listened to you enough because I kind of just walked into this show like 10-20 minutes ago. Generally speaking, people are very comfortable with issuing responsibility to men, and we have no idea. We don't have a conversational language for what women's responsibilities are, and this is kind of where I've found the problem to lie. We are good with enslaving men with duties and burdens, but girls just do stuff, bro.
So what are some of the things that men are enslaved with duties? Because I do not, in my day-to-day, I do not know men that are enslaved with duties.
Well, the idea that men are supposed to be the leaders It's just sort of a given at this point. Like when we have these conversations, it gets thrown in men's faces. Men are supposed to be the leaders. Why? Because I'm a man.
The reason why they are supposed to be leaders is because history shows that men been leaders in history. The most powerful and
History shows that men been leaders in history.
He sounds so fucking stupid.
He just be saying shit, bro. He just be saying shit. He just say things.
Carmen, I was willing to go down the biology path with him. I gave him the layup, but he knew better than to take it. He didn't want to take the layup because I threw the alley-oop right at him, and he was like, "Nah, I'm gonna catch the alley-oop in midair and pass it back to you," because he's gay like that. But the thing is, the biology answer is a logical answer. Might does make right technically, because what else can make right? So that is basically why men have been in charge, because we're bigger, we're stronger, and somebody's got to do the fighting and the killing. And I put my hand up. That's how it goes. He can't really accept the basic truth of that.
Because he's not bigger or stronger.
He ain't never been bigger than strong.
He never been bigger or stronger, bro. But
that's crazy.
In addition to that, men, generally speaking, men have better temperament than women. Not as emotionally swayed as women. So it's easier to stay the course. That's part of it too. Go ahead, bro. I don't get
strongest men are leaders and pillars in their community. And so
it's because I'm bigger and stronger.
Huh?
It's because I'm bigger and stronger.
No, it's nothing to do with physical strength or your size, because majority of leaders that's been transforming the world are not the bigger and stronger men. Actually, the bigger and stronger men are the dumb brutes of the world. They don't actually change anything. They are just there for physical situations. That is it. They are not leaders.
No, if that's actually historically accurate. Up until the modern world, you were the general. You rode at the front of the charge for the most part, unless you got old enough to, fall back. But generally speaking, leadership is from the front. And only in the modern world, like when we invented the Industrial Revolution, did you actually get to be, some academic type of leader. But actually, to even narrow it down, gunpowder sort of ended the age of the warrior.
Yes, sir. That's a fact.
And nothing like the great equalizer. We can kill each other from 500 yards, 5,000 yards now. Like, we got guys shooting at each other from a mile away on a mountain, man. Shout out to the American sniper.
But
this
even
is a whole other type of war.
Even with that, though, you have to have accuracy, which is a skill, and you have to know math. So girls still couldn't lead.
Honestly, not to bust that point, because I'm with you 1,000%. But the Russian women were pretty good shots during the war. They do get an honorable mention.
Yeah, they drink a lot of vodka, though. If you're drunk, you shoot, bro. That's how that works.
Well, not even that, but there's nothing that motivates you like not wanting to get, G-rapped by the whole country of Germany. Like, that's what you imagine under war. Like, if we lose, they're all going to come for me. And so I'm going to sharpshoot every one of these sumbitches. Like, it will motivate you greatly, I promise.
It didn't motivate the French women, but all right.
Well, yeah. I don't want to get into that part of it, but yeah, wow. No, leadership starts out with strength and bravery.
No, so leadership don't have nothing to do with strength in the physical sense. So I think this is where people get things.
Well, you made a historical argument. Hold on, you made a historical argument, though. Historically, you're wrong.
Let me finish. So historically, men, when we talk about strength, we are not talking about the physical strength.
What?
Chess versus checkers. They mental strength. How they able to see things that other people can and lead other men and inspire other men to lead their campaign. That's what the strength is about. Not nothing.
What? Okay, wait. Even if I go with Sharon's definition, right? Because what he's talking about is influence. And influence is a form of power, and leaders have power. Okay, cool. Even if I go the influence route, in order to be a leader, somebody has to follow. Your partner doesn't follow. Your partner is your partner. So in a male versus female relationship, how can you lead your partner?
This is why I wanted to start the conversation out with SKC in particular, because individually in our lives, we don't always come across like a mind that we can like really kick ideas around with and bounce back forth. And I find that to be a great quality that SKC and I have developed over the years. And I'm willing to even take the chiding. You can, beat me back if I get out of the bounds of an argument a little bit too well. And the reason why I like that is because I noticed in Black circles, argumentation has no rules. And so a guy like Sharon, he won't force himself to maintain the definitional discipline of the very words he's using. And so when he talks about leadership, he'll start to mention things like power and then start to talk about stuff like you said, influence. He starts to conflate words in order to bend them to his use in the moment, but totally abandoning their objective definition. And he won't be held to the bounds of any logical restraint. He's like a chick, bro. I swear to God, he's like a chick. He needs a man. He needs a fucking man.
well, Hood, I think that's one of the probably the only reason that I began to troll people is because when you find out that they've created a universe of ideas, and yet they don't hold to the dictates of the very rules that they have set up in their universe. And that's where the fun begins. But as soon as he stated the thing about the circular reasoning with history, I was like, oh yeah, come on, who are you dealing with?
Because history said it's historical.
So it must be historical.
You say that, but the problem is, in a world before we have modern niceties, you can be the smarter guy. You can be the best battlefield tactician, but I stab you in the chest because you're a punk. What happens to all your battlefield tacticians then? Like, you have to be strong enough to hold the position.
So it's just not true. That we do understand that majority of these people that you say that get stabbed in the chest and the back and all that is because they was able to convince the greater majority to go against the king or whoever that person was, and that's how the society flipped.
What?
It was never usually just me go ahead and delete the king, and therefore now I'm the king of this kingdom. No, you got to make the parliament believe in what you're saying and show the narrative that this king is bad for society that we are trying to build.
That is not how that happened.
The whole
and that's literally if that were true, kings wouldn't need bodyguards.
And kings would be presidents, because if you can go to parliament, that's like going to the Senate. No, you got to take over the kingdom. But even with that, I want to go back to your point, Hood. I'm gonna say this: if I'm the smallest guy, but the smartest guy, your analogy is cool. But generally speaking, it's been a lot of those guys. Their best friend was the biggest guy, so they still had the might makes right. They still made the decisions.
You talk about Master Blaster,
right?
Yeah, I saw. No, I'm talking about what was it? Was it Thunderdome? Yeah.
Master
Blaster.
Master Blaster. What was the short guy? What was the short guy off of Game of Thrones? Little midget guy. What was his name?
You're thinking about best friend with a freaking killer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm thinking about what?
The Mountain. It gave a Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
the big guy.
Well, that was Cersei in the Mountain, right?
Right, because he's talking about Tyrion Lannister. And Tyrion
had Bronn. They were my favorite pair. Bronn and Tyrion were the best part of the show sometimes because their interplay was great.
Tyrion kept shooters. Tyrion kept a couple of dollars to buy shooters. He had the little assassin dude running around with him. Like, yeah, because you can be the smartest guy in the room, but you still need a shooter. The Black community has become women saying stuff, and then I'm gonna get my brother. I'm gonna get the police. They need shooters.
Well, the Black community turns its shooters on the smartest guy. Like, not necessarily shooting, but you bully and terrorize and ostracize. You know what I mean? And so you no longer can take advantage of the shooter. I mean, of the smart guy.
I'll tell you need a stepdaddy, someone to go ahead and get you a job or any other thing in between that helps the community in the end. Go ahead.
This dude literally said nothing for however long you let him speak. He said absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing at all.
That come from somebody that actually is nothing but trying to say something. Hey, Angry Snowman.
What's up, Mr. O?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird projection I detect when a guy like Sharon talks. You know, it's like you're talking past the argument in a lot of ways. You're always talking about this male boogeyman figure. Every subject, it boils down to some male boogeyman figure you don't like, and so you aim every subject at talking against him.
I think maybe he just doesn't like being a man.
He is the male boogeyman figure he hates. It's self-hate.
And we'll go against the king and delete that king. That's what usually happens.
You're talking past the point. The very idea of kings begins with divine right. Means God tells me I have the right to rule over you. And so even with kings, it's based on divine strength and authority. Like it always goes back to power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with his physical strength again. So his power is
God, bro. That's a godly thing. That's again, you're taking the argument very simplistically. When you're saying that God charges me with this, that is even bigger than physical strength. That's what I'm trying to say. You're still making my argument, but you just took it to the extreme by pointing out kings. Kings rule by divine right. What is divine right? The power of God. Power, actual physical raw power.
Right. So the problem is that's not that man's power, right? That strength that he got from God is not his.
What?
Right? It's
Jesus
God given to him
Christ.
in that moment of time.
I take this burden so
That
you guys
moment of
didn't
time
have
is done.
to.
He's back to being a regular.
Wait.
man, Right? And this is a
It just hurts my head just listening to it.
What he mad by the power of Grace Skull and he
Bro.
come? Wait, what, bro? Look, perfect example. Forget the kings of Britain. Islam was built on a dude that had a dream with God's word, then grabbed his sword and earthed everybody. All that God spoke to me came with the sword and came with shooters and on camels apparently.
Hey, hood conservative and angry man. I mean, angry American man. Sharon making y'all New Yorkers look bad. I'm just saying.
For real.
He from New York?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even gonna community bang with y'all right now because
He must be from Greenwich Village. Hey, he from Greenwich Village, bro. It's cool.
I mean, either way,
He's a real gangster motherfucker.
This is a broad problem. You know, I can find a Sharon in Chicago, no problem, bro. So let's not gang bang on that.
No question.
Big, strong, protective thinker, and most men are not that. Most men are not what you are trying to depict them as. And so this idea, now we could go back to it, that men are enslaved to some kind of duty. What proof do you have of that? Because majority of men and women, they always was working together. That's why they got hunters and gatherers. So men and women always was working together.
Well, hold on. You asked me this question a minute ago, and I pointed out the idea of leadership. And you said your only reason for why men should be leaders is basically because we were always leaders. And there's not a real practical argument that you're making here. And so I'm saying because you don't have a practical argument, all you're ultimately going to rely on is force eventually. And so you're going to force men to assume some pseudo leadership position without giving men any authority to lead. Because by what authority do men claim leadership over women then?
Perfect. So the problem is that majority of men want to use power over women instead of leadership with the woman, right? So
wait, what the
yeah, bro.
What?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on, power. Hold on.
It's like trying to punch soup, bro. All you're gonna do is get dirty, bro.
Punch soup is crazy.
So does this Jagoff know that with power comes responsibility? That actually does mean that what he said what he said it was supposed to be.
I bet you this nigga hates Superman. I mean Spider-Man. I tell you, he looked like the type that hated Spider-Man, bro.
Of course. Look at, but so we was only in power because we was situated with said power, designed by divine right. Why? Because we're smarter, stronger, or what? On what merit? On what basis?
He made power sound like bullying. Did he get
That's
bullied?
exactly it. That's really where he's gonna go with this.
That's it. That's
It's like
really
a
it. Yeah.
premonition you just had, Dirty. That's literally where he's gonna go.
Were you abused as a child, scared to smile? They called you ugly?
I think so, bro. Like I don't know how deep to go with it, but I detect a well of pain that runs deep.
When you're leading with leadership, you're not taking away. So
Leading with leadership is riddles, bro. Please speak English. Leading with leadership is not a helpful statement.
Right, because it's okay if you understand and listen, then maybe you get the full gist of what I'm saying. So, but
Yo, he rebukes like a bitch, bro. He sounds like a female right here on this damn panel with you, bro.
Just arrogant for no reason. You
Wait,
know?
did this come after he said about right?
My wife follows with follow. You know what I mean? So it makes sense.
No,
you know.
No. Did he just talk about the earlier clip? He was like, "Yo, people just want to be right." Is he just trying to be right?
Always, dude. What do you expect from a man who doesn't think it's gay to get pegged by your wife?
This is why I don't listen to these. Man, I just watch my little.
What you say, English man? Hold on. What you just say?
You heard what I said, and I'm not saying it again.
Wait, he open pegging? Open pegging?
Bro. Is this y'all man's?
Hey, my
Is
man.
this
Hey, look, the dude
thing?
said it. The dude said it out of his own mouth on one of his shows.
I believe you,
Yeah,
bro. I don't know you
I'm
can be a liar.
not gonna. I've been getting stomped all week over the open thing, but yeah, that is what comes with it.
I've been calling him Sharon for like years, bro. So
I'm not even putting the apostrophe in the name no more. It's just Sharon. You're not even Sharon.
majority of men, they are attempting to lead power. So they're trying to take away. When you are leading your family, you are leading through your own example by you setting the standard and holding that standard, and you are giving to your family. You are somebody that is giving. This is the problem that most men miss. So they want to be power instead of leaders.
You see, the problem I'm having with you in this conversation is we settle on leadership as a controversial topic, and you're fine that men are supposed to be the leaders. And then when I ask you why, you're really giving me weak examples. But there's a simple truth: if men are commanded to be leaders, aren't women commanded to be followers?
No. Yes, and this dude right here.
Only men have burdens, and this is what I mean.
So when these B-dubs, these strugs say men are being sassy, now I know who they talking about. Now I see. I got the picture. It's right here on the screen at the top left. Him.
Nah.
Okay, let me try to pack in what let me try to figure out what he's saying. I
don't know. Yeah, pack in.
It sounds like we're not doing that. I immediately switched the phrasing. Yeah, let's not do that. So
right, cool.
It sounds like what he's saying is that before somebody can attain power, they must demonstrate themselves in leadership. Let's say he's saying that instead of the goofiness that he's saying, because that's pretty much what I'm hearing behind the girl talk.
I think you're giving him a little more credit.
Way more credit than he does. Way more.
No,
credit.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not giving him credit. I'm trying to.
Because I know what's coming, and so I know where he's building to. So you're kind of wrong about assuming that particular direction.
Okay,
I just know you're wrong because I know where it's going. And just to even fill out the point, he really doesn't like the idea of men having power at all. And so it's not the leadership connecting to power. He simply wants leadership without power. And that's the argument.
So he's a male feminist.
Drawing out of.
He's a male feminist.
There's a simple truth. If men are commanded to be leaders, aren't women commanded to be followers?
No.
There you go. Only men have burdens, and this is what I mean. Only men are burdened. Women just get to do stuff.
I don't understand how is that. What are you talking about?
If men are commanded to be leaders, who are we leading?
So again, all right. So if you are a leader in your family, so that means that your wife is not a leader now?
Is she commanded to follow you or not?
No, she's not commanded to.
You know what? And
yo, bro. Yo, he's doing it for the bitches, bro. He's doing this for the bitches.
He's doing it for the sisterhood. Snowman, look, I know this for a fact. When women, once again, pre-2008, when women got married, her husband no longer had a name. His name became my husband. I gotta ask my husband. My husband said, "Tell him Marcus, bring." I gotta wait for my husband to come home. Women defer to men all the time. So why would she even want? That's why black women are so fat and masculine, because they want to be leaders too. I don't trust somebody with a black wife, but the whole point. Here's the thing. Have you ever noticed that when women talk about bottom barrel, I'm gonna say this for free zone Lou, bottom barrel, right? When bottom barrel liberal women talk about their man, it's always a dude that we send to the store. It's never the natural leader of the group. Every group has its natural hierarchy.
The pack worker. We always send the pack worker or the store runner. You damn right, Dirty.
They'd be like, "Oh, my man." I'm like, "Yo, word, all right." And then the real leader should be like, "I hate that. He too conceited. He think he the." So the man who is the man, you mad because he think he the man, but your man, we sent to the store. Cool. Sharon goes to the store.
And can't even hit the blunt when he get back.
Can't even hit the blunt. He went to get the pack of
damn.
He went to get the Swiss of Sweets and can't even hit the blunt. That was crazy.
You
go
get the back. You get back. Oh.
So you're not the leader then. You're just the guy who thinks he's big.
Right. So the problem is that majority of men, they think of this command. They think about power, and this is the problem that you cannot take the power out of leadership, and that's why.
Well, remember, we're talking about.
This is why. Hold on. This is why majority of men are not good leaders, because they think they have to lead with power, and power is only going to corrupt, and power is only going to corrupt your relationship, because power takes away from the relationship. Instead of leading gives.
There you go.
And this is the difference that men got. That little bit of nuance is going to make a major difference in the relationship, that you are leading. You're not in power.
So we're all agreeing that men should be in leadership, whatever that means, but you don't want to give men the power that leadership automatically implies. So what is it you're really saying here? I should be a leader with no power.
Yes.
And this
what
is
the
why
fuck does that even mean?
All right, there it is. Okay, I see what you mean. That's yeah.
How do you lead with no power?
I had to nudge you back away from that free zone because I knew what was coming.
That's like a toothless lion. That is a toothless lion.
Yeah, that's. I stand corrected.
A lion that get manicures. I can't even cut you, bro.
That's what I get for trying to evolve the conversation. No, never mind. That
you
is
gotta do that with
nonsense.
just like me and SKC. You know what I mean? You can't be involved in random nibs, bro. That's not gonna help.
Play that back again. That was a beautiful clip. We'll play that back.
Yeah, look. I hope I wind up in one of your shows one time, man, because I be drawing a lot of content out of niggas, man.
Or leading.
Nah, that's a clip.
Relationship, because power takes away from the relationship. Instead of leading gives. And this is the difference that men got. That little bit of nuance is going to make a major difference in the relationship, that you are leading. You're not in power.
So we're all agreeing
what
that
the
men
fuck is
should
he talking
be in
about?
leadership,
Sorry about that.
whatever
Sorry
means,
about that.
But you don't want to give men the power that leadership automatically implies. So what is it you're really saying here? I should be a leader with no power.
Yes.
That's exact, bro.
And this is why things don't make sense.
And so this is when people are at the highest level of leading projects and leading situations, leading people, they usually are the ones without power. It's power to the people. And you're supposed to lead.
What the fuck?
Name a leader who has no command authority. Name one.
Supervisors.
What? Supervisors. Their job is to supervise other workers. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus
It's
fucking
worse
Christ.
than talking
What's he
to a
talking about? Is he
woman.
talking corporate power or world
You know
power?
what leadership without
confused.
power is? Leadership without power is like you telling your oldest son, as you're going to go do, hey, I'm off for the weekend. I need you to watch your brothers while I'm gone. That's what I think of when I think of leadership without power, because you're leading, right? But you really don't.
Shit, my oldest son
have that kind of power.
I even with that,
I
you got
mean,
power because your
yeah,
oldest son
'cause,
can
like,
call you though and be like, "Yo, pop, they tripping." So you still got power long distance.
Yeah, I have physical authority because I'm just making it extra personal because in these scenarios, like with me and my brother, we're 7 years apart, right? So I have a physical gap that I can exploit. And not only that, I
you
can
do what I
also
say
call
I
mom.
want to do, or I'm gonna beat your ass.
Right. So you're by leaving us alone, you're giving the eldest power in a lot of ways. You know, but that's situational because what if you got a girl or something? Like I'm just making my personal point on.
I beat my sister's ass too, just like she did my brother.
Right. Okay.
My sister was 8 years older than me, and she had to watch me, bro. It worked both ways, bro. Like the oldest by default is the leader of the rest of the pack. I know a girl with 6 kids. Shout out to her, 5 of them by her husband. 6 kids, and she only remembers the name of the oldest 2. She always called the oldest daughter for everything. Like, get the 5th one. Go get the 5th one. Tell them.
Right. That's all she need. She's like the general.
Okay.
Those are her lieutenants. You know what I mean? I don't need to know the name of.
Okay. So so in a male, what does power mean to the male feminist? What do you think he means when he says power?
He doesn't. Well,
I don't think he knows what power is.
Well, whatever.
I know he doesn't, but I'm just say that again.
Whatever it is, he doesn't want you to have it.
Because it's gonna beat him up and deport him. He don't want to get beat up and deported.
Yeah, because when I think of leadership without power, I mean you're not. Well, yeah, you're basically persuading, negotiating, debating, having to convince instead of actually saying a word and the order gets carried out.
It's like your marriage becomes a never-ending love song where it's this baby, I'm begging, said I'm begging. The whole marriage, like, because that's how you negotiate without power. Yeah. He's trying to sell us that Jodeci relationship.
At least I know Jodeci.
And what he say in the song is that he was crying. He wasn't just crying to the chick. He said, "Is there anybody out there that knows what I'm talking about? Somebody, anybody. Please."
Dude, no, they was on top of a
so weak.
We're a little weak, bro. They was in the desert in leather, crying their eyes out, bro.
Sword set. I didn't even know they had leather sword sets. A leather 2-piece sword set in a desert.
They invented that for them niggas. It never happened before them.
And with combat boots, on in the sand, asking somebody, anybody, and they looked toward the sky. They were asking God, like, "Yo,
hey, he want us to be out there. That's what he want us to do, bro. He trying to line us up for the Jodeci video, bro. I'm not going.
I ain't going.
Yeah, the leather shorts, bro. This nigga diabolical. You don't understand how bad this is, bro. He is a diabolical nigga.
They have no command authority. They cannot give commands to people below them.
No.
He know he wrong.
So I cannot give a command to a subordinate. What's your position?
The supervisor does not have power over the majority of.
You're moving goalposts. You have command over the people under you, yes or no?
I'm trying to get you to understand because you are only thinking in literal when we having a conversation, right? So I'm literally telling you that power takes away, right? So
in a conversation about power, I'm being too literal.
Yeah,
bro. He's a female, bro. Look, bro, I'm convinced. After 1980, a lot of dudes they had lost their testosterone. That's why we got a lot of dudes with low T. They had estrogen in the water, all these microplastics and stuff like that. This dude is estrogen filled. Only thing he could think like and have the sympathies is of a bitch. And we see all the feminine ways that he's going about answer your question. He's going roundabout. He's giving you lackluster answers. He don't want to be concise. Yo, man, Sharon's a straight bitch. I'm trying to stay clear on your platform, but yeah.
He just wants the raw numbers, sir. Just the raw numbers.
I think it's because a lot of black men ain't experienced other groups of women. Like a lot of black men ain't never heard a woman say whatever you want to do.
I don't think it's that. I just think he gay. Look, bro.
That part.
I've been a man a long time.
God dang it! Is that Geno Dave? You know,
Oh man, y'all didn't see y'all about to Kenny me again, man.
No, we ain't waiting on Kenny. We ain't gonna Kenny.
It's been like 4 seasons. You've been going strong, Dave.
I know, man.
You know that we have agreed nearly on nothing. But
I agree with you on the love part, man.
But I will say this though. I agree with you 1000% on those words because I love hearing those words from my wife. Whatever you want, baby. Man,
that puts you in the leadership position. You got to think like, well, shit, what do I really want to do? And now I got like dudes ain't never heard that before. Man.
I don't. All right, but here's the thing, bro. I agree. There's a lot of people that haven't heard that before, and I also believe there's a lot of people that have heard it as an introductory offer, and then after around year 2, then it's all what you want, nigga. But but either way, man, he just gay. Look, there's no.
I don't think he's gay. I think he's tough. He's in an open marriage.
Well, no. Dirty's on to something because last night at the end of the show, I did play a clip about basically argumentation about just accepting your gut feeling. The prejudice isn't all the way bad. You know what I mean? There's a reason why you have a gut feeling about things. Yeah. And Dirty, I think you should go with your gut. I'm willing to follow you there.
Hey, man, look.
Yo, what is on the down low? Yo, what's happening, bro? Yo, I don't even. Hi guys. Yo, I don't even understand the language he's speaking.
Like, bitchinese. You ain't supposed to understand it.
I don't get it, right? Yo, as he's talking, right? I'm sort of going in and out, like I do when women talk. Right, and then when you and I'm just like, what is this guy talking about? You want men to have leadership without power? You think any man says that?
Well, me personally,
men don't say things like that.
Me personally, I don't even want to attempt to have power over the Terminator. I just want to evade the Terminator.
Well, we're not even talking about Keisha per se. Like Sharon is obviously, but we as this panel, we're not restricting it to simply Keisha. But obviously, if you're gonna deal with the Terminator, I need the access code.
Yo, listen.
Even in a marriage, someone has to have the final say of everything.
Exactly. If somebody has to be the
and if that
somebody got to be good cop and bad cop.
In and of itself, that final say, the one who has a determining factor, whose voice speaks the loudest, that is power in and of itself.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Snowman. And that guy's relationship, the woman has the final say. And so, but of course, he can't say it. He can't say it out loud.
No,
so he has to play this. Well, okay,
we agree.
Right, but because we don't know this for sure, because he may have balls, he's got to play the mental game of where it's both of us making a choice and we're both doing something. Right. That's for his mental, and that's so she doesn't slap him around. Yeah. But ultimately,
I think there's something more sinister happening. I think he's really selling snake oil, bro. He tasted it, he knows what it is, and he's willing to sell it.
You know what, bro? I don't believe that.
Listening.
I don't believe a lot of women are listening. I don't believe he's selling snake oil. I believe he gets high on his own supply, and that's the sample. Now, there's certain people. Okay. And I ain't trying to be a clippable guy on this one, but like Fatty, I think Fatty sells before, right? Fatty in there for the entertainment value. I think Fatty sells.
No, Fatty's just a race grifter. That's all he is.
Right. I believe that Sharon believes what she's saying, my G. I believe that she believes. She's a believer.
She's a believer. Let me get
craziest thing about Fatty being a race grifter is he's from the fucking country that sold the most slaves out of any other country on the planet, too. By the way.
Well, that's so deep. Let's not get into it because that.
I ain't trying to go there. Shut the fuck up and do what I say, and then also you can have Aaliyah say, "Hey, come here, let me show you how this get done. Which one's going to be more successful? The leader.
Now you're talking about styles. No. You're talking about leadership styles and trying to assume that one style is not a leader. No. Both people in these positions have power. They can use the power softly or harshly, but the power is the goal here. That's the only thing that matters. If you're a supervisor, you have power over the people below you, period.
You do not. So you got to serve. So the problem is that the majority of people, like a president of the United States, they are supposed to serve. They do not have power over me. We, as the people, gave him leadership role. We didn't give him power.
Wait 1 minute.
So
Commander in chief of the military, brother. Commander of the toughest army in the world.
That is fine, but what you are missing again,
you keep jumping from corporate to global.
Leading somebody,
all women are
global. When you just taking power of somebody, the ones that are winning, they are leading without that authoritative power dynamic that you got to have.
Who, Sharon? Who?
Shut the fuck up and dribble shit. That's the problem with a lot of men. They want to just rule with an iron fist, and it doesn't work.
Bro, Jesus, male feminist.
That pops up all the time in black conversations. Black men are supposed to be leaders without power, and then you can point to other leaders as examples. The president, you wouldn't listen to the president if he wasn't the king of the military. If he didn't control the biggest, baddest army in the world, the president of America would be worthless.
Yeah. Right, but also we fired that same person, right?
No, we change the job every 4 years because that's how we keep our national continuity. That's how we keep the government continuing, because we don't want to have a civil war every time a president gets old or something. So we figured out a way to keep it going. But the issue at hand is the president has the power.
He does not. He has leadership role.
He has an army.
Hold on.
Yeah, I know you guys wanted a piece of that, bro. The president, he's the guy. He's the king of the best army in the history of the world.
Bro.
Like, we would turn Alexander the Great into a slave. That's what our army is right now. And the president.
No, I already see what's
power.
going to happen. Tell me I'm wrong, David. He's going to turn around and he's going to sit and you're going to back him in a corner on this president thing, and then he's going to swing right back to corporate and talk about fucking supervisors again.
Yeah.
Because that's all he keeps doing is bouncing back and forth and moving the goalpost every time you put him in a corner.
And I'm happy you here because this is what I want to bounce off of you, because this is what I honestly think. I think that what made catapulted the white man into going on his getting global was at some point he had to look and say, this bitch, she's fucked the Moors, she's fucked everybody. I don't give a fuck what this bitch do.
Can we all observe some language restraint, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope I'm still monetized.
My bad. I'm so sorry, Hood. I don't care what she do. We leading ourselves. It's just that because this whole I noticed this.
Hey, when I said David, I was talking to Hood, though, by the way.
Full of it actually being honed down into leading a group of women who done said that they don't like you. They don't want to be with you. So at some point, for black men to get to this final step.
You just hit the Sharon.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about. Like, that's
hey, Hood,
you gotta say, I don't care
every time he cornered the dude, he moved the goalpost.
I'm never leading these. I'm never leading them.
Wait a minute though. Wait, because I ain't trying to kill Kenny.
This all sounded like a trick for me to provide for another woman.
I ain't trying to kill Kenny, but what that had to do with conquering the world? Because a girl was getting on your.
Because white man, if he would have constantly worried about his girl, he would have still been over there worried about who she banging from a conqueror and everything like that. They eventually had to disperse and regroup amongst themselves without them broads.
Am I the only person that's completely lost?
Do what they want to do. Yeah. Once they got back on, they was able to come over with the iron fist.
They're trying to Kenny you. They're trying to Kenny you, Dave. They're trying to Kenny you. Let me.
I'm completely lost now, man.
Let me back up. You're right.
Let me step up. Let me step up for a minute here. I think what Dave is saying. I think Dave, in his own way, has made a deep point, but we lost it because it's Dave. But I think what Dave is expressing is black men don't understand the conqueror's mindset, which means it don't matter what your woman is. I leave you behind.
Actually speak Dave now?
I do. It's weird, right? I learned.
That's gay. Look,
no, but he's like, hold on. What he's saying though is that basically you have like this conqueror mindset where you can leave the woman behind because she don't matter that much. I'm gonna go get new women and make them my new women or whatever, and I'm gonna build a new thing. And Sharon doesn't understand. He doesn't even have a place to embrace that level of masculine power.
Okay,
right.
Here's the flip side to that though, Dave.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna let you say that, and I'm gonna go off of the interpretation that they have for you. When people travel, the conquering mindset that you're talking about, whether you're flipping boats, and because really they conquered the world for spices, right? Because the meat was spoiling, and Methuselism was the thing. They didn't know how to farm right. It was food. They left for food. But let's say they left. No, let's keep it left for food. If I leave Chicago and lock down Kenosha, Wisconsin, I'm leaving for that money. You have to have a goal. The problem with American men, not the podcast, but American men in the last 70 years is, and I tell people, I say, man, it's cool for you to go, but have a destination. People want to leave just to leave. People ain't just discover Australia because it was like, man, I'm bored. I'm just hop on the boat. Nah, they're like, look,
got that paper.
Like, right, I'm chasing this paper. I'm trying to chase something, whatever. I'm trying to chase something better. Right. Men are leaving out, and even though I don't really like the phrase passport bros, because they go out there and do the same shit they did on the south side of Detroit. But men are leaving for something better. All my guys who got a little white girl in Iowa, they left for something better. Came back home with beige babies and better credit. Right.
I think I want to kind of expand on the deeper point Dave was trying to make, because I like where you tried to go, Dave. Black men, by and large, don't have an adventurous culture, meaning we don't have a culture of like a great explorer. You know, there are black guys. There's, the black guys.
Are you saying that you don't have the conquering mindset?
It's not a part of the community. It's not a part of our cultural ethos.
No.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree.
Well, give me an example of why I'm wrong, because I can give you examples of why I'm right.
1990s. No,
I knew that's where you were going to go.
No, I think we're conflating man with black. I don't think you can have both. Just like you can't have black women. Like there's a lot of men who explore. There's a lot of white boys with no teeth in West Virginia that'll never leave West Virginia. There's a lot of men who explore.
But let me ask you a question. How much exploration do slaves get to do?
Oh, slaves got to boogie, bro. They was putting themselves in boxes, going to Boston. Like
those were the runaways. Those were the 1% of the 1%. You know what I mean? But
no, they pretty much only explore if they successfully revolted.
No, but here's the problem I always have with that. How many black people were actually slaves? Out of 6 million colors, only 800,000 were slaves. 800,000, a lot of people.
But that's not the cultural narrative, though. The cultural narrative,
I know that's
we were black, we were slaves, and then we were free, right? When did we explore? When did we go conquer? When did we have our great moment that wasn't battling the white man for freedom?
But the cultural narrative is a lie because girls told the narrative.
But that's my point, though. That's the culture.
That's what we saying, right?
But it's false because you heard it from a girl in the Moors.
It's false. It is. It simply exists.
All I ever hear about is the Moors.
Don't tell me the lie is real when we all live the lie, bro. Don't matter if the lie is real. Don't matter if it's a lie. You know, we're all living the lie.
Now we in Casablanca now. We in Casablanca now. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me even if it's a lie. We Casablanca now.
Remember earlier, SKC mentioned Nikki Giovanni said that exact same thing to what's his name, to James Baldwin. It's like, listen, lie to me. It's okay. You can lie to me. She literally said that in the conversation. You go out to work and you lie for the white man all day, act like you like it. Well, come home and lie for me too. And James Baldwin's whole point was like, I don't want to have to lie when I come home. The home is the place where I get to be me. And when she's like, well, you is like, uncomfortable and it's real. I don't want that. I want the kind of you that you are at work. And I've felt that type of shit too. Like, yo, I don't like coming home from work and feeling like my second job is starting.
Damn, we all did a side. We know that.
No. You know what? I had a friend, Pierre.
know that.
I had a friend, Pierre. His baby mama made him a criminal, right? He was a good young man. Now he black, right? True story. True story, bro. True story. I saw him one day.
I did that once. I used to be good.
Look, I see him one day. Here's how crazy it was. He was a fireman. He was the only fireman he worked for the railroad. Left the railroad and got a job as a fireman, right? So he's a good guy trying to take care of some fat chick who a CNA, because they all fat fucking CNAs with a 7-year-old kid, but he got a son by a chick, a newborn son. He's trying to make it work, bought a house, all type of shit, right? He's sitting on his porch, man. He's sitting on his porch with a wife beater, some basketball shorts, and some open-toe sandals, right? Totally not looking like a man who was ready to come outside. Coming outside like, yo, could I get a beer? Asked one of the homies for a beer, like, yo, you lucky you need a drink. And I'm like, what's popping? He was like, man, my baby mom. I said, look, bro, your girl. No. I said, your girl with her fake CNA having ass, she goes to work for 9 hours a day and smiles in people's face. I say a relationship, a live with your girlfriend relationship is 4 hours a day. It's not 24 hours, it's 4 hours a day. You at work, she at work, y'all got a little bit of time after dinner until you go to sleep. It's a part-time job. She could be nice to them crackers for 9 hours, can't be nice to you for 4. You should go in there and Ray Caruta. I ain't say that part, but I should have. And she ended up getting him fired, taking his baby, stealing the house, had that boy selling dope, trying to pay the child support extortion after she got him fired, because they give you child support based on the job you got.
Mm-hmm.
But she made him lose his job.
For a man. That's the trap for black men. You find yourself in a position where you have to exert yourself on pure masculine terms, and then you get boxed in. Now they start to come at you. Now you got a war in your hands because you wanted to be a man.
Yeah. He does not.
Man, this is getting depressing, man. Give me another.
The leadership role. He's supposed to lead both parties, the Democrat and the Republicans, to move legislation, to change laws, to move the nation forward. He is supposed to be leading. That's why majority of them do not go through executive order, but they go with inspiring both parties to get together, and so we can move the country forward. So again, if we could fire him, how do he have power? We can impeach him. How does he have power? Again, it's leadership over power. A king has power. A leader, he gives the power to the people. And for some reason, in relationships, most men, it doesn't matter what race they are not understanding the difference between power and leadership.
Freeze on Lou with the question.
This is what you're supposed to say after
Hold on. I'm ignoring his ass. Freeze on Lou with the question: Is a child better off within a single mama raised house or in the house of a female led house with an effeminate man? Well, that's like two women. I thought it was gonna be, if he's an effeminate single dad, you're still better off. But if he's an effeminate man with a house that's female led, that's just like two women. It's like raising your kid in a lesbian relationship. Your dad is
basically
it's like a subordinate stud.
Because as I'm older, I realized my dad, like Dirty has said this one time, he was like, at some point you realize your mama ain't nothing but your daddy's woman. You see what I'm saying? Like you'll see past all the facade and everything like that. I forget when I saw it, but
my mother was getting on my nerves, and I told my dad, I said, go get your baby mama. And he said, that's your mother. I said, you fucked her. It's your baby mama, nigga, go get her.
Yeah, it happened when you realize that. But what my dad wasn't an arguer with my mom and all of that. He just cordoned off a whole section of the house and basically, hey, I'm not, how boomers did it.
Yeah, right? The man cave thing. I don't respect
the man in the house being a feminine would be better, because at least there's a certain limit that woman can't go past with the kid. But more importantly, the son gets an in-depth lesson of the actual manipulation tactics and the effect.
Okay,
But
the
if
effect.
he's
But
an effeminate man, he gets training in how to be cucked.
No.
He gets training of knowing what a cuckold is.
No. I okay. I'm gonna say Dave right. Okay, this is why.
Because most of us was raised by the streets anyway, or outside.
Well, I mean, latchkey kids. Here's the thing. This is why I say he's right. Because you still have an example of what not to do. You're not going to grow up and be your dad. You're going to be like, yo, I watched him. Every decision he made, every time he tried to talk like a man, he got to take me in the backyard. Like, oh, don't let your mama hear me talk like a man. Like, yeah, you understand what to do and what not to do, what works and doesn't work. You know.
Yep. And take the good that, because you know, even a lot of these dudes in these marriages or whatever, they still got a lot of good foundational principles that the kids learn from. But you know, just like I know my kid gonna look at certain things, my kids gonna look at certain things like, all right, I'm definitely not gonna be like dad on that. But he was right about this. You know what I'm saying? It's better.
Let's learn more. Let's learn more from Sharon.
And once we can get men to understand that it is a difference between power and leadership, and then we can move forward
Wait, what?
and have fruitful relationships that's going to
There is no difference.
He just says there's no difference,
if you
bro.
want men to have leadership with no power. That's a death trap. You set men up to fail.
Yeah.
You can't lead your own children if your children are not expected to follow you.
So here's the problem with power, right? Like I said, power takes. So for example, power would say, hey, do as I say, not as I do, right? That's power. But leadership is say, hey, look, this is how we get things done together. I'm moving like this. This is the reason.
You're describing hypocrisy and calling it power.
Manhood, man, put your foot on his neck, bro.
Doesn't mean that you got to interrupt again. So let me reiterate. Power says, do as I say, not as I do. And leadership is the opposite way. Leadership says, hey, look, I'm moving like this. This is how we are going to get there together. It explains, it expresses, and it shows the path of victory. That's the difference between leadership and power.
You just described hypocrisy and called it power, brother. No, that's literally the definition of hypocrisy. Do as I say, not as I do. That's not leadership, that's hypocrisy.
I get what he's saying. He is correct. I get what he's saying.
That's not power either. That's hypocrisy. You keep changing terms to sound smart.
I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm leading my family right now. When I started running, guess what my wife did? She did what? She started running. I didn't say, hey, shut the fuck up and you won't go run with me. Because that would be my.
Why are you assuming bullying here? Why do you assume bullying? Why does everything have to be the man is bad?
Yeah,
because that's what I'm not saying that the man is bad. I said power is bad.
What?
Why is power bad?
Because anybody that has power, they usually take advantage of that power. Because power
is like electricity, though. Power is a tool. You can't do things without tools. We need tools.
We're talking about something very specific, right? Power takes away.
Is it bad for women to have power?
Hey man,
hold on, wait. Everybody pause. Everybody pause for a moment. I want you to catch the question that frozen.
Very specific, right? Power takes away.
Is it bad for women to have power?
I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn.
That was Socrates right there.
You need to take a couple of these clips,
yeah,
and you really do need to put these on Twitter. Because it's like these are golden clips, man.
Dave speaks jive.
Look, that was good. You see the answer, but he froze. He froze for a minute.
Did you see his physical reaction to that?
I made him factory reset. He had to start over.
Yeah, he did that. I seen a gif of Dragon Ball Z where he's grabbing his head and he's like shaking furiously. That's what he just did.
That was about start over again, man.
You're talking about something very
again, and then just look at his body language.
Takes away.
Is it bad for women to have power?
I don't. Power takes away. So whether it's the man,
Is it bad for women to have power?
So regardless if it's the man or the woman, that power is going to take away. So I don't know why we are trying to make it seem like because if it's out the man and into the woman, that is going to make the definition change. Power takes away. So it doesn't matter if it's a man or woman.
What does it take away?
I do not agree with the power, right? So
what does it take away? What does that mean?
It doesn't matter what gender it is, but right now we're talking to men. It's nothing but men on this panel, so I don't know why you want to have a conversation about if power is good for a woman or not, because it doesn't mean anything. When we're having a conversation that men need to learn how to be leadership and stop using power as a way to lead.
It's like the question kind of set him off a little bit.
It did. It did.
Yeah, and here's the silliness of it, bro. Because if you've ever watched his political streams are about the black community coming together to take what?
Power.
Okay. Yeah.
We already know.
And see, this is why I asked the question. So here's my answer to the question that I asked. I think it's worse for a child to be raised in a household with an effeminate man, because if you're raised in a single mom household, you have no reference for what man and masculinity or any of that stuff is. But when you're raised in a house with an effeminate man, not only do you have a bad representation, so you have to unlearn that bad representation, and it's harder to unlearn something than it is to just simply learn when you don't have a reference for it.
I don't agree with that, bro. I understand it is harder to unlearn than it is to learn. The first that part's right. Here's the thing: there's always going to be a deferred leader in any group, right? You'll see. Okay. Like the stepdaddy thing. I think the stepdaddy thing is crazy because you're going to somebody's house and my brother-in-law, shout out to my brother-in-law. When my brother-in-law married my sister, she had a daughter from a previous marriage, right? And he came to me like, little bro, I'm thinking about choking your sister. I'm like, shit, take one for the team, my nigga, I don't care. And he was like, man, your sister came to me and told me that I don't love your first niece. He said, man, I gave her $5,000 to go to Egypt on a high school trip. I'm like, damn, what high school go to Egypt? I'm mad about that, right? I ain't never go to Egypt. Like, damn, like, man, I did all this. I bought her clothes. I paid for her tuition in Clark, man. He said, man, so I can pay all this money for her. But when I tell her she need to hit the treadmill because she's getting fat, now all of a sudden I hate her. Like, I'm trying to help her get a nigga so she can get the fuck out of my house. Like, hit the treadmill. And I said, and that's a personal example, but I've heard it time and time again that stepdads are better than real dads because you get all the benefits of paying the bills and, you know, showing up at the basketball games. When it's time for discipline, you got to defer to the woman. You will notice that when it's your biological dad, you'll notice that. You'll say, yo, this don't feel right.
Right.
And then you be like, yo, I would do this differently. If you don't have a reference point, you think that grandma is supposed to be your daddy. Mama your mama and grandma your daddy. No, even if you got a weak dad, you can see the weak in him and be like, yeah. I could be strong where he weak. I would do this different.
And in practicality, there's no such thing as, and we talking about black people here now. You gon' if that dad is effeminate, you think that woman just gonna sit there and not point out everything every fucking day, every second of her life?
Yeah, that part too.
You gonna see what my mama tripping about all this goddamn time. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. They not just gonna shut up and accept shit. No.
Yeah. Women don't have the ability to. You know if your daddy cheating. You know if you spend too much at the casino. You'll know everything. You see, she ain't gonna let nothing slide.
Nothing. That's the only reason.
Yeah. Even if your dad sucks, your mama gonna tell you why he suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because power corrupts. Because when people have power, they tend to tell people to do as I say. And this is why a majority of men, when they are in relationship and they have a power dynamic in a mind, what they tell the woman is that, hey, I love you, but I'm going to cheat on you.
Yo, man, Sharon definitely
I
grabbed his
think you're
ankles,
making an
bro.
emotional argument about
He
an
definitely
objective
grabbed his
subject.
ankles, bro.
We're simply talking about power, not women's hurt feelings. Why? What does power take away from? You said power takes away. What is it it's taking away from?
It takes away from the relationship.
What?
What relationship? We're simply talking about power. Like, I don't understand how power takes away from a relationship.
Because when you are leading in a relationship and you leading with good faith and love and respect and duty, you are not taking away from the relationship. You are adding to the relationship.
Are we saying women aren't attracted to men who exercise power?
He has to have daughters.
Are you going to talk to what I'm saying, or are you just going to keep changing the conversation?
Well, if women are attracted to men who have power, it would seem like a powerful man is a foundation for a relationship.
Yeah, but that's if you're looking for a certain type of relationship. Majority of men are not in power. That's number one. Number two, it's never going to be something that is 100% of. Yes, you're going to find some woman that is degenerate, that's willing to deal whatever Puff Daddy says. He's a man of power, and power destroys. Exactly what I'm trying to show you. Power, it takes away even from the man himself. So a man like Diddy, he wanted to live in his power. Guess what? Now his ass in jail. He wanted to have power over Cassie. That's why he started whooping her ass. That's what power does.
Pause that real quick, Hood.
What?
See,
I don't need no money.
From his aspect, again, I'll say the arguments in bad faith. If you are a man and you have power, the only thing that you could be is Diddy.
Right.
Right. You can't go down and
Hugh Hefner.
I mean,
either
right,
Hugh Hefner, Diddy, or R. Kelly. That's what you're trying to say. That's only niggas that have power, huh?
You can't go to Morehouse and pay out everybody tuition. You can't do that. You can't.
Oh, wait, that's Bill Cosby. So Bill Cosby is not powerful?
That wasn't Bill Cosby. That was damn, what's his name?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Though, Dirty.
Robert
Dirty.
Smith.
I'm just saying though. I was going to the basis of power. You know
what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy about that, bro? Here's what's so crazy about that. The only time people talk shit is when you get pussy. Nobody cares about what men do until they get some ass, bro. You can kill kids, bro. As long as they don't see the blood, they don't care what you do. As soon as you make a girl cry, oh my God, he's a horrible person. Look, bro, Bill Cosby, even on that extent, how many scholarships did he pay for to go to HBCUs? How many?
Morehouse and Spelman, dog.
Bro, he did a lot of great things. He was
put a whole medical wing in.
He's been a positive face in the media for the colors for 70 years. He's paid for tuitions. He's mentored people. He's given people the opportunity to because he gets some pussy. All of a sudden, he a bad guy. That's why I hate colors, bro. My manhood is not attached to a woman, bro.
But Dirty, doesn't he have to by default hold this position if he's in an open relationship?
Yeah,
but he's open with other men.
Jared does have to hold that position.
But that's what I mean. It's like he has to hold that position. I mean,
hold that position is a pause like a motherfucker. But like,
it's a big dude in the room that says nobody has any power in here. It's a whole bunch of dudes in the room, and there's no power here. You just have to release.
That sounds so gay, by the way. Like the whole thing sounds gay. Oh man, this whole conception of manhood is like
even if you take man, you be sitting in the room with all the fucking mob there and talking about we ain't got no power. Motherfucker be like, man, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
Man?
Yo,
like
we keep the language in you bunch of filthy mouth heathens, but still, the whole thing about his position on manhood is essentially like it's like a homosexual take on what a man should be.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, he's bisexual. There's no doubt in my mind, bro. No, I'm sorry. Wait. No. I'm gonna give him credit. He's androgynous.
Well, no. The term dirty folks come up with it is intellectual homosexuality.
No, it's not intellectual at all because he's not smart. He's just gay. It's just homosexuality.
I'm not calling him smart. I'm saying this is the thought pattern of homosexuality. This is how the gay brain works.
It is how the gay brain works.
See, there you go, Sharon. What do you mean Darnell can't come in here? You try to bring that power stuff in our household.
Conversations in an open marriage.
I swear to God, that's how that shit be going, man.
Well,
He's got the power. He's got the key.
Wait, we're leading up to that point though. Hold on a minute. We're almost to the end of my little interaction with this dude.
So and he again, we can keep going down a list of men that want to deal and dive in lust and power, and we see where they end up at. So we got to get men to understand the difference between power and leadership. Leadership is going to create a fulfill a power dynamic within your relationship to be fruitful. When power is going to take away from that situation that you think that is positive for that woman.
Pause.
You're separating leadership from power, and I'm telling you, it's impossible to be a leader without any power. What are you?
How does power end up as lust in his mind? How do we keep conflating power with lust?
Because any man with power is automatically horny.
Bill Burr had a great joke. He said, man, you think the guy at Home Depot don't want to smash all the girls? Yeah, he can't because girls don't like lumber. Like
real. That's real. That's a fact. You can smash the girls that work in Home Depot. They ain't going nowhere.
They ain't going nowhere. But it doesn't make...
Hey, dirty folks. A real leader would allow Darnell to do what he gonna do. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to put power in this situation. But a real leader doesn't need to exert power.
You're just trying to get. That's what
let Darnell do his thing.
That's what kids say when they trying to get power bombed by Darnell. That's what you want Darnell a power bomb. That's all that is.
Why are you so
You're
insecure?
finally starting to understand it. Once you always put it in that context, it all makes sense.
Why are you so
Power is
insecure
everything,
about
bro.
Darnell? Just because you saw Darnell in here naked in your bed don't mean we was doing nothing. Why are you so insecure?
Hey, dirty folk. A real leader would just go in there with the kids.
Yeah, wow. You said a real leader is good.
Yo, that's wicked. That is so wicked. No.
Whoa.
Separating leadership from power, and I'm telling you, it's impossible to be a leader without any power. What are you leading if people aren't commanded to follow you? If they haven't want to follow you, if they haven't actually like claim their side of the deal, you're putting men in a one-sided deal situation here.
Right, and this is what the issue is, right? When I'm literally doing it in real time, right? I don't lead my family with power, right? So I'm living it. Almost 20 years married. We've been 20 years together and almost 20 years married. So I'm living proof that you can absolutely lead your family without using your power against it to take away from
I don't know what
family.
that means, bro.
And
are you telling me that you live in a house where you?
I've been
No,
explaining.
I'm trying to understand. Are you living in a house where you don't have any authority? I don't get what you mean.
Say what?
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean when you talk about your relationship. Are you telling me you live in a house where you don't have authority over anything? What does that mean?
Right. I don't understand why this concept is so difficult. Are you a religious man?
Somewhat.
Okay, so we understand that you could be benevolent, right? You could be a benevolent dictator. You can have free will.
Benevolent.
Right. You can have all these things, and the human beings, they still can be. They can have their free
You didn't
will.
answer my question. You didn't even attempt to answer my question, though.
I've been answering your question this whole time, but you just
Well, I asked you a direct question, and you redirect. I asked a direct question. Are you explaining to me that you live in a home where you have no authority? Is that what you're saying to me? It's a yes or no question. I'm willing to listen to a million words.
It's only a yes or no question to somebody that is trying to be disingenuous, right? Because
I'm being very genuine. So are you saying you have no authority or you have some authority?
You're not being genuine at all. Because now you're confusing power with authority.
This nigga's a cuck.
What's the difference?
This nigga's a cuck.
It is a big difference. Shit.
Oh, so authority and power are now somehow drastically different concepts.
Yes.
I'm so done talking to retarded niggas, bro. You have a great day.
Bro,
Fine with me.
bro, this nigga's a cuck. Hood, you look, you got the patience of a high school teacher, and you got a bright future. You know what I'm saying? Why? Look, dog. Look, this cockbiter right here on your screen with his mouth open. I'm glad you freeze frame right there. See, this is the type of male feminist that the beat up want to posterize, saying that this is a real man. You know what I'm saying? That this is him. And basically all he did was tiptoe, go roundabout, and can actually answer the questions like a bitch. Excuse my language. I'm sorry about that, Hood. I'm sorry.
And that's the problem with your biggest contributors to your channel being women. Like, even if, but he believes it, he's a believer. But that's the problem with it. Like, there was no other way he could have answered that based on, you know.
There's no way that you could have known, Hood. And I'm not here to I would say do the whole stir up contention stuff and all that other thing, but man, the people in the chat who were going at you, man, it was
you know, it's best to not read the chat. You got to stay in the zone. Reading the chat would have just had me going down mental alleys I didn't need to be going down when I'm trying to actually focus on this figure in front of me. So we're doing battle here, and I'm not fighting shadows, you know.
50 Shades of Feminism. Wow. I understand what he's saying, though. He wants to be a slave.
Yep.
That's it, Dirty. He just wants to be a cuck slave.
Right. Yep. Power without authority is the definition of slavery.
Yep.
I have no idea what gets said after this point. I want to hear a little bit more.
He's a CompuServe.
Look, the two dudes that's on the chat on the panel right now, they remain silent the whole time.
The whole time.
Amazing discipline for two random nibs too. So shout out to these niggas, by the way. Shout out to y'all. Y'all kept y'all shit tight. Y'all was tight. Y'all was quiet the whole time.
Damn, I ain't even
I'm living the way how I'm supposed to live, not you. This is the problem with a lot of men, and this is when they get frustrated because they purposely are attempting not to understand. And then when somebody has clear thoughts and they have experience with their clear thoughts, then that's when they've got to run away. In real time, that happened. The majority of the great leaders of these worlds do not have this power.
You know something? I call foul on the play for
majority of the men that lead with power.
I call foul on the play for Free Zone, man. Stop, Free Zone. Stop. Darnell isn't going anywhere, Sharon. You don't have any power to do it.
I don't even. You know, I don't even think that was connected. I don't even think that was connected to what y'all were talking about up there. I'm not even trying to connect that because that was a crazy convo. I'm just.
What you allowed to do is you allowed to go and watch our kids. That's what you allowed to do.
Hell no. Who said house husband? Don't worry about him. That's just my house husband.
House husband is insane. Yeah, it's not even connected because based off the conversation I just heard, Sharon don't want either. So he don't want power or authority. So
Sharon, the type of person that suck you off so he can get you hard for his wife. He one of them guys. You ever seen them guys? It'd be a girl on the internet be like, man, do you mind sleeping with me while my husband just watches in the background? Jay? Like, he one of them. He the husband in the background.
Yeah.
Do you mind if Donnell come over real quick and you sit in the car? Right. And then when Donnell get limp, like, come over here.
He do worse than that. He don't smear the baby batter on him. He probably swallow it.
A fluffer, that's what they call it, a fluffer.
Yeah.
He's a fluffer.
Yep.
That's
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I've never heard of this this word ever before.
I didn't either.
What the
Yep.
heck is a fluffer?
It's like the cuckold dude. He's like the dude that sets up, like you come in. I, pause. I've never done it, but I'm familiar with it. Like swingers come in and the husband gives Darnell fellatio to get him hard. To
Oh my
smash the
god!
wife.
Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Shouldn't have asked. You shouldn't have asked.
You should
Should not have asked.
It is a term from the adult film industry.
Just go. Yeah,
and it's a
you
little
could have just
job.
went. You
It's
could have
a
went
job.
incognito and just Googled that one. SKC. You could have.
Yeah, it's a job where you have to actually keep the male performer engaged, if it were. You know what I mean? You have to keep the male performer
Yeah.
engaged during down moments or whatever, or every now and then, just during the shoot, the male performer gets a little distracted or whatever, so you got to go fluff the guy back up.
He's a fluffer. That's crazy work.
Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
really. Everybody got to find their role. You know, we all got to lean to our strengths or whatever.
Hey, I'm starting to notice to be a trend. I've been noticing this all week because I've been in like a back and forth. Because I made mention of the fact that I wouldn't listen to a guy like we were talking about ARC, and ARC was involved. He was into the poly thing, and he was open to couple swapping. And I said, based off that metric, I wouldn't listen to a person like that. Man, I got all kinds of hate, all kinds of. Oh man,
I've never seen
people
fluff on
defending
career-
that shit.
Bro, I've never seen fluff.
I'm not with all the
Indeed.
extravagant sexual lives. No.
I'm cool with all that if it's not my wife. Like
Right.
marriage is one thing. Like I'm stuck with you. You my tax deduction. Hopefully the kids are mine. That's one thing. What you do after high school, like with the
Tax
football
deduction.
Yeah, you my tax deduction. Like I'm cool with that. Like
Well,
it's
no,
not
I
something
think
you do.
I think the line though, the line though for me anyway is you can do all the freaky deaky stuff within the confines of marriage, and I'd just rather not know about it. But outside of like a strict, monogamous marriage, I don't really think all the freaky deaky stuff is helpful. Like once you spread the bounds of monogamous marriage, I think you're playing with fire.
Yep.
I don't know, I'm kind of poly type of dude. I think that you need a second wife to keep the first wife on her toes, but that's me. Once you enter another penis in the chat, I'm straight on the whole situation, bro.
Real talk.
Like an open marriage is wild.
Wild as fuck.
It's wild. Women when women
still-
compete, think about it. Because when women compete, they get better, right? A woman competing with another woman makes her a better woman. Men don't compete for women. Men to be like, all right, he paid for you, you his tax deduction. Okay, I can't take you in public. This perfect. I'm gonna send you right back home to your hubby. Men don't operate like that. So for him to open up his doors to Darnell, I don't even know how to use open and sharing in a sense.
Yeah.
But him to open up his doors to Darnell was crazy.
Crazy.
If you open your doors for Darnell, God knows what other doors you open. Like in my mind, maybe it's an unfair projection, but I think it's an honest question to ask because it's like, well, if you're okay with one degeneracy, well, what's one degeneracy versus another? It's all degenerate.
Well, here's what allow me to extrapolate because here's usually how I go. Niggas be broke. They be broke. Shawty be having a job. They can't lead. They ain't got no money to live on their own. So once a woman got you like that, you just gotta deal with whatever she doing. What you gonna do? You gonna be a man and actually take care of yourself? That's why when dudes be saying all that type of shit, Congo, I be looking like, man.
But here's my problem with that though. That you're right about when you broke, you gotta listen to that girl. I'm with you on that. Here's my thing though. You don't brag about being happy in those situations. Normally, be like, man, this funky. Like he's like ecstatically broke. If that's the case, like he's happy. 20 years.
And that's why earlier I said it was snake oil, and you said he's getting high on his own supply.
No,
We're both right.
Yeah, I think he's getting high off it, bro. I think he's a
He's
believer.
selling snake oil, but not everybody dies drinking snake oil. Some people, they drink that shit.
He drinking it like Wild Hours Rose, my nigga. I'm telling
Right,
you.
bro. Like
If it's
he's all
snake
right
oil,
with it.
he can have his own
Everybody
supply.
else dying. He like, shoot, I don't know what they talking about. It's good.
Putting Kool-Aid packs in a white boy, man. I'm telling you, he a believer, bro. It's just it could be snake oil. You're right.
Because
Be a believer.
I remember that.
Hold on. Let's take a pause real quick. I want to say a shout out to True Hype with $2 super chat. He says, "Why listen to anyone you wouldn't model after?" And he was talking about ARC in that moment, and I tend to agree. I don't want to model the thing that ARC has done ultimately. So he's got some game, but I don't really necessarily want to live that. But I want to get back to Sharon and see what interesting things he says now, because we're in no man's land now. I don't know what happens next.
Hey, I want to be my 60s pulling late 20s and 30 some yos, man. Forget the ARC all the way. Fuck that. Mo one.
I ain't mad at that. I mean, that's not a bad thing either.
Asses go down, literally. Welcome to the show, Ambassador 750. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good.
So, what's your thoughts?
Nah, man. I wanted to agree. I just can't. You can't separate not having the power and the leadership. I mean, that's a hard thing to sign off of. Leadership implies responsibility, but to remove power from that person means that you're going to take all the consequences of burdening responsibility. So what would be the point of even doing that errand? I mean, to get paid? I mean, I don't know. It'd be hard for me. It'd be really hard for me to, just outside of a relationship, say, take. I mean, you'd have to give me a solid offer for me to be the head of something, take the face of something. But I have no ability to correct or steer the ship or anything like that. I'm just taking the blows. That's
Sharon can't even tell children in his house to shut up. I'm doing something.
Because he a leader.
He just looked over at the kid with all this frustration. Tell the kid to shut up. Get out. I'm doing something.
He's a
leader.
Yeah, he's a leader, not a swallower.
He's a spitter. I might flip, but I don't follow.
Hey, I think Sharon needs to take a lesson from Jason Black about power.
Yo, he just looked over at that kid like he tried to telepathically communicate. Like, nigga, say what's on your mind, bro. Don't just look at the little kid. The kid don't know nothing, man. Say something. You just just frustrated with a little kid.
No, that's showing the kid showing you Hood that he's not a real father. See, he was trying to use that look, but that look only works with masculine, strong asshole men. It don't work on weak, effeminate goofies like Sharon.
David Elmer King in the chat says, "Children are your oppressors and women rule over you." This nigga is biblically cursed, bro. I ain't never heard it. I haven't seen it personally before. Like, this is crazy, bro. I've heard of it, but he is truly biblically cursed, bro. Like, God hates you. My work here was done when I got here. Like, the job was done when I showed up. God hates you.
Man, that's crazy. I missed a hella calls from Snowman. My bad, Snowman. Damn, I didn't miss him like a... Yo, look, bro. He's my leader. He's the type of leader I need. Give me money. Don't tell me shit. Sharon could be my leader. How much you pay to let him be your leader? Like, how much does wife get? Pay me what you pay her, Sharon. You could be my leader.
Paid leadership. That really is the deal, though. As Black men, you're called to a job of paid leadership, right? You show up at 8 o'clock a.m. every day. It's like a 9 to 5 job or whatever. But you pay. You don't get paid. You have to pay. That's the only difference between that and a real job.
I know, that's crazy, right? Crazy, right? Babysitters get paid to watch somebody else's kids. You pay her to watch somebody else's kids. Crazy work.
Yeah, bro.
Crazy.
That's a tough one to say.
Do you believe in whooping your kid's ass?
Yeah, what the
that's
hell?
why you have a problem with power versus leadership.
Whoa. What did you just say? Listen. I do not spank my kids But I'm not just categorically against popping a little kid upside the head every now and then. My kids, they haven't really excited the urge in me. You know what I mean? But and I've talked about this before. I don't argue that spanking your kid is the most healthy way to achieve a lesson learned, right? But every now and then in the moment, it solves the problem. And so I don't necessarily begrudge every simple act of corporal punishment, you know?
Yeah, they can get corporal punishment in high school.
I don't know.
It doesn't need to happen a lot, but
right.
The fear of it is there.
I don't want you to ever think, until you're 48 years old, I don't want you to ever think I won't pop you one good time.
Plus, men do I intimidate kids all the time, and the act of fun, right? Like just pick a baby up with one hand and do the airplane thing. So when you're in trouble and I give you that look, they're like, he can lift me with one hand. Maybe I should sit down and, I don't have to discipline, right?
Right. That's a great point too. This is why dads are more prone to physical play. And through physical play, you're exerting all kinds of authority and dominance, but it's all soft and lighthearted, right? But in a physical, subtle way, it does get the message across. I can literally toss you across the room. What if I throw you in the air and I don't catch you? Because there's that moment when you're getting tossed in the air, that moment where you're at the peak of the arc.
Right. Does he still love me? Yeah.
But I always catch you though,
And those are the things that women hate, right? My only memory actually of my dad and his two brothers together, because they all moved to different states, was them tossing me around like a football when I was 3, and they catch me with one hand and throwing it like they playing a whole little foosball game with me or something, hacky sack with me or something. And my grandmother's like, "Put the boy down." My mother like, "Put the boy down." And they laughing like, "Oh, catch me!" They pump faking me. I'm laughing. I'm dumb too.
Am I reading this wrong? Does it seem as though the ambassador dude is going against what he's saying?
Yeah, he's going against.
Oh yeah, I done started a civil war over there in his audience apparently. Good to know. I should work for the CIA or something. I'm like this coon that sat by the door.
I mean,
because you believe that whooping your kid's ass is a show of leadership, which it is not.
No, I didn't say that. Now you're connecting it. I didn't say that.
You think that I'm connecting things. So what is the purpose of whooping your kid's ass?
Discipline. The purpose, discipline. I mean, yeah. Some of these things are kind of.
I wouldn't even say raw discipline. I think discipline is a secondary goal. If I pop my kids, even when I lovingly smack my kid like my son or something, I say something and just gently smack him upside his head like, "Oh, stop that, little boy." It's to exert physical dominance for no other reason.
Women are way more abusive than men. Men are more capital punishment instead of corporal punishment. Like put you on punishment, take your allowance, make you cut the grass, make you kiss that great with a beard. Men do other things before they get, and men do the same thing with women. If men were really as abusive and as lustfully demonic as he tries to make men sound, this everything would go downhill quickly. Black women wouldn't be able to walk outside naked if men were like that.
Man, I like how you just put that.
No, it's funny you mentioned the whole physicality part, right? Let's take it to another angle. Play fighting with your girl, as a man, you play fighting with your woman leads to sex.
Yeah.
Anybody tell me I'm wrong? Anybody up here? Any takers telling me I'm lying?
Because you body slammer, you don't put in a figure 4. You maneuvered it for that. You trip her, catch her at the same time, catch a boob, throw on the bed and then you jump on her yeah, I'm with you.
And the reason why I bring up this simple physical reality between men and women is because Sharon seems to run away from the basic concept. I brought it up earlier, women aren't attracted to men who exert power. It doesn't matter if you're the kingpin or if you're just a dude, right? you in this moment between a man and a woman and your physical bodies are exerting a power over her that she doesn't necessarily have a capacity for or to understand, right? And so that moment for her, that uncontrolled moment of danger, it excites her. It forces submission, right? That's why black women, you know, they submit in bed but nowhere else. But
It
that's
excites
the
him
deal,
too.
right? Like
When
you,
Daryl come in, it excite him too, bro. He know the feeling.
Hey, so
I
I got
mean,
this. So,
Daryl's
hey,
power bombing her. It's a whole nother thing.
Power bombing him. He know the feeling. Grab him in the back of the neck.
Yeah,
You know
all right, because I want to call Daryl gay, but you know, maybe we don't know Daryl.
No,
Let's
no,
not slander Daryl yet.
Daryl not gay, bro. Daryl's the pitcher. He's not the catcher. He's just
all
there
right,
doing a service.
You still
all right. So
calling
this,
him gay? I don't know what that means.
Yo, can we leave Daryl back there? Leave Daryl where he's at, man. Let's move
Yeah,
on
let's
from
just let Daryl be the
Stop
regular
bringing up
side
Daryl,
nigga.
man.
You put a lot of work on Daryl, right? That nigga Daryl working overtime, bro. Daryl ain't got a real job or nothing.
Because in my head, I'm really thinking Daryl Long, and I can just see him doing that shit. Like,
jeez, man.
all right. So
We're
look,
gonna
hey
be
yo,
dirty
hey,
folks for a minute. Somebody else talk.
look, I am. Look, hey yo. So this is my problem with power. All right. So have everyone on this panel ever watched The Walking Dead? You know what I'm saying? Up to the point where Negan is introduced. So we're gonna look at the balance in the so-called so all right, so Sharon wants to be a leader like Rick. He wants to be a good boy. He wants to get all the aspirations. He thinks everybody's gonna just do as he say, fall in line because hey, he's the moral authority. He knows what he's doing. You know, he was the law and all. But his only folly is he puts feelings over everything and he fucks everything up. Now look at Negan. Negan, he knows what he got to do, and he does it. And he tells everybody that don't do it, they're gonna get smacked around with the damn bat. He lays down the authority. He lays down the law. He has a structure, and he has all the bitches, while Rick has none. So
Polo Rick.
yeah, so in essence, Rick he's whoreless, he's bitchless, and he does feminine and sometimes reckless things. Hell, even at the even at the war, where him and Rick was going to war, Negan had all the stops. Only thing that messed him up is that he talked too much. That was it. If he had kept his mouth shut, he would kill Rick and he would took over the hilltop and everything. A whole different situation. Be like Negan, fuck Rick.
Be like Negan. All right.
All right, let's get back to Bracy.
Holy crap, Hood! For you to it, if I'm not mistaken, I think Crowder just said the ear word to Michael to Lamont Hill on Pierce Morgan.
I saw you type that in the back chat. Let's put
Oh,
a
Pierce
pin in
Morgan?
that until we get video confirmation, because you know it's gonna go stupid on the internet. So that'll be the next step. That's gonna be the next show. I need a break in content anyway. You know what I mean? I like to have things switch up. That's why you got to follow the news. Sooner or later, real things happen, and we can always talk about it.
Like, you know, that to me sounds purposely
It's okay.
obtuse.
Just answer
You
the
know,
question. We could work through
discipline
it
is
together.
discipline
It's
is discipline.
Hold on. Let me just talk to y'all. I don't know why y'all be so afraid to just speak y'all goddamn mind and hold a position. What I'm saying, what is the purpose of whooping your kid's ass?
Did he say to hold a position?
There's a variety of different things. It's discipline. It's maybe creating a fear from a fear from you that's a lot more of a controlled fear. So when they're growing up, they can deal with
physical
the
dominance,
actual
like I
consequences
said.
of what you're trying to get them from. It can be
Okay,
an artificial
perfect.
fear and all
Now-
that stuff. There's a lot of different things.
Perfect. So now, can I do those same exact things that you said without whooping my kid's ass?
It's possible, but you ever heard the saying, you know, how do you teach a kid from touching a hot stove?
Nobody so I'm glad that you brought up something like that, right? Nobody teaches their kid what hot is by touching the stove.
No, they don't. But
no,
the stove, yeah, go ahead.
It's a metaphor, and it's okay. So this is how easy it is to break
right.
down these. Okay, that's how easy it is to break
yeah.
down these metaphors.
The hot stove analogy is very simple. You let him touch the fire.
The second time. The first time you spank their hand and say, don't touch the fire. The second time you say, all right.
Right. Good point.
Shut up.
Fair point.
Shut
Because remember,
up.
I spanked you so I would keep you from the flame. But if you want the flame, there you go. And then now my spanking doesn't feel so bad, does it?
Pause, right? So again, y'all try to attempt to use power and say, hey, you touch the stove, it's hot, you're gonna burn yourself. That's how you teach. But regardless, majority of people do not teach their children by touching a hot stove. They say, don't touch that, you're gonna hurt yourself. This is
Are you implying are you implying that metaphor?
That's
not what
that means. Hold on. I do not need double-mindedness. I'm literally explaining something. Again,
you creating something though. We can't admit that. It's all right.
Hey, Hood, is it me?
No, I didn't bring it up. I'm listening now.
Is it me or does no man agree with him even over there?
I started
like even the guys that regularly be over there be like, nigga, you bugging right now.
Hey man,
that's
what he get.
Freeze frame.
That's what he get. You bitch ass nigga, don't steal my topics, bro. Stop trying to swagger jack my content ideas. You can't do this like I do this, bro. Now your own people mad at you. You didn't went and bastardized an idea you had no idea it was about. This little Klingon monkey trying to travel at warp speed. Now your ship done blew up. Crew mad at you. You don't even know what you're doing. You're lost in space. You didn't crashed out.
Patriarchy Prime, bro. Patriarchy Prime at it again. Only a Prime can defeat a Prime.
Only a Prime, bro. This is why I bring and I acknowledge a certain order of things because in a lot of ways I started out this line of YouTube conversation looking at the ideas and the arguments a guy like SKC put out. And so I'm willing to acknowledge, bro, I call you all the time. This Big Brother Coon right here, because I get you sort of laid out something that I had to jump into, right? And so I'm willing to accept that. But outside of that, these niggas are nowhere near my level, bro. This is crazy.
Yeah, I even say that. I'll say this, Hood. I think it's even more of a symmetry because you bring up topics that that I've never considered and angles at it that I never have, and so it's kind of cool to be able to bounce those ideas back and forth off each other. So I mean, I'm no big brother or anything. I just have a different perspective based upon life experience. That's all.
Not the Klingon monkey though, Hood. Yo, man, that's a good clip, bro, man.
He said Klingon monkey blew his own ship up trying to travel at warp speed. You said they did kidnap Jordy.
Tell you, they messing around with the white man's Federation warp speed technology. They don't know what they doing here.
Make it work. I need more. I don't even have the tools I need. Just make it work.
Look at him.
So you said you were having a conversation on some show this morning and he was there?
Yeah, all right. So you guys know who Nightish is? He's not like a big channel or nothing, but
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, always falls asleep on his own streams. Yeah, I know.
Bro, that is his trademark. It's crazy because look. Sharon tried to take the panel link and he was in the back chat trying to come up, and Nightish was reviewing something from This Might Be Risky. And I was talking to him, like I had asked him to stop the show so I could make a comment like 5 or 10 minutes beforehand. And then I noticed, like, bro, he not responding no more. I asked him to stop the clip and he just didn't respond. And I'm like, oh, dude just fell out on me. Like he probably done went and laid in the bed and curled up under the blanket and everything. Like he just totally abandoned the ship and left the clip playing. And then I noticed Sharon was in the back chat trying to come up and join the panel. And so even before that moment, Sharon was in the chat, and I know for a fact I mentioned this very subject matter. Like I was going to do the love versus duty conversation, right? And so later on in the day, I just happened to, I don't know how, he was in my feed or whatever. I noticed Sharon is live, and I see the title, and I'm like, oh, this nigga swagger jacked the title.
And the first comment I made when I popped up in his chat was like, bro, you just took my whole content strategy and stole it. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, you know, I'm not gonna take it super duper personal, but like, I know where you got this idea from today. And then now I hear you talk about it, and you done made your own people mad. You got a revolt on your hand, bro. You're dealing with a whole mutiny right now.
Look at him.
I ain't never had a chat mutiny ever. I don't know what that's
my
like,
old
bro.
friend.
Hello, darkness is crazy.
I've come to talk to you again.
that freeze frame is perfect, man.
Yeah, bro. That's what you get.
That's it, bro.
That's what you get, bro. You don't
Somebody help
understand
me,
these
please.
technologies, bro.
Somebody, anybody.
Right. This nigga, look, stop
That's the
trying to travel at
Jodeci.
warp
That's the
speed.
Jodeci right there. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Please, somebody.
No. Only the
Anybody.
girls, bro. Only women can agree with you right now, bro. That's how you know you tripping.
Hey, Freezo, what would you do if you heard? What's wrong, Daddy? For one of the kids in the background. I would.
Daddy. What's wrong, Daddy? You look sad.
Oh man. But I'm curious. Where's this gonna go, man? What else do these guys have to say?
I don't know, bro. Now we're on a magical journey together.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like you know that's not what the analogy means.
Yeah,
the analogy
that's true.
means like if you could tell your kids 1 billion times, do not touch that stove. The analogy is literally saying most of the time for them to actually learn, they will touch that stove on their own with you just telling them don't touch that stove. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. So, right. I don't know why y'all so, again, and I'm explaining to you how majority of human beings do not touch the damn stove.
I disagree.
Again.
They touch the fuck out that stove.
Leading majority of people that are
I would think 80% of kids touch the stove.
They are teaching through their leadership skills and they are living it, not just putting power on them, saying, I'm going to whoop your fucking ass. You better not smoke a cigarette. And guess what? Most of those people do. They go and smoke a fucking cigarette. So again, it is a horrible example to whoop your children's ass, to show them discipline, because actually you are showing them lack of discipline because you have to physically show them how to do something instead of teaching them through logic and thoughts and love.
Well, I mean, that
actually discipline.
Yeah, that's not discipline. I just have to say, fuck the discipline part. Like, experience is what teaches us all, right? You can't, you cannot, I can tell you a billion times to do something.
Stop. I'm talking about something. And then for some reason, y'all try to change it when y'all losing at a fucking argument. When you cannot live.
You know, I realized a lot of content creators, and by the way, do me a favor, y'all. No matter how big this channel gets, no matter how many audience members we have at any particular time, I don't want anybody who ever joins the panel to ever feel the need to kiss my ass in any way whatsoever. If you think I'm full of shit, I need you to say it with your chest. I'm full of shit. But you have to tell me why. That's the only caveat I put out there. If you think I'm tripping, you have to say why with a logical explanation. Because I don't ever want to get to the position where I got a group full of students willing to let me be an asshole teacher. I want you to do battle with me.
I want a person to acknowledge one time my fault, 2 times your fault, right? Or vice versa. If everybody disagrees with you, maybe you're just wrong. Instead of him saying, like, everybody wants to battle me on this, if everybody disagrees in whatever level of passion, maybe you're just wrong.
Well, that's true, but I realized something in the tone that shifted when I left. I was intentionally combative with him, right? I speak out of turn. I cut you off as soon as you veer off topic or whatever. And the reason why is because you're not my teacher. You have no authority. Even if it's your channel, I'm not going to show you this exuberant amount of authority. You have earned nothing in my eyes. So I'm not going to give you this godlike respect. You're not the Zen master here. This isn't Kung Fu school.
Okay, and that's my point. If I've heard this before, if I hear the same thing from three people, the first person tells me out of anger, the second person tells me out of dispassion, the third person tells me out of love, but all three of them tell me the same thing, right? Maybe it's true. Yeah.
I'm willing to accept that. At a certain point, I start to slow down. Like, you know what? I might be mad, but I'm gonna listen. You know?
Yeah, he's
at
not
least
listening.
consider, at least strongly consider. Like, yeah, you could be wrong,
But
and it's
he's
okay
right.
that you're wrong.
It's okay to be. You know what? Here's a vernacular that's not in black, in the black lexicon, which is it's. I was wrong. My bad. Sorry. I apologize. Pick one. Got because if I say, you know what, you were right, my bad. Now I can move on. But instead, if I have to be right, that means I'll destroy you. I'll destroy everything you ever loved to make you the person I said you were when you said I was wrong.
I'll burn this house down.
Hey, and not only that, you can in the future you can never be right because 5 years ago you was wrong. It's like this lack of evolve. Like you can't evolve past. Okay, yeah, I messed up that one time, and then when you try to introduce something else based off of how you evolved, it's like, well, what about that one time?
But that's
nigga,
the power.
Why are you talking? You remember that one time that you
right? Because you didn't say my bad. Because a lesson is in a
That's the
mistake.
power. That's the power of at least owning it, right? We can accept that people get it wrong, but you can't be wrong and strong and then stand on it forever. Like we all remember how wrong and strong you were, and your strength now, it doesn't mean as much as it used to.
Hence the phrase "loud and wrong." Nigga, you just loud and wrong.
Explain what you were talking about. Now you are changing it to something else. Now, this is what I.
This is you.
This is double-mindedness. I'm telling you that.
Double-mindedness.
Have a successful relationship. Majority of people that are successful in their relationship, they do not run their relationship with power. Most companies is not run with power. Most of these successful people are not running shit with power. Donald Trump got to answer to somebody. He is not a king.
Yeah, listen, I'm not arguing with none of that stuff he's saying, but the point is, like, it seems that you are set in saying you're right more than actually.
Don't change the topic. Talk about
Nobody's changing the topic. You are. You don't went all around the world about Trump being a king to just get away from talking about power and leadership. Yes, it is power with leadership. Pussy got power also. That's for earlier when dude asked if women got power. Yeah, pussy got power. They literally say that. Being the president, you are a leader and you still have power. They literally say that the president is the most powerful man.
I want to just make a caveat because I feel like he attached something to my name I don't want to own. Pussy power is an illusion.
Bro, I swear to God. It got,
you didn't want that attachment, man?
Hey,
No, don't you ever no, bro.
Yeah. Because it's contingent upon the man to accept.
Right, it's contingent on you wanting it. Like
we got a church over here, bro. I can't let these things just fly like that.
He said, like the dude conservative said.
Man, for real.
Yeah.
Because if you abstinent or you gay, it's no coochie power. Like it's only a desire thing. You know what's crazy, bro? This is what Sharon sound. This is what Sharon sound like. You know how you ask your mom something, you know she don't know shit because she a girl, right? And she's like, "Cause I said so." He's "cause I'm saying so." This whole thing. That's really what he doing. Oh, why? Yeah, because I said so. Y'all wrong. Why I'm wrong? Because I said so. Sharon need to do better.
Mr. Said So.
On the earth. So yeah, anybody in the leadership position has power. That's what you're avoiding. You're doing all this rigmarole and shit just to get off. Like, it's all right, man.
It's not absolute power. It's not power.
Hold on. This is difficult for me sometimes. I can't believe that this is men that think like this.
You're thinking the same about Sharon.
That's what we say.
Bro, you killing me right now.
Because he's he's sidelining his own talking points, because when he thinks of power, it's that whole thing. Like, if you're not a Rothschild, you don't have power. That's the bar. Anything underneath that, y'all don't have no power. Only the, you know what I'm saying, the names that shall not be named, they're the only ones with power. So that's the bar that's being set right now. Everybody else, you just doing stuff.
And you can almost even lower that, make it a little bit more abstract, but only the white supremacy has power, right? Only the system has power, whatever you want to name it, right? But you as a man, you're not supposed to have power. And there may be some argument for that, but that's really the problem that men are having. Like, you can't tell me to operate in a system with responsibility, yet I have no power. Like, we might as well let it burn, man.
And that's exactly what's going on right now in America. All races of men basically said we ain't really hold hands. We ain't even had a power meeting. We all just said one day, we was like, you know what? Majority of these bitches ain't shit. This country trying to make us into slaves. I don't think none of us really about this life. So let's go back to our man caves, play our video games. You know?
Okay, here's the problem with
Hey,
that.
real quick, and shout out to Joey Montana. Thank you so much for the 199 super chat for the real knuckle reparations. Dirty folks, you got it, bro.
Yeah, the problem that I have with what Mr. O just said is, as a millennial, as a 1980s millennial, you the last of the Mohicans, my nigga. That was that whole January 12th thing or 20th, whatever it was, when a bunch of Gen X's and older millennials was like, man, y'all ain't we're gonna run up in the White House. Because they testing, bro. Most of these motherfuckers want to be slaves. The boomers wanted to be slaves, and then they had Gen X. That was a reset for a minute just to see how it's gonna go. Like, these want to be slaves, bro. They live slavery. The Eric Lamont, what's his name? Eric Lamont Hill. The Eric Lamont Hill educated gay guy.
Mark Lamont.
Whatever.
Mark Lamont Hill.
All right, whatever. Educated gay guy persona thing is real. Like, they want to be slaves, bro. When you start,
got us millennials, us millennials, we'll call echo boomers for a reason. Hell, I think my generation of boomers, you know, despite me, Hood, and all the rest of us, they are simps, they are cucks, they are soy boys. I mean, they are worse than the boomer men, bro. You know
I said 80s, bro. I distinctly said 1980s, bro. But I get you. I think think about it though, bro. Everything about this is slavery. They want a king. They think the president is a king. They think he's an omnipotent guy who's not omnipotent, but he could be. And like, they really want a king. They don't want to think. They want to get degrees in nothing and then go out here and talk about race bait and equality and white supremacy and to broke white people. They want to talk white supremacy to broke white people. And they need this. So like, Sharon really needs slavery. And he's an advocate. When you really listen to what he's saying, he's advocating for slavery. And I accept it. I don't accept him because I don't do gay. I do slave. I don't do gay slave. But I accept it. Follow your dreams, young man.
Sharon is not a slave. He's a CompuServe. See, that's even more deplorable thing. See, you'd rather be a slave than to be a CompuServe, bro. See, look how he got his hand gested in his freeze frame right here, bro. See, Sharon's the type of guy. Hey, Dirty, me and you from the same community. You ever heard of this dude by the name of Theotis? That was a dude by the name. Yep, Theotis. That was this particular mentally challenged flaming gay dude. They used to basically stop traffic and twerk on cars. You know what I'm saying? Just for the hell of it. You know what I'm saying? He was a legend in the neighborhood for some reason, but I don't know. His name was Theotis.
I know who you're talking about too, but I didn't know he had a name.
Only in the community would he be a legend.
No, because he like Rabbit. Remember the movie Colors? When he like Rabbit.
Again, he's an archetype because only in the community.
He's also implying that men. He's basically knocking out the whole idea of a benevolent dictator, or this idea that men with power aren't even capable of carrying it out in a loving way.
No,
it's just bad.
You're right. You're right, but I think because I try to streamline the idea as much as possible, and he simply doesn't trust men to be responsible with the power that they should have as leaders. That's a conundrum. There's a hypocrisy worked into that. You want us to be leaders, but you don't trust us to be leaders.
Because he has the vision, he has the sympathies of a BITCH hood. Look, you cannot convince me that Sharon's not BITCH made. Look, bro, the man was trying to go ahead and tell you in so many words that he, as a man, he don't want to be a man. He don't want no power. He don't want no responsibility. All he want to do is get a pat on the head. Hell, he even be happy with a gold star, a first place ribbon that say he's the first cup, and he'll be happy with that.
First cut is crazy.
Darnell, the one that do the patting. Darnell giving the pat on the head. You wicked, bro. You so wicked. All right, we got to move back to the clip. And shout out to Bandit. We're gonna get to you in a minute, bro.
There's no need to rush. We here. Just because you hear some silence doesn't mean you have to hurry up and start talking. Nobody's gonna run away because it was silent for 2, 5, 10 seconds. Calm down. Relax. I need y'all to really think. Because at this moment, it seems like y'all are just talking with no coherent thought whatsoever. Power allows a person to dictate decisions.
Yeah, listen, Uncut Underground. Yeah, we talk about the gay nigga, bro. I ain't running from shit, bro. I don't run from you niggas, man. Nah, we talk about the gay nigga, but I done started a masculine revolt in his panel, bro. I done made all the men find their nuts. As soon as I leave the panel, all these niggas like, nah, bro, you tripping. I did that. I done made his audience revolt against him, and that's the content all of a sudden. I didn't know that this was gonna happen, by the way, because I came up there, I said what I said, because the nigga stole my whole content strategy, bro. The nigga literally stole my content strategy. I told him I was gonna do love versus duty. You was listening, Uncut. You heard us talking about this shit. The nigga stole my title from me and took my argument, and now I made his chat turn against him, bro. That's what we talking about.
So
yeah,
Hood.
we over here
That seems like a
Hey,
fair
nigga, though, it
trade.
is what it is.
So Hood. So basically, he tried to take your concept because he thought you was using the wrong, but you basically made it to a high show. I'm messing up. Go ahead, y'all.
Sounds like you got the
Nah,
the W on that.
listen. He made it a hot title. I made it a hot song, bro. That's kind of the difference between him and me. He heard the title and was like, "Oh yeah, I could dance to that." And now your team don't want to dance with you, bro. That's how it is, because you gay.
Well, on the bright side, this is giving me hope that at least not everybody's as dumbass cucked as this guy is. Like the fact that everybody's like saying this, revolting against what he's talking about, is a good sign. Because this guy will literally get you killed. What he's saying is will literally get you killed. I can have authority, but then if I have authority, I'm evil, so I can't act on my authority. That kind of shit gets you killed. Seriously.
Right.
I don't.
You wouldn't even see it coming.
No, it's not just not even see it coming. Your personal power is going to be taken away by someone stronger, and then for you to act strong against your woman, you're going to have to act up, and then you're going to get your ass beat. And because we know this guy isn't going to, anybody that pushes his power, that person's going to beat the shit out of him. We know it. So it's like, this logic's going to get you killed. It's so dumb. Brutally dumb. And the fact that he thinks that authority and responsibility is not linked, or authority without discipline, or like what happens when your kid back talks to you? Are you just going to be like, oh, I can't discipline him? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
you're gonna be a leader, and
that's
so
why
listen to your mama.
That's why I raised the issue. Even though with my kids I do it gently and subtly, but I raised the issue of just exerting simple physical dominance, right? So you always know in the back of your mind, like you're gonna have to grow up a lot, because I'm still way bigger than all my kids, right? My kids are little, but I need to imprint on them. I'm the guy that you answer to, no matter what. I'm the guy.
So I have older kids, so what you're saying is 100%, and I want to explain something, and it's so important. If you do not show dominance and control by the kid turns 10, it doesn't matter if it's a guy or a girl. The kid Once the kid turns 10 and the kid does not respect you by 10, you're going to lose them during the teenage years. It's game over for the teenage years. It's impossible to get, once they lose respect for you by 10, it's over. And it's permanent game over. They'll never gain respect for you ever again. I don't care if they're 13 or 31. The fact that you lost respect by then, it's game over. So I'm not saying you have to rule them by fear, but if you do not have any sorts of unconditional love or respect by then, it's over. It's complete over. I've seen it happen with so many of my parents, friends, families that they were just pushovers, and by the time the kid turned 10, they became a shitbag, and by the time they turned 13, they're already freaking doing drugs and in jail multiple times. By that time, they're having multiple kids, and their life's over. So it's like, like I said,
listen, man,
it's brutal.
You got to be the guy, and don't apologize, even when you're wrong. There's a reason why you were right.
Yep. And the thing is, being on top is always going to be lonely. Just embrace the loneliness. Your wife's going to back talk to you saying you're too hard on the kids or whatever. Just know you're doing it right.
Yeah, Sharon doesn't want to be lonely. He wants his wife to hug him when Darnell leaves.
Yeah, and that's
through fear and coercion. That's what power does.
No,
Do we agree
So you're
with that?
saying power only comes through fear and
I said what I
coercion?
fucking said. Talk to what I'm saying. Don't ask me what I said after I said it.
I mean, it's for
Don't pay no
clarification. So
doubt,
are you saying power
Talk
only
to
comes
what I
through
am
fear?
saying. Most of you men are not running your goddamn relationship through no power. So I don't know why y'all try to argue like you are.
Nobody is. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying, Sharon. You the one getting. Listen, you doing all this because you trying to prove your point. I'm not even trying. I'm not saying I agree, disagree, none of that shit. I'm saying, like, let's just be factual. Nobody, most men, you just sat here and said out your own mouth like 5 minutes ago, most men don't even have power. And now you're literally saying 5 minutes later, most men try to run their relationships through power. Nigga, you.
Yo, in case any of you Sharon Bracy niggas is listening, this is why you need to come over here to Death Row, all right? Because you ain't gonna have the pseudo homosexual all in your chat section, all in your comment section, dancing through all your logical arguments and shit, all right? This is why you got to come over here and fuck with Death Row. Y'all so fucking lazy over there, man. Stop playing around. Stop playing. You over there trying to act like he knows things. He don't know shit, bro. He don't even respect you questioning him. That's the worst part. You cannot know things, but you got to respect the questions, bro.
So
do you mind if I handle a question in the chat?
Like I said, you got to respect the questions, bro. Go for it.
All right. Well, there was a okay. So you know how we've talked about the love thing for a little while, back and forth, and I remember having the conversation years ago. I've been looking for people to have those conversations. The only person that it seems that I could have a long form back and forth with has been you. But outside of that, it didn't seem like it's been that big of a thing. But Ty stated, he reminded me of something. He said long ago when I was having a conversation, he said, I was pushing you to brush up against the red pill with it, but you chickened out. Now, it wasn't an idea of chickening out. It's just like, why would I bring up a subject amongst a group who say that love is a weakness? Period. At the end.
Well, you know what? Let's jump on that for a minute, SKC, because
yeah,
I think love historically does present a type of weakness for men. And it's a weakness that maybe we embrace for other reasons. You know, we shift our focus in life, but that's the reason. This is a very typical action movie trope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We always kidnap the girlfriend.
Yeah, even video games like Peaches are always getting kidnapped by Bowser.
Peaches. I love you. That was my
40
movie,
years,
bro.
bro.
That was one of the best movies I ever watched with my kids, bro. That was so dope.
40 years she been a buster. 40 years she been. That's like about my boy got shot. 40 years she been busting with Bowser, bro. He still ain't left. He brought his brother. Now he got his brother jumping dude for taking it. Look, that's that bull, bro.
Right.
Tyler's
my counter to that whole thing, real quick, Bandit, is Yeah, you can look at it as a weakness so long as you only have a narrow-minded view of it can only be on a in a romantic sense. But it's such a larger concept than just that, and that was the whole point of what I was bringing out with the idea of when people stay um a lot of the people in those conversations, they weren't even willing to say that they love their dad.
Well, all right, I'm not those guys, and I've formulated a response that we've kind of touched on earlier in this conversation, FKC. When you mentioned like the whole Star Wars thing, and he loved his dad, and I reminded you that the whole thing actually started with Anakin loving his mom, and his mom died, and he went crazy, and he killed all the Sand people, right? And the issue so much isn't that he loved his dad, because remember, we're talking about love as a weakness, and the problem that it presents is that the warrior in and of itself is an ethos unto itself, right? And your love actually contaminates the warrior ethos. And so now, because you're a warrior in and of itself, and at some point you declare yourself to a particular thing, a goal, a master, or something, and then your love for a woman, or your love for your fallen master or something, it sets you on a course that ends in your death eventually, right?
So love for a man.
Thing.
Yeah, and
So love for a
SKC,
man is the worst thing that can ever happen to him, huh? So
Well, I'm not
again,
saying
love.
it's the worst thing. No, don't, because now you're gonna let SKC win totally, and I don't want to give him a complete victory, but I'm willing to concede love is not the worst thing. But when you argue that it is a weakness, it does weaken you to a degree, because your love now consumes whatever goal you previously had.
so Hood, this is what I was going to get at. So, if you look at love and power, that's basically two ways of each gender, how each gender loves each other. So, guys view how to love a woman through how I can dominate and show her the right path, and girls rule by love, which is in a sense attention at its purest form, and that's how they show love. So it's this kind of like civil war between the two sexes. The girl wants power out of you because they want to use the male power to gain the resources and everything else for for her benefit, and you're looking for love and affection from your wife because that's what you're looking at, and they view that as basically time and attention. So when guys say girls have their currency is attention, it's a basically one way of saying that's how they show their love or how they give their love. So you're kind of having this tug of war between the two sexes, and basically no one wants to give up their power in that sense.
That's an
So
interesting
what,
point. Uncut. Wait a second, Bandit. Uncut Underground says Red Pill was about to be fighting for traditionalism without love. That was gonna be my entertainment. That's an interesting prospect. Traditionalism without love. I would argue that traditionalism is the most fertile ground for love to blossom, though. But I'll leave it there for the moment.
And well, the reason
But
why I would say
traditionalism doesn't require love, though.
well, that's what I'm getting at. The reason why traditionalism requires love is because both sides have to submit to their role. Like, there's no other system where the woman has to submit her attention. We've proven that once women get away from traditionalism, they devolve their attention into the wrong areas, and society suffers for it. While guys still have to hold their traditional values of, raising the family through leadership and everything else. So that's why traditionalism works, because it tells the woman to submit to her man and tells the man to be the leader of the household. Everything's equal. Once you decide to mess that equation up, society suffers.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a point though about the argument for traditionalism and the traditional views and so forth without the aspect of love. And you know, my view on not the reason of not even entertaining that conversation is because one, I just don't think that there was anybody that would have the conversation in you know, in good faith. And my test for that was if I'm talking with somebody who believes that it's a carnal sin for them to say that they have love for their father or for the mother of their children, if they find that to be a carnal sin, it's like, why are we even having this conversation? Because traditionalism would embrace that 50-fold.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna make this argument though, because I understand what SKC is saying. I'm gonna make this argument though. To love or not love anybody is a learned experience. Somebody has to teach you how to hate. Nobody has to teach you how to love. Love is an act. Somebody taught you how to hate. So that goes back to traditionalism. In Tao religion, I think it's Tao, they have a saying that the child must respect the father, even if the father is not respectable. It's an affluence versus influence thing, because the man has the duty. It's easy for mom to be the favorite because mom don't do shit. Single moms don't do shit. Girls don't do shit. Somebody else take care of their kids. Somebody else feed their kids. Somebody else educate their kids. I hear all y'all women are the first teachers. Women are the nurturers. Everything that comes nurturing is on a voucher. If women don't like their kids, somebody else will take care of their kids, and she'll just be there for picture day when the kid graduates. Men have to be involved, and if men aren't involved, they still have to pay. Women don't have to do shit. So because all the responsibility of duty was on the men, that's how you get things like Mother's Day. Yo, man, tell your mom, she all right, I know I'm the awesomeness. I pay for everything. I feed you. Mama can't cook. I scramble the eggs. I take you to the zoo. I teach you how to change the tire. But you know, mama good for something because daddy love her. So say happy Mother's Day. Make her an ashtray. And then you remove the dad, and now it's women worship. Like, man, we got to celebrate mom. It's Mother's Day. That was just never the intent. Like all of this got bastard ass because you remove men.
Let's get back to the.
You just sit here and say they don't have power.
Please, guys, let me say something. Feed the goats, and then I'm gonna let you have it. Please.
Hold on.
Sharon, let me just say this, and then I'm gonna let you have it.
Hold on. You will have time. Hold on. I don't know what y'all in a rush to do. Relax. I don't know why everybody wants to just jump in and say anything. Just hold on. I got you, Cash Kid. You're gonna get a chance to talk. When you hear these men
He
talk,
really trying to get his thoughts together. Like, hold up, stop. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. He really just tried to stall for time, bro. That was crazy. Like, bro, I thought you understood what you were doing here. Why are you even trying to put yourself in the middle of the lion's den if you don't know what the job requires? You really had to take a minute. You asked the Lions for a timeout, bro. That's crazy.
Just jump in and say anything. Just hold on. I got you, Cash Kid. You're gonna get a chance to talk.
Did you just try to use authority on this panel?
When you hear these men talk,
he did, bro. He's bad with it.
Majority of the time, they act as they are in power with their wife. They're not acting like they are in a relationship. They act like they could just dictate things. This is why a lot of men believe in whipping somebody's ass, like they children, because they cannot lead anything. And this is why they got to use power, because they have no leadership skills. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
That's a different.
And so the reason why a lot of relationships fail is because men attempt to use power instead of using their common sense. This is why we keep having this goddamn gender banging situation. And majority of the men that is promoting and pushing power for men to have over women are the men that do not have good relationships. Do you understand?
Yeah, man.
But I'm just saying that's not most men. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. You can't say like, okay, I got an example of this happening, and then say this is how most men act, or this is how most men want to be. That's being disingenuous.
Okay,
like,
so here's the problem. So the majority of the men that I'm speaking to, this is what they are saying, and you telling me not to believe what I'm hearing.
No, I'm telling you to stop saying it as if that's the absolute. I guess that's what somebody brought up earlier. Absolute. Like, this is what men in general are doing.
It's a problem with double-mindedness of men. Y'all want me to ignore the things that I'm seeing on a day-to-day basis. Say, well, it's not an absolute. It's nothing in these conversations is 100%. So stop even bringing it up. When I say men, I mean majority. I don't mean all.
So can I say, okay, spare the road comment, please. So I said spare the road, and in the Bible, the whole thing is spare the road, spoil the child.
We can get to the Bible in a second. So KT to go. I don't know why y'all like to just change the conversation.
I didn't change my conversation. We still here.
I was talking to Cash Kid. He trying to change the Bible conversation. It's like I can't hear. I got you.
It's the same. Okay.
But what I'm saying is this. So again, when I'm having a conversation, so this way you will completely understand. I said men, and when I'm saying men, that's majority. So I don't know why you're talking about absolute.
No, because I'm saying you're talking majority, okay? You just said most men are not in positions of power. And then you're saying because there are examples of men in the power who have abused their power, that this is now what most men do or want to do.
What I'm trying to explain to you, majority of men, when they're in a relationship, they are pushing a relationship in a power dynamic, even though they do not have it. And this is why they fail at relationship. This is why they fail at life. And this is why they go to jail, because they believe in this power situation that they do not actually understand. And if they was working with leadership,
man, this nigga sound like his boyfriend Anton now, bro. I swear.
They would not be trying to dictate decisions.
When you get a chance,
they would not be trying to fear people into doing things. I do not want to fear my wife into being with me. I do not want to fear my wife into not leaving. I want her to be who she is. And
this guy, in a sense, is saying, if we
don't
get,
be fear, bro. Stop being fear, bro. Chill.
Yeah.
I hear the fear in your voice right now.
This is the kind of guy where the girl goes, "Where are we going out to dinner? I don't know. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go at dinner? I don't know. Where do you want to go?" Like, someone's got to take the leadership role, and if there's a vacuum, the woman's going to take it, and she's going to despise you for it.
He's not even saying that though. Why does all of the examples of power end in like sexual assault and domestic violence? Like,
something happened to him, bro. I swear to God, he just don't want to tell us because then it's gonna look crazy. But we know, bro. I know the signs of sexual trauma.
Bro, like I've heard money is power. I've heard knowledge is power. I've heard influence is power. I've heard a lot of things is power. Why all of this power is like, yo, I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna beat you. Like, it's weird.
So you say Sharon's the boy from Mississippi Dam, huh? Sharon's the boy from Mississippi Dam.
One day he trusted a strange man, and the next
he got that van. He got that van. He didn't look at the 1980s PSAs, bro. He got in that van.
This guy was raised by a single mother.
I said Mississippi Dam. That was a movie.
I ain't see that movie, bro, but I saw that white ice cream van with no windows. That's where he got it.
We watched the PSAs together, bro. They used to warn people about what happened to Sharon, bro.
Hey, don't y'all find out ironic back in the 80s and 90s they told us not getting cars with strangers, but we in 2025 getting Ubers and Lyfts and shit like it's no problem.
That's kind of crazy, but it's regulated. But yeah, that is. Do you know how messed up the 1980s were, bro? Do you know how crazy them boomers were, bro? This is why we got safety caps on our medicine. This is why, like, they had salmonella poison. People jagging off in the mayonnaise at Burger King, giving you HIV. Like, the 80s was wild, bro.
Yo, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Man, all that, man. The 80s was wild, bro. 80s was crazy. That's because all the kids were raising themselves, right? They knew the boomers were not good parents. All their kids had keys on a keychain around their neck. So now you got to have all these PSAs to tell you things that your dad would have told you had had your mother's father picked her husband instead of her going out to Woodstock picking her own man. Women should not choose a man.
All I'm saying is I just detect. I'm not an expert or nothing, but in my casual experience as a nigga around the way, I detect signs of sexual trauma.
And I'm gonna hopefully choose the right person, and she respects and love me enough to respect who I am, and vice versa.
You think it was stepdad? Who you think touched him, stepdad or the uncle?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not going there. I don't know. I don't know.
Even when I'm explaining, it was uncle. For some reason, y'all cannot understand it. It's weird to me.
Okay, I think I got you. I think I got you, Sharon.
Here you go, Cash Kid. So what I just said, KT, to go. Do you understand what I'm saying, or do you? Matter of fact, not understand. Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know why you arguing. Go ahead. Go ahead. AR was ahead of you, Cash Kid. What's up, AR? What's your thoughts?
Hey,
Good morning.
okay.
Yeah, this dude just can't wait to talk. Huh? Go ahead, Cash Kid.
I can see it, school teacher.
Hey,
It had to be
thanks.
somebody with authority, bro. It had to be
Okay, so the
somebody.
whole thing about the power versus leadership in a relationship context. You said let's not talk about the Bible, the kids. Okay. In a relationship context, like T the God said, and like another person said in the chat, pussy power. And I've told you this before, Sharon. Women have control access to sex. That's the power that they have. They have power over the sexual access. The power that men have is the access to relationship. So a woman can't force a man into a relationship, same way that a man can't force a woman into sex legally. So that's the only power. So that's the power dynamic. So everybody there has power, and just to show you, and then I'm gonna let you have it. Just to show you, there are women. Wait, let me just finish. And he-
Cash Kid, we understand. So now, with that being said, women's power is the ability for men to have sex with them, correct? Right?
Even in marriage, they
Yes
can
or
hold
no?
out.
Okay, yes or no? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, women that use that power against a mate, does it usually turn out good for them or usually turns out bad for the relationship? Which one?
Bad. If they abuse it. Yeah,
Okay,
bad.
so it usually turns out bad. Again,
Abuse.
it doesn't matter. So again, in your own
It does matter.
in your own language, I'm proving to you that power is going to affect the relationship in a negative way.
No. You're skipping over something here, Sharon.
This is why you gotta go with leadership instead of power. So the reason why
You're
majority
skipping
of
over
men
something.
and the reason why majority of men have failed relationships because they believe that they have the power over the relationship, so they do whatever they want.
Now, you know, I gotta stop him because now even Sharon, earlier in the conversation when I was there, I asked a question about is it wrong for women to have power? And I didn't explore it in this direction that they just now went down. Women do have power, even within the context of a regular patriarchal relationship. Women do exercise some amount of power too, right? Which is the power of sexual access, right? You aren't, as a man, as a decent person, you're not just gonna force your wife down. It's unheard of. Now, at the same time, I'm willing to allow her to play little games. Hear me out. Women have their games and their manipulations and the things they do that lead to, you know, you doing what they want. And the way that men can meet women halfway in this is you better give me a game that I can win. If you just got games that aren't meant for me to win, then we're gonna break down here. But you can play your games, but play a game that I can win. And that's where women can really exercise power without damaging the relationship. And there's obviously, I'm speaking in a ton of nuance right now, but you know, a relationship every day is a little bit of nuance. So that's just how it is.
They say, I love you, but I will not be loyal to you, but I'm going to keep you in this relationship because I love you. That's why that power dynamic doesn't work. And when women use the pussy power, that power doesn't work because they could go get a vagina from somewhere else. So either way, when you're trying to use power in a relationship, it does not work in the long run. Thank you.
That was long-winded, okay. But the thing is, you skipped over is the word abuse. There's a difference between using and abusing. Everybody has to use power. That's why we're in a relationship, because of the power dynamic. The power dynamic is always there. So there's a way of using your power that is good for the relationship and for everyone involved. Okay. And there's a way of abusing that power, misusing that power.
Hold on. So as a woman, how can she use her power of vagina in a good way? Yeah.
She can say, hey, bro, go get that promotion or whatever, and I'm going to do X, Y, Z. You know?
I mean, that was a bit crude, but yeah.
Bro,
women do have the motivation in that way. It's not purely about the vagina, but you do want to be the man that she looks up to. Hey, bro is crazy, though.
Hey, bro is wild.
Like, my girl can't come at me with no hey, bro.
Hey, bro. I mean, know your audience. Like, how many times do you think I want to wake up at 1:30 in the morning to pick somebody up because their car broke on the side of the expressway? That's. If you're not family, you better be my girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't do that to everybody. What?
Your little female cousin ain't never call you up like, hey, bro, I need a ride?
No, she called who she's sucking off. Like, that's how it works. Hey, whoever you sucking at that time,
hit him with that hey, bro.
Call. Hey,
yeah, don't hey, bro, me. That's
don't hey, bro.
I ain't with the hey bros.
Like, call whoever you took to Thanksgiving. You ever met a girl that I've been there twice, that a girl took me to Thanksgiving dinner and the whole family looking like, oh, that's a new guy every year. Whatever that year's Thanksgiving guy is, that's who you call that year.
I'm saying women can be very inspirational, bro. And that's the power that they have with their sexuality. That's when it's used right. They can be very inspirational to their man. But when it's abused,
so your idea of it is what? Say it again.
Inspiration is the good use of the sexual power of women.
How is inspiration?
Music. How is got music?
Hold on.
Bars.
How is inspiration the same as power?
I'm saying their power, the power of women is the power to inspire. That's a power, bro.
Okay.
The power of Martin Luther King to talk and inspire people. That's power, isn't it? That's power.
Is it possible, perhaps? Because I know I make an effort to speak to a higher thinking audience, and maybe we're all by that effort a self-selected crowd here. But is it possible that the typical nons don't truly understand the ins and outs of power? Because maybe, and maybe that's even unfair for me to say, because he's obviously facing a revolt in his audience over there. But Sharon is one of those sort of archetypical nons who just don't understand the concepts of power. Then
I think, to answer your question, he sounds like someone like how a women would view what power is. Like, I don't get, if I was to say anything, I don't think his father was in his life, because father's main job is to tell you how to use power and what
somebody wasn't around, and that's how he got touched.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. I mean, but from every woman that I've ever talked to, he's sounding like a woman when it comes to power. It's always an injustice. It's always I've been wronged. It's always about the power dynamic. It's liberal thinking. It's all about the power dynamic, but it's not. If you understand power, you have to understand how and when to use it. It's like a faucet. You can flood your house if you leave it on too long. You got to know when to use it, know when not to use it. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, he seems like he was just raised with someone that doesn't know what power is, and he's been living a life of, I'm always got to be the victim. This is 100% victim feelings and how a victim would view the world of being oppressed. It's quite sad.
That boy gay.
Power. Words have power.
Oh my God.
Okay, you are trying to say leadership and power are not equal, but they are intermingled, bro. A leader is a powerful person. Like Tita the God said, a leader has to be a powerful person. You can't be a leader if you're not powerful. Let me just say that. You can't be weak and a leader.
So you do
at the same
understand.
time.
This is the problem with a lot of men, right? I'm starting to like.
You sounding like
it's
somebody's
just
baby
annoying.
mama, bro.
Like, y'all
This a
don't
problem with
understand
men.
Because he a bitch dirty. That's exactly what he is.
I take it back. I blame this on I made this a black issue, and I take it back because look,
It's a
he's
gay
an
issue.
African dude. This is a unique modern man issue. He one of these new metro niggas.
It's a gay issue, bro. When
It
you in a
is.
closet, it's a closet issue. Dudes
It
are finna-
is.
He's a beard, bro. This a beard, androgynous beard issue, bro. This is not a
Gone logic, bro. He's a gone.
Right? When you say a powerful person, oh man, that love is powerful is not the same of the context of we are having a conversation about the power dynamics in a relationship. And I need men to not be so stupid about it.
I literally said you can use or abuse.
Hold on. Each context that you changed it was a different definition of the word and a different movement of the word.
No,
And we
same
understand
thing.
in the English language, I could say money, I could say chicken, I could say Skrilla, I could say male, and all those things in different contexts was going to mean something different. So please, I need you men not to be so dumb, right? And when we're talking about power dynamics in a relationship, we are not talking about those other things that you try to do.
Look at his hands, Justin, right now.
It's power and influence. We understand there is power in influence. But when we are talking
And
about
right now, we're not using leadership, Sharon.
all of a sudden y'all don't understand what the fuck we talking about.
Calling men dumb, that's using your power, bro, not using leadership. So you're
No, that's
contradicting
using
yourself.
Based African got him. Who's the based African guy? He understands.
This is super gay, yo.
I mean, this is literally like submit to my will, or I'm gonna throw a tantrum. I mean, it's pathetic. This is so pathetic.
You just described female power.
Yeah, that's Tyler like I'm on.
Submit to my will, or I'm gonna throw
I
a
feel like I
tantrum.
have to go and grab his ear and put him in a timeout for being
Right.
I mean,
It-
it's so bad.
you understand with that statement, Bandit. You understand the practicality of just masculine physical dominance, right? I don't necessarily want to beat you up. I don't want to have to go there, but I will just grab you and throw you in the corner and make you understand physically, like without a word. I just want to make you understand a thing.
It's because the physicality is part of the correctiveness. If you can't just say, Timmy, I'm so sorry, you did it wrong, you should do it this way. That's not going to be effective as, Timmy, that could have got someone killed. We need to have a conversation. You're going to go, you're grounded for a week. I'm taking your shit away, and you're going to think about this. And guess what? You're writing a note to him to apologize, because I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you. Because that's the only way you're going to learn. You're going to learn a lot more when I make you do things than, hey, Timmy, you screwed up. You're in trouble, but you know what? You still get to have ice cream tonight. Is that going to get anything accomplished? Hell no. Like,
That sounds like mommy logic.
yeah,
Now-
this is logic for someone that doesn't have kids, because this gets fixed real quick when you have kids.
You know what's so crazy about that example, bro? And you know how you make that kid love you? Beat him like Harpo. And the reason I came up with that, right? Remember that old Richard Pryor movie, The Toy? That's exactly how the toy worked until Richard got tired and was pulled off his belt. Like, what you doing? Like, I'm about to beat the fuck out of this boy and going back to the crib. And he loved him for it. He went from being an abusive child.
The thing about that movie, Richard, because you're talking about Richard Pryor.
Richard Pryor, yeah.
Richard wasn't his dad, right? So he already would have had that love for his dad, but the whole point of the movie was the father had like a weird, stupid relationship with his kid, and he hired Richard Pryor to be the guy. And so in order for Richard to be the guy, he had to be willing to resort to basic physical dominance.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the day, power really does speak.
He had to do his Cartman. Respect my authority. He had to make a man respect his authority.
The
That
only way
reminds me
you
of
can assert the only way you can assert your power in a situation you're thrown into is through dominance. You can't go into a situation that's, like, could you imagine if Trump just went into a situation, but like, oh, Putin, I'm sorry, attacking Ukraine is wrong. You're a bad man. You shouldn't be. It's like, that ain't gonna accomplish shit. But if Trump goes in, I'm like, you attack Ukraine one more time, I'm nuking your ass. Then they're gonna have a conversation. Do you mean like?
Well, even with that, right? Even with that scenario, bringing up Ukraine, Trump won't flex on Putin the way they flexed on Vladimir, right? And it's not that Putin. I mean, it's not that Vladimir is personally a bitch. Like, he may actually be, like, the body language and all that, but there. I mean, because honestly, there is a difference in just raw personality when it comes to like Zelensky versus Putin, but when it comes to the raw power advantage, when talking about strategy and who can do what, you're not going to treat Russia like you treat Ukraine. And so, and even in these moments, wise men understand the tactical applications of power. Like, I can listen, maybe America can beat Russia in an all-out war, but both parties understand it's not worth it. Like, we've both understood that for a long time. So we won't flex on each other the way we will both flex on Ukraine.
Exactly, because Ukraine is basically the unruly child in the situation.
BBL Ukraine.
Or the BW Ukraine, whatever you want to put as Ukraine. But I just don't understand. Like, you're literally listening to a guy that doesn't have kids, has no authority. He can't even control a conversation of 3 other people or 4 other people. He literally has to say time out to get his word across, and then he's getting brutally revoked. Every single argument he's having is getting demolished within milliseconds. And then he's going, only way I can control the situation is I got to be alpha. Like, no, that's not how this fucking works. This guy is basically the bane of every man. Like, you should look at this guy in the mirror and be like, every day I'm not going to be him. My goal today is to be less like him, and then I will be a true man. That's what it really comes down to.
Here's the problem.
I feel like that's what his sons be saying. His little boy be saying that. He don't tell nobody though.
Yeah, he be like that. Yeah. Here's the problem with that. That man isn't around other men in real life. And if he is, he got to go get the Duchess, right? They only have.
Well, he might be around other men, just not in the.
But yeah. No Diddy. Yeah. But
he'd be Diddying all over the place.
My point is, his targeted audience are I don't need no man women who always somehow end up pregnant. So it works for his audience. Like here's the thing. In the black community, it's funny, right? And I say this all the time. Black women follow black men follow black women who follow white women who follow gay men to tell them the pecking order. So he's that gay best friend that every liberal woman likes, and he defends their honor. And you get cash ups for it, and it's cool. But it's not cool. But he wouldn't be outside with you. Would you trust him around your kids? Come on, man.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah, we here, man. Go rock out now.
Oh, man. I'm on the bus right now. I got too much in the background, you know what I'm saying? You go ahead, Dirty.
You think Putin respects this guy?
I thought that was fake, by the way.
No,
That's
this is
really
actually a
him.
real video. In the trunk right there, Zelensky. So I totally understand.
That's crazy work, bro. That's crazy work.
No, this is actually a real video. You got junk in the trunk right there, Zelensky. So,
Crazy work.
Crazy work.
Oh my goodness, man!
It's
sitting here
raining, man.
screens off of the marketing
Hallelujah.
going on, and then you throw that up on them, man. It
Oh,
looks like
160 for my shirt. That cat.
I'm not sure yet, but it looks as though reports are coming in that war may be over, man.
He's wearing a onesie, bro. A
With
onesie with
boots.
reindeer bells and boots. That's up there with Jonas. He wearing a leather short set, bro. That is probably worse. That's probably worse.
I think that's beyond
About the
Jonas.
see-through,
That's the worst, bro. Yeah.
you talking about the see-through hooded short set, bro?
No, the black leather shorts that they had on Cry For You. I'm like, baby,
On
you're
Martin.
begging.
The one they had on Martin.
Yeah, a black vest, a black leather vest with black cargo shorts, leather. Crazy work, bro. Crazy work. But that was even crazier. A gold onesie with
Talking about something.
with what's the name boots? What's the boots girls wear?
You're trying to add
Like the UGG type boots. What's the name of for girls though? Are they Uggs? Nah,
They Uggs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Uggs is originally a man's shoe, but the bitches that adopted it. You know what I'm saying? So
He got on Uggs and a
all these
onesie, bro.
other
Shout out to all of y'all for not knowing what the name of some specific female boots are. Good work. Good work.
things into the.
I should have asked
situation
Sharon,
to
bro.
say that
Sharon
that's
would
what
have
we
knew.
talking about when we
When you're contradicting yourself, you
Yeah,
have the power,
literally.
you have the
Oh my God! So again,
and you're
can
using it
you?
to put down men.
I'm trying to get some like we understand that you could change the context of the word by saying, look at the power in the electricity. Now, when we say that, is that the same conversation as having a power dynamic in relationship? When we talking about power and electricity?
I was not talking about electricity, was I?
Yeah, I understand that.
I was talking about
Yes or no?
relationship
Yes or no?
context.
Yeah, okay, so yes or no? When we are talking about power,
You're
and
bringing in other shit. You do see that, though, right?
Listen to what I'm asking you. When we are talking about power and electricity, are we talking about the same kind of power in a relationship? Yes or no?
No, you just
Okay,
brought that
so-
up from
okay,
nowhere.
Thank you.
Depends
so
if you're
now,
talking
when
about
we're
what
having
kind
a
of power.
conversation about power dynamics in a relationship, don't try to add other elements into it. So now, woman using her pussy power, how is that a positive in a relationship?
Okay, let me lay it out for this like this. We can say, yo, that girl has that guy wrapped around his finger. That means in the relationship dynamics, she is powerful. Like that's why we got all these love songs where I'm weak for you and all this. But if it's used for good, if that love is not abused, if that power is not abused, then it's a good thing. They're both winning. But if now she got him wrapped around his finger and then she's twirling him all around like a mouse, then that's a bad thing. So it's the same thing. It's the same.
See, they don't simp in the desert, bro. That's what you don't understand. There's not enough water to be simping around. Like I could die, she could die. I can't be messing around like that. So the desert nigga knows you can't be simping around here. This just not gonna work.
Well, the other thing is, if
Power.
you use an electricity metaphor, you can say, authority is like, if you look at power as a river, if you go against the river of power, that would be an ohm. And the more resistance you have, the more power you need to get past that resistance. So if you want to use electricity, it makes a lot of sense. The more power is needed to go against the resistance. Like, I don't understand, like,
Even worse than that, bro. It does work, but even worse than that, right? Saying that men are power, you still have to control the power, right? So even 50,000 volts can be controlled with a $2, switch, right? To the point that you call switch the power, right? Women are $2 individuals trying to hold back 50,000 volts successfully, by the way, right? The problem is when you give them power and the control and the authority, now you blew the fuse box. Now we're dark.
yeah. And if you look at the relationship in this sense, the volts are not the thing that kills you; it's the amps. So what do you want?
Right.
What do you want amps to represent as?
Well, Bandit, even without getting, because amps and volts, it's way too particular. That's man stuff. What do women know about fuse boxes and stuff? Right. Look how you're a professional and you laugh. I can tell you're a professional because you're using your knowledge space right now. But look how easily you laughed at that because everybody just knows.
It's funny. Like fuse box. Oh, the lights go off. What's the guy supposed to do? Oh, he's supposed to make sure there's no intruders in the house. Like, I mean, these metaphors are just. I don't know. This guy.
Hey, shout out to Carmen.
Shout out to Carmen.
That's a good thing. You know to flip the switch, but there's not just one switch. You should know which exact switch to do what. But you're on your right track. Shout out to Carmen.
The funny thing is, if it's done correctly, every little thing on the box should be labeled. And I hate to say it, the new modern fuses, like you literally don't even have to do anything. You could just hit the master control switch and all of them just go back over where they're supposed to be because of the new, like they're making it idiot proof. It's even worse in your scenario.
They're making it girl proof because
Yes.
You know, bro. You know
I
it's just
know.
the market now.
But that's how most electricians and anybody in service gets paid. As long as it's inconvenient for the woman, you're going to get paid. God forbid. Oh, think about it. The toilet's clogged. I have to get a man to do it. I don't want to unclog the toilet. I'm going to make some money. Oh, I don't know how to replace a fuse. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Oh, I'm going to make some money.
Any job that a man around the house can do is a job you're not going to spend money on. And that means the job that's literally a guy that doesn't do that job. Like that's the economy right there. And so right now you literally have a lot of single women alone in the homes who can't do basic little things. And so you get a lot of guys called out to do the basic, simplest task.
Which is good because, I mean, if that's the case, just to go out and see somebody's like $500. So I just made $500 for, 5 seconds of work and 10 minutes of bullshit because the girl's going to want to talk about all the other bullshit. And then I'm going to link more jobs because she's like, oh, well, now I want to have an extension to my house. I want ceiling fans or whatever the case. Now I took a $500, basically office visit in lack of a better term. And I made it into like 10 grand because now I want ceiling fans. And now I want this. And, I like you very much. Maybe I'll give you a blow.
Yo, shout out to the handyman. Shout out to the handyman.
And you know what's so crazy about that? Because 3 wires, bro. Like to put a ceiling fan up is 3 wires, and like the bracket comes with it. It's not difficult to do, but women don't really know how to do anything.
It's not.
You get your ass up there and get electrocuted in since it's so easy to do.
I did it, bro. I done put in 2 ceiling fans at the crib, bro.
How many times electrocute yourself, nigga? Tell the truth.
Never,
you
bro.
got electrocuted because you didn't kill the power, though. Like, I mean, it's not that hard,
Right, but it's marked, bro. It's a black wire, a white wire, and a yellow wire, a green wire, depending on what it is, bro. Know which one your ground, which one your power, and then throw that third one up that you don't know what to do with, but you need it, and then turn the shit on. That ain't that hard, bro.
Well, I hate to break this to you. You guys already know this, but I'm just gonna say it anyways. Anything that's a minor inconvenience for somebody is how you're gonna get paid. If you can find a way to solve an inconvenient problem, you're gonna make a lot of freaking money. And it doesn't matter how big or small, as long as it's an inconvenience, you're going to make some money.
I agree with that. That's what people pay for. They pay for convenience more than they pay for the actual task. I give you that.
Correct. That's what
I'm reading the chat. Clue, she wasn't that cute. She wasn't. No. Anyway, continue. Actually, you know what? Matter of fact, yeah. We're just gonna get back to the clip.
Okay,
but
so,
here it's
so what you're saying is all right. So what you're saying is that it ain't no answer. You just hope that your woman is just going to use it for good, and that's it. You don't have no actual answer.
What are you talking about?
This is how double-minded y'all are. Y'all don't even understand what y'all are saying.
Panelists, help me, please.
Double-minded.
He didn't show the CD.
All thing he missing is a damn weave, some eyelashes, some fingernails, and just drop the fucking apostrophe from his name. His name is Sharon for real. This dude was acting like a straight up. Go ahead, bro.
No. Go ahead, rock out. It's the African for me. He really did the Jodeci. Like, Chad, somebody answer me, please.
I've heard of the term
on this topic.
double-hearted. I've never heard of the term double-minded.
Oh yeah, double-minded. That's in the Bible, bro. You know what I'm saying? Being a double-minded man, you basically an imbalanced man. You on the fence. You can't make sound decisions. And such a man, amongst other men, we'll call that man a bitch.
I thought double-minded was thinking with both heads at the same time.
That's not. That's
I
not
mean,
thinking
more or
at all.
less, yeah.
Man, yeah, both heads.
Yeah,
and
it's
no
the
head.
same thing. Right.
And let's
Double-mindedness is like double speak.
Well, you could put for example, you could put the light over here, or you could also put the light over here. It depends on what you want to do with that light. Do you want the light to shine here, or do you want the light to shine there? That is not a good leader.
I mean,
I'm
good
saying
leadership
you want to
would mean
separate
we have to listen and come to a common ground, right? Like, if we being honest, Sharon, what you just said was literally, if it's any power dynamic in a relationship, then the relationship will fail, correct? And then y'all was just arguing about pussy power. So now we've established that both ways, male or female, somebody got some form of power.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Hello, Mr. Bracy. Hello. Hello, gentlemen on the panel. I had to listen. You guys got my hands shaking right now. I have a question. So we are both humans. Women and men are human beings, correct?
Yes.
No.
So what I'm hearing is that the only power that both humans have is our sexual participation. And also, I heard the other guy say that men have power over relationships, meaning you have the power to pick and choose a wife. Am I assuming, or is this what you meant?
I think that's to me. And I said the women have the power of sexual access, men have the power of relationship access.
So in my rebuttal to that is that you guys are so narrow-minded that you believe that human beings' only power is their sexual ability and their ability to be with another human being. How about power to just move around? How about power to walk and make money? How about power
Relationship
to
context cipher.
No. See, but you're confining women to our ability to open up our legs. You're confining men' ability as to be a man in order to pick a woman. You guys are so narrow-minded that you can't understand context. You don't understand nuance in conversations. This is why you guys argue. This is why you guys appear to be combative. And so forth. This is why we cannot move the conversation forward. I believe that men are worships of their phallus. You guys are penis worshipers. You think that your power lies in your penis.
What?
Let me ask you this. Without your penis, what do you have as a man?
Everything else.
So if you have everything else, right, why is your first example of this power dynamics based on sexual participation?
I said that's what the woman
I don't think they actually got
No,
it.
you said the woman. You just recently said that a woman's vagina can inspire a man to be an astronaut. That's what you just said.
Sexuality, not her vagina.
No.
I said that sexuality.
Sex do not inspire men to do anything. If that was the case, we would have all of these men out here.
You see why I said Sharon's a whole out here?
Yeah.
Hood, pause it. Hood, dirty. Y'all see why I say Sharon's a whole out here? He let a woman just come on his panel and just G-check him, all the rest of the dudes, and everything in between without even coming with a clear argument.
Not only that, if you look at his hand motions the whole time, the nigga was basically shaking pom-poms, bro.
Right.
He was really background cheering the whole time, bro. It was crazy. I was watching him.
And he does it every show, man. I've said that when Izzy Mills was reviewing one of his clips. I'm like, yo, why is girls taking up for him? Like, and he in the background, like, yeah, yes, Zach. Here's the thing, and she was wrong. Number one, we all are humans, but we didn't break men down to just penis. We broke women down to just vagina, because I mean, this is what you're good for. And then secondly, she turned right back around and said, men are only worth penis. What else y'all good for? So the argument that she was fighting against is what she came back with a different, a different spin, which is the double-mindedness. We're gonna use that. That's our new slogan of women, which is what Sharon be doing.
That's exactly what I was thinking when we first landed on double-mindedness a minute ago. It's like, that is such a womanly thing. Because men accept that from women. It's part of the chore of being in a relationship. You bear through her double-mindedness until you force her to a conclusion. And I don't mean force, but guide her lovingly.
Just wow, that's crazy. Her way into the right decision. Like, damn.
Yeah, right. Only men know the burden of men, bro. Women don't know what it's like to be a man dating women. Even lesbian, masculine, dyke women don't quite get it, but they hate women almost as much as we do.
Man, that's where I gotta jump in. Miss Nightmare, how would you know what inspires men?
Exactly.
I don't know what inspires me. I'm going based off.
Doesn't inspire me. You just
I'm going based off what he said. See, I understand context of conversations. I'm going based on what he said.
Okay.
Not on based on what I think.
Hold on. So, Cash Kid, so this way we could just start getting back to a conversation. What inspires a man other than vagina? Go ahead.
I said a woman's sexuality. Dude, have you guys seen the statues that since Michelangelo and everybody has created?
Hold on. I asked you a very specific question. Is there anything else other than sexuality that inspires a man?
Or do you mean coming from a woman or just in general?
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm a man, and I can tell you that sexuality is not the only thing that inspires me. So, Nightmare, please continue with what you were saying before these idiots interrupted me.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand the narrow-mindedness of these men. And then when you are giving them sound questions to try to get them to substantiate their arguments, I didn't say it like that. I didn't do it like that. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm going based off what this man said. And then here come Aunt T jumping on me, talking about, what do you know? You're not a man. You're not.
I just asked you a question. How do you?
Yeah, SKC. This is minutes after I left. Remember, I'm still on the continuation of that very same stream. I just don't know everything that was said after I left, because I told him I can't talk to retards anymore, and I quit. I rage quit. I totally own that. I rage quit. It was me.
You know what inspires men. You can't tell women what inspires them.
I'm going based off what's this guy? I can't see. Cash, whatever. I'm going based off what he said. Now you can't come to the party after we are already partying, Auntie. You got to come in and fill out the room, sir.
Fair. So, go ahead, answer you. Would you like to? Because Cash Kid did a horrible job.
No, look, I can't tell a woman what inspires women, because y'all know that. I can ask you what inspires you. I can't tell you what's going to inspire you. She just told us what does and what doesn't. Or actually, she told us she doesn't know what inspires men, but she knows what doesn't inspire men. So make up your mind.
Well, my rebuttal was I disagree with the comment he made, sir.
Right.
I didn't give an example of what I knew what was inspirational to a man. I said I disagree because I feel that it's narrow-minded, because you are confining human women to their sexual participation with men.
Right.
And I said that it was in the context of a relationship. We're not talking about president.
Okay, so let's just be honest.
Prior to what he.
Let me actually address that, confining women to their sexual participation with men. And I forget where I was when I think I was talking to Nightish this morning when I made this point, but generally speaking, there is some truth in that. Meaning this, right?
You ain't got to participate.
If men weren't sexually attracted to women, we would find very little reason to talk to women, right? As things are, like the nature of men, the nature of women, the type of things that women are into, the type of things that men are into. If there wasn't actual sexual attraction that made me lift my head up and be like, oh, who's that walking by? Like, what's that down there? Like, you know, that's the draw between men and women.
I'm at
And
that point right now, Hood.
it is the raw sexual attraction that actually makes a man interested in women initially. And without that, there are a lot of other hurdles that you might have to overcome to get to a practical place. But, you know,
So what happens when the women of your culture, your society, in rebellion against you, become the most uncouth, unattractive? I mean, hideous, obese, most markings like a subway in Harlem, septum rings, ridiculous snuffleupagus eyelashes, and everything.
you know what's crazy? You describing that. You said Harlem because you don't want to shit on Chicago, but I'll allow it. You know,
No, Harlem got the statue. They all got the black girl statue.
I don't want to gangbang with y'all. Everybody, this is a black thing, but y'all could gangbang.
No, I'm not gangbanging on that, bro. It's all fat. All fat women are nasty people, no matter what your race. I don't like the fat people smell. But
Nah.
Y'all do got a statue though.
What O was trying to point out though was that this is just a thing, right? There are at this point walking around and you know what is crazy? I don't remember it being this way when I was like a youth, like when I was 18, 19, 20 years old, like a young man into the sexual marketplace, as it were. I don't remember it being this way, but right now, walking down any street in most black neighborhoods, I can just at a glance discount the majority of the women. At a glance, bro. And it's for reasons that you just said.
Yeah, bro.
Overweight,
Yep.
funny looking in one way or another,
Yep.
masculine looking. There's just a bunch of lesbians,
Uh-huh.
or they're just aged out of the game.
Oh, you forgot the last
And
part.
so-
They got more STDs than a damn CDC pandemic.
I don't even care about that
and
part,
that's
right?
something you can't necessarily see right up front, right? You learn that if you engage, but or if you ask questions or whatever. But the thing I'm trying to tell you is that like you really can just disqualify more than 50% of the women offhand, casually.
80% in the community. 80%.
No, but now you go. Okay, this is what he should have said.
Yeah, and niggas is still going because I try not to, fuck. I I don't abuse my dick by being a nigga.
I don't.
So
I don't. I let y'all have that shit.
niggas be going. Bro. I ain't even gonna
Bill
lie.
Burr said it. Bill Burr said it best. He said, y'all allow these women to do anything and everything that they want because you want to fuck them. And that's why we in the position that we in now in the community.
And they still sleep with the same 5 dudes, right? Shout out to me. Here's my thing though, bro. At some point, women intentionally doing things that don't inspire men is why they're crying on social media talking about why don't men like us. I remember being with probably one of the most. I know this boy got some type of ADD or something, man. He autistic or something. But I'm with him.
Hey, I rebuke. Hey, don't be talking about us all the ADHD motherfuckers when I'm on the panel, bro.
Well, he ain't got ADHD because he's too filthy for that. So he probably got Asperger. But anyway, I'm in Aldi's with him. We walking through Aldi's, and I remember all the way into like the early 2010s. You always see a girl in Aldi's with the good coochie walk. For those who know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, right? And we just seen that one day, bro. This is the mid 2010s now though. Like we in there, and this is a bunch of fat, out of shape, lumpy booty. You know what I'm saying? Fucking,
Bear with me, Dirty. I just for a moment I want to stop and mentally picture the good coochie walk because you said it. It was too. Yeah, bro. Like I said, I don't remember the hood in this way, bro. Like the good coochie walk was just a thing, man.
It's a
You don't see it
thing.
with you.
Yo, we
gotta be.
I'm mad you said that. Like I feel like
How you
brought
mad
up a
at?
painful memory.
How you mad at
I
me?
feel like
bro?
you brought up because it's not really like that no more, bro.
I gotta reminisce too, bro. I'm reminiscing with you. And my boy was in there, and we there, and I'm grabbing. He said, yo, folk. I said, what up? He said, women are supposed to inspire you to want to climb mountains and swim the deepest sea.
Yeah.
He said, black women are so not inspirational. And I looked up, and everybody looking like old Damn, what's her name, bro? Rosa Parks. They look like old woman Rosa. Ain't none of them look like young, vibrant, red bone, sleep with Jesse Jackson Rosa Parks. They all look like I took all the X pills. I just got off cocaine. You know what I mean? I'm like, and now I can't unsee it. Like I flew a girl in from Atlanta when Atlanta had cute girls. We're talking 2000, 2001 when Atlanta had hot girls, right? I flew a girl to Chicago from Atlanta, and I didn't realize this until we driving from the airport. She say, why Chicago got a bunch of fat girls with tall, skinny, handsome dudes? Like, how y'all dudes fine and y'all girls fat? And after she said it, I couldn't unsee it. I'm like, God damn.
Hey, the thing about that is, Dirty C,
That's another
this what
common
happened.
thing.
We
The
don't have
one,
no
the
more
1-0 relationship.
We
That's
don't
how you
have
get
a
a 10.
runaway girl no more. See, that was an archetype. See, these chicks, look, we had the ratchets, of course, and we had the boozy chicks, but it was always that chick in the middle that got all the attention and every dude wanted her. That was that roundaway girl. There's no more roundaway girls no more. They all hoes or they out here selling. Go ahead.
For y'all that don't know, the 1-0 relationship is a skinny nigga and a fat girl.
Oh yeah, the number 10, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That's so
It's a
common,
thing.
bro. It's a thing.
I've seen that since I was little, bro.
Hey, bro, niggas in Chicago make their whole entire relationships off of that beginning 8th grade.
Yeah.
Now that I say that, I bet you Sharon girl bigger than him.
Oh man, you know it. Bro. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, Hood, Dirty. Look, this nigga got the same makeup as Anton Daniels, bro. I guarantee you, he got a big back wife at home.
He said, and KT said, "Oh, pussy power." He threw out pussy power.
Correct. And so let's just be honest. The main thing that inspires men are other men. Let's just be honest about it.
What?
That's for Sharon. That's Sharon.
Right. I get it. I get it. I get that. Y'all want to try
other
to
men,
fight
Sharon.
back on it because you don't want to seem gay. Whatever.
No, how many country wars have literally been started about females?
Majority of men follow other men to be great.
Stop projecting, Sharon.
It's not about projections. It's about being honest. This is why history is so important. This is why they make statues of men. This is why Kobe is revered by so many basketball players. This is why Michael Jordan.
The Mona Lisa.
What the fuck is going on? It is okay. And this is the problem that a lot of you men, y'all get confused. Y'all don't know if it's your sexuality or is it just your inspirations to be great. You don't know which one. A lot of you men are confused. This is why you're double-minded. Me, I understand that. Hey, I see a great man and I'll say, hey, dude, I love what you did and I want to do like that and be better than you. And I'm not confused about if I'm sexually attracted to him. Men like you, on the other hand, when you have a man inspired, you get confused.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
Hey, Hood,
Did I
you
hear what I just heard?
Hood, bruh.
Did I hear
You
what
done
I
pissed
just
this
heard?
nigga all the way off, bro.
Bro.
I don't even know
Wait,
what the fuck just happened. Like, how
Did I hear what I just heard?
We all heard it.
You hit a
too.
nerve on that nigga, man.
We just don't know how we
No
got.
homo.
You want us to think he not struggling, but I hear struggle, bro. I hear sexual trauma and struggle, bro. Bro, what the hell's going on?
I hear.
I don't even know how we got there. And all of a sudden, I could do this without being attracted. Wait, what?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Bro,
Hey, SKC, it be like this. It be like this over there damn near every day. This is the tempo.
Hey.
Yeah.
You talk about a clip mine.
Hey,
Yeah, this is my first time seeing this show. It's weird, man. This guy here.
Be playing for him in the background. Yo, play the clip.
Who's is this? 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 Who's is this?
That's what he's playing.
All right, that was
That's
too
what
much
he's
who's is this. That was way too many who's is this. Is that because we was talking about Sharon's sexual trauma.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to connect.
Man, hey, bro.
Did he really say what he just said? I was listening passively, and I think he said something.
Run it back. He said it.
I think we all like kind of just caught. I think we all kind of blanked out and came back at the same time. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, we heard it.
Hey, I see a great man and I'll say, hey, dude, I love what you did and I want to do like that and be better than you. And I'm not confused about if I'm sexually attracted to him. What?
Like, why would you even make that? Like, I know he's trying to like bend the curve and use it as an attack, but why would that even be on your mind? Like, what made you even think about like, great dudes? I shouldn't want to sleep with these guys. Like, why is that even on your mind? Like, it's like you're fighting.
He's singing that kills. Like, whose is this?
Bro, I have never watched Jordan in the Jordan era. It was like, you know what, that man right there. When he chew that gum, the way he chew that gum, boy.
Yeah. What about Kobe? Not even Kobe.
The way he chew that gum.
The way he chew that gum,
Not the chewing of the gum.
I'm trying to help
Scored
you, man.
38
Did not
doing
become
double
a clip,
mint.
man. Did not become a clip.
Oh my god, this is crazy. I can't believe like the mind of dudes, bro. Like, why would you even go there, bro? This is crazy. I can't believe we're watching this together in real time.
How did we get here though? Like,
I started this. That's the crazy thing. I really kicked this whole thing off because I'm like, bro, stop stealing my topics, man.
no, how did we get to not being attracted to dudes though? Like, this is like, how you watch a movie and they start at the end and then they give you the prequel, like, and this is how I ended up in the trunk. Like,
there really ain't no straight line to how we got from A to B, bro. Like, not even.
This dude has really bastardized this conversation. Hey, good grief.
Yeah, oh my god. He was actually like, well, you got to go have the conversation and see if you do it better. I'm like, okay, whatever, nigga. All right, man, fine. And then this is what you wind up talking about. This is what you turn into. You about to, you know what? I can't even say the words because it's too out there. This is still a family show.
Like you, on the other hand, when you have a man inspired, you get confused and you don't know if you actually love him or you just want to be inspired by him, and that's why you got to say,
what?
Hey, whoa,
rewind. A whole lot of projection there, Sharon.
You would think that it's the women encouraging men to get as many bodies as possible. I've never talked to a woman that was like, "Oh, you have 100 bodies? That's so sexy." It's men bragging to other men about the bodies they have, and their friends saying, "I have this many bodies," or rapping about how many bodies, or getting so many bitches that they then go and try to pursue the same goals.
And that's my question.
Are you asexual? Are you asexual?
Hold on. Let AR finish his thought. Auntie wanna to have.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, get AR finish, and Auntie, you can go right after.
Auntie had a question because when Cash Kid said that women's power is so and so, you didn't confront him and say, how can you tell women what their power is? So from his perspective, it could be that women's power is that because that's just how his sexism rocks. But when Nightmare said the thing about I can't remember exactly what she said. You wanted to hop on and say, how can you determine what a man God damn, Cash Kid, can you shut the fuck up?
I'll get context when
you just
when he lands and he finishes asking me the question, I'll get context.
How come when Nightmare said the thing, you were like, you're not a man, so how can you determine what men find to be inspiring? But you didn't say the same thing about Cash Kid finding women to only have power and sexuality.
I'll be more than happy to tell you, because I really don't even like the term power. I think what you really mean to use is the term leverage, and that goes both ways. That's going to happen.
I'm not using the term. I'm just quoting.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about what Cash Kid said. It shouldn't even be power. It's just leverage in a relationship. Men are going to have it. Women are going to have it for different reasons. That is what it is. She talked about what inspired men. Just like I would have disagreed with Cash Kid if he said, well, this is what inspires women. It's like, how the fuck do you know?
Well, that's what he did, but then you jumped on me. That's exactly what he did.
I would have said the same thing. He didn't use the word
You jumped on me. No, I did. Listen, whatever. You can't punk me on the panel, sir. It's a wrap. But anyways, listen, you can't punk me, bro. You can't punk me on a whatever. You jumped on me like I give a fuck. You jumped on me like I give a fuck. This man said the only power a woman has is her sexual participation. And I disagree with that wholly. I disagree with that wholly.
I mean, but that's obviously wrong.
And you have a right to disagree. But that doesn't mean somebody, you know what I'm saying, somebody came up here trying to punk you. I just asked you a question. Chill out.
No, you didn't. You came up here as I was speaking and you interrupted me. So like I said before, you can't punk me and I'm going to go on mute.
Oh my God, ain't nobody trying to punk you. Get up out of here with that shit, man. I know you ain't running victim haven over here.
Okay, so you're not listening were you not listening before you hopped on?
Yeah.
I have been. I've
Hey,
been
why
listening
that
for a
dude
minute now.
Cape?
Okay, so Cash,
Why that
you
dude
did hear
caping
Cash
for
Kid say that, and when you hopped on, you didn't address him.
Like I said, when he said power, I told you I would replace the word
Yeah,
power
you're
with
saying that
leverage.
now,
Different
though.
people have
But
different. Well, I
you're
didn't
saying
really
that
see
now.
much of a problem because I understood what he meant. But when she
Yeah,
said
but
when she said she knows that this doesn't inspire men, I'm gonna say, how the fuck do you know that?
you just told her when she said what she said. You just told her, oh, if I had heard him say that, I would have
I
confronted him.
just all
He
I
didn't
did
say
when I
that,
came, I
though.
didn't even disagree with her. I just asked her, how do you know that?
Right.
I didn't even disagree with her. I just said, how do you know that? How
Okay,
do
so
you know what inspires men?
That's
That's
what
it.
you said. You said it. You're not a man,
Oh
so
my
and you
God!
know
I
as
just
as a
said,
man.
I told you, stop trying to figure out what I'm trying to tell you, and just listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. So that's what she was saying. That's why she used the word trying to punk her, because you addressed her. And so instead of saying, hey, regardless of she's asking clarifying questions or not, you question her. Say, Cash Kid, what the fuck are you talking about, Cash Kid? Because
I mean,
you know what?
she came in the panel basically attacking all the men. I don't know how you punk the woman per se, but she came out wanting smoke, and he met her where she was. And I don't even know that he did anything wrong. I don't agree with being punked. Like he just, raised issues or whatever.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what up, bro?
You got to turn it up a bit, but what's good? What's good?
Turn it up a notch.
Yeah, kick it up a notch.
Is that better?
Not really.
Go for
ahead,
it,
man. Rock it.
Well,
We
like,
got you.
why is the dude caping for her like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make no sense. Like, cause he just automatically turned it on. I have to save her. I was like, yo, she's an adult. She hopped up there, literally shaking. Shout out to literally shaking. You know what I'm saying? She's talking about my hand is shaking, and it's like, yo, what's good?
Bruh. I noticed that too. But you know what, bro? Here's where he was kind of right though. Like, women with clothes on don't inspire anybody. Name a sport that women play with clothes on that you like. You like volleyball and swimming, and they got to be in a leotard. Like,
Bro, I was going to tell you, you haven't seen Brazilian beach ball. It's the gulag sport.
No, it's beautiful. Lingerie football.
I gotta disagree with you. I gotta disagree, Dirty. I gotta disagree. There's a whole wait. There's a whole coveting of Muslim countries over there where they chicks is fully dressed. All you see is their eyes. They eat that shit up.
And they watch that sport. Like, I've never watched a sport where girls didn't have to wear like a panty liner for the outfit to work.
Oh, I'll say this. No, I'll say this to be completely serious without even ogling Brazilian chicks or whatever. Ladies tennis is the best female sport there is.
Nope.
Sport.
Volleyball. Women's volleyball.
Man, we can look. You're arguing semantics, bro. You can I love synchronized swimming, and I love lingerie football league because they be tearing each other clothes off.
Oh, yeah,
but
that nigga says semantics.
No, I'm talking about as a pure sport. Just short,
like a whole different sport is semantic.
Oh yeah, female volleyball.
I think women's tennis is the peak of female athletics, right? Because like nobody watches girls play soccer. People don't care about women playing basketball. Women literally have to strip to play football. That's why ladies lingerie league is a thing. But women's tennis, bro, women's tennis is a big draw.
Okay, so with that being said,
volleyball though.
No, but that being said, because he's right though. Because if it's not nude, I ain't there.
Volleyball don't make nowhere near the money as like women's tennis, bro. Like Serena Williams, the Williams sisters, and those are just the black ones. Like I'm not even talking about just the black ones. You know what I mean?
You're talking about Anna Kournikova and all. Look, in tennis, tennis is one of the only sports where women earn more than men, and you never hear them complain about it. They have a shorter work day. They only play three matches, and then they get paid more. But nobody say anything, right? Anyway.
And they don't walk around half naked. They wear skirts and tank tops or whatever.
They wear high school cheerleader uniforms, bro. That's what they wear. American Pie uniforms.
And that's why I said I wanted to actually give that props as like actual sport, because I don't like watching most female sports, but if women's tennis is on, I'll stop and watch the screen for a little while. It doesn't matter who's playing. I'll just watch the game for a minute.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Nobody looks at the WNBA and when you look at it, you be like, would I climb that mountain or is she gay? Like, I don't care because y'all can't be like everything is sexualized with women. Men have to be judged on merit. Women get judged on beauty. So the more masculine they try to be, the uglier you are. It's weird.
All right, back to the clip. And
No,
no, that's not a panel full of
American
women.
man.
That's one chick.
It's one chick and a
Maybe
bunch of
two,
different
because
things.
Sharon is there too.
American Man. That's how I started watching. No, I was saying American Man. That's how I started watching gymnastics. You know, you can age out of women's gymnastics.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably age out of that real quick. You know how to
Yeah.
be to do that stuff?
No. I mean, as a viewer, bro. Like
Oh,
when,
bro.
like when 1996 when that was going on, like, oh, I love this sport. By 2008, I feel like a pedo, bro. I'm like, hey, school girl. You can
I
age
see
out of
what you
women's.
mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Put it on me, Sharon.
It's
She
okay.
said it.
It's
She
okay.
said that shit.
See,
And hold
I
on. And so
never.
she was trying to get clarity out the situation.
Yes.
She
I
wasn't
never.
trying
I
She
never
said
said
that
my
women's sexuality
opinion.
doesn't
Yes, she did.
I
require.
never said my opinion about his comment. I'm asking him, how do you say that women can inspire men only through her sexual participation? This is the issue that I have with his narrow-mindedness. He's confining women only to the power of her sexual participation. And like I said, my first question was, are men and women human beings? You all agreed. So if we all agree that men and women are human beings, how can you confine me as a whole human to my sexual participation?
Because how you make other human beings?
Right. Isn't denying women's sexual capacity also denying her humanity?
Bro, that's what
That was kind of bars on accident though. That was kind of bars. Deny her humanity with clothes. If she got on clothes on, is she not human?
got clothes on, bro.
She's still a person with clothes on, because I still be wanting to smash her. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even got to get all the way naked, right? Like, you still a person under all of that stuff.
bro. I swear. Like
If a girl's in the shower and no perverse there to see it, did the shower make a sound?
Yo, they should never gave these chicks microphones, bro. The day they gave them that microphone, the day they gave them a thought, the battery going their back. This has been a hell spell ever since, bro. I can't.
You know, this is interesting. We were talking about love versus duty and burden, and what I hear from this woman is resentment of the female burden of sexuality. Right. All right. So hear me out. For all the burden that we ascribe to men so far in these conversations that have been had, I argue that women's burden is sexuality. Not that men don't have that burden in some fashion, but women bear the brunt of that in their own right. You know, like, all right, for a long time now, a woman's war was giving birth. That was maybe for women the closest approximation to like the idea that a man would have to go off and fight and die. Like, women used to die giving birth all the time. Mm-hmm. And so that was a part of their burden. And sexuality is you know, an engine that drives a lot of human action. And I'm arguing that women bear the burden of sexuality, which means, and this is where I'm tying these threads together, she is arguing from the position of resenting female sexual burden. You do not want to be seen as an object of desire. You resent that men naturally see women as an object of physical desire. Thus, you resent your sexual burden.
Did you just say she looked like Biggie? Is that what you just said? She an ugly bitch. So
Well,
I'm more than just beauty.
No, you're making a point outside that same point, right? You're adding a layer to it now, which is that's why feminists embrace the ugly.
Yeah,
think about it.
The fat and the ugly.
Right, the fat is the ugly. They embrace both because one is the same, right? Because look, as a feminist, if you resent the sexual burden of, you know, being a woman of the patriarchy or whatever, then the easiest way to rebel against that is to become fat and ugly. And that's why you see so many feminists who are fat and ugly, and it's not an accident.
And they always bald. I miss the old lesbians, the ones that they munched on carpet, but they had a fresh line in it and waves better than mine.
You talking about the real Jaspers,
right? And for some reason, you know, they still wore makeup, but they look like a 17-year-old boy, but they a go. You know what I mean?
Let me say this. Andre in the chat says hardly a burden when they benefit from it, and I disagree, because you're arguing that there's no benefits to your burden, which is almost like arguing there's no benefit to being a man, even though being a man, we would all maybe agree on this panel that being a man is wrapped up with burden. Like that's been part of the whole conversation today, right? And that's one of my main contentions is in the modern world, only men really have burdens. But you're not going to make me say that to have burden is to not benefit from even having the burden, right? Because to carry it successfully is to be somebody. It's to be a man. And being a man, especially of men, comes with some level of reward. You know, you get respect among your peers. That respect turns into like credibility. You know, you can trade on your name. You listen, when you're down and out, you can maybe get fronted something. You can borrow things. People know that you're good for something, right? Because you've carried your burden as a man. And so it does actually come with a benefit if carried properly. Same thing for women. Women who carry the burden of sexuality properly can benefit greatly. But women who don't carry it properly get abandoned with all their kids, and their baby daddy hates them.
The problem with a woman's burden, though, is it's a menstrual burden. And when I say that, I mean into the aspect of like, think about being an athlete. That means you've been one of the better people on your team since maybe 7th or 8th grade, maybe high school, right? And then at some point around between 30 and 35 years old, you out the league, right? You can't hold the physical gifts that you once had that made you one of the most prolific people in that arena, right? Same thing for women, right? Get about 30, 35. You're not as high as you were at 19, shouty. Like, you still cute. You might score 12, but you used to score 40. Like, shorty, you ain't bad like that. Like, and they still try to hold on to it. And they still try to hold on to it, like LeBron.
Just say LeBron.
And now you got girls that's 45 years old, fat as hell. You was a high school prom queen in 2003, shorty. Yeah, you were. In 2003. In 2025, you fat with 3 kids, 1 grandbaby. Talking about, hey, you gonna buy me a drink? Nah, bitch, I ain't buying you a drink. Go shave your beard.
Let me explain a little further. Skinner in the chat asks why they have kids then. Girls just be doing stuff. So that's the short, simple answer to a lot of why women do things, right? Because girls just be doing stuff. But the more layered argument behind that is that's why women have always had the cover of a man. Women were always the property and under the responsibility of a man. Only in the modern world do we suffer the fate of girls just be doing stuff. And then also they have kids too, because women gamble. Like you don't see it that way perhaps, but women gamble with their futures. Like every time a girl bangs a dude she shouldn't, she's gambling with her vagina, and she's having kids now.
Look, can I pose a question for the Church of Misogyny? I want to come to the altar. Can I come to the altar? All right. Sure. So now, me and Dirty Folks, I ain't trying to make this into a Chicago thing, but it's more like a Midwest thing. So a chick really don't give a damn about her vagina, bro. She never
at all, bro.
She care about her money more than her pussy, bro.
I don't even think they can't count. They don't care about money either. They just want stuff, the stuff that money provides, but they don't care about money either. And they don't care about. But the way the girls give away their virginity, bro, is bananas. And they've been doing this for like since the 60s, bro. Since the free love liberation. I remember girls like, let's play house, let's play catch a girl.
Yep.
Well, like it's always girls that initiate it. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. Girls always been fast.
And like the book 1984, Winston said, it was always them. It was always the girls. It was
always them.
Yep. Always them. So
I could actually answer that for you
because I was up here. Chill. Let me say this real quick though. Y'all really like if we're coming for clarity, get clarification because he never said the only thing y'all have to offer is sexuality. Sharon asked him to name some things. The first thing he named was sexuality. Well, basically some sexual stuff, and then that kind of became the topic. But it was never him just saying he never once said this is the only thing y'all got to offer.
Because see, you can't make up nuance. Listen, you cannot make up nuance for his comment.
Yeah, just
You can't give him an out. You can't give him an out.
Giving him an out is what was there. Y'all can't act like that didn't happen.
We'll give Cash his own shovel to bury himself. Well, he left, but we could have just added.
Because he always just interrupted. We got to be able to hear each other speak, please.
Yeah, Cash could answer, please. What else besides what is between a woman's legs and her sexuality? What other quote unquote power does she have in your eyes?
Okay.
Here's your shovel.
Okay, I got it. And after I answer this, I have a question for you. But to answer, to answer nightmare, or is it cyber dreams? We were talking, and Sharon specifically even called men dumb for this, but we were talking specifically in the context of a relationship between a man and a woman, not as a sister and a brother, but as a romantic relationship, as a sexual relationship. And we're talking about power versus leadership. Wait, we're talking about power versus leadership. So what power? The power now, I said, everybody has the power. Women have the power of sexual access. We can force you all to get down.
Does a woman have besides sex?
Hold on.
Now stop right there. You gave him a second chance to add on, and he still went back to his same comment. So KT, are you going to bail him out again?
No.
Okay, all
I
right.
just pointing out what actually happened. He did ask him to explain it. I wasn't saying he had more.
I'll
bail him out.
So this is when we start to understand that we are picking up the content, but for some reason, there's a lot of men, especially the double-minded men.
That's such a trash point.
To just hold a position. So
Trash
since he
people,
says
bro.
it, he said it a second time, and now we understand his position. This is when y'all get defensive. I don't understand. What is the problem? You are a man, be one. You got a position. You think that women is only power is vagina. Fine, stand on that so we can have a conversation. So the men that's out there that understand that you are not making sense, or maybe some men that is on defense, we could steer them in the right direction. That's the difference between power and leadership. We could lead other human beings into the right direction instead of power and saying, shut the fuck up and listen. And because when you use power, you tend to have a mindset like Cash Kid.
Mind you, the same dude, Cash Kid, and Sharon has been using his power as the host of the show to drop him off the panel every time he starts saying things he don't want to hear. And so in his little personal screed against power and the uses of it, he's using it. And nobody thinks it's bad. I'm not even saying it's bad or whatever, because you do that as a host. It's your whim as a host to drop people as you choose to make your points or to control the show or whatever. And it's so like, even when I go to other people's panels, sometimes people frustrate me with how they run their panels or whatever, but I don't necessarily pick a fight about that in particular. I just don't come back if I really hate it, because that's your right to use your power in that way.
It's funner when you beat them playing their game. Like I'll do that sometimes where I'll intentionally restrict and I'll play the game of the panel, whatever's going on, and still dominate. Like that shit is fire. I fuck with it.
It's definitely an art. And I learned to do it at times, but it gets frustrating with some people because Sharon is, I don't have the temperament to deal with a Sharon. There's some people I just can't, and I don't even want to try anymore. I think I'm getting old.
No, I get it. I get it.
Sharon,
I know y'all hate that. I could see it and point it out.
Sharon, this is what I was saying yesterday. It's not like an algebra problem where you can just plug in the variables. You talk just like you're talking about. You just like she said, you're talking about actual human beings here. So believe it or not, that's all some people bring. Like that's the only value they have. Just like some men, all they got is a couple of dollars, and they're just a piece of meat, and they get treated like that by some women. Okay. Some women, that's all they got. It's between their damn legs, some good looks, some arm candy. That's all they are.
Okay.
Some are just dumb as a box of rocks, and you can't trust them. Like that's what it is. That's the only value they have. I'm not saying that's the case in all women.
I'm gonna address it.
But Cash Kid is saying that.
Let me land. Let me 30 seconds. Not even. Yo,
Sharon getting yelled at by everybody but the women today. And I feel good because I kicked it off. I ain't even mean to. I just did because I was bored.
Hey, yo, can I say something in the church of misogyny? Hey, Todd City, that cool Chicago chick, I'll be very leery of her. She might try to backdoor you. You know what I'm saying? We don't particularly trust the women up here. We fuck them. They some of them do actually look good, but we don't trust them that much. No, they can be cool, but not that cool.
Some women, yeah, they got what we love, you know what I'm saying, between their ears and their heart, all of those other things. But a lot of them ain't worth a shit.
Okay, that's
what it is. Just like a lot of these dudes ain't worth a shit. So y'all get a couple of dollars out of them, screw them, and keep moving.
Perfect.
That's what it is. Some people ain't got no damn value. Go ahead, bro.
Perfect. So perfect, right? So, and that is what we was having a conversation about, right? So those people that use those powers are usually not going to be good in a relationship. The man that only uses his money as a power for a relationship is usually not going to be very successful in a relationship. A woman that's only going to use her vagina as a way of power of controlling, she's usually not going to be very successful in that relationship. So again, y'all are proving that power is not a good dynamic to lead with in a relationship. And this is why I'm saying leadership is different from power. Thank you, NT. I believe.
Listen,
hold on, Cash Kid.
All human beings have value. The issue is people are corrupt and they pick up bad habits. They lack character. What NT is describing is a person who lacks character, whether it's a male or female. But all humans have value.
And what part of that is power?
Do some humans lose
value? What Sharon mean? It's like using that power in a coercive way. Because I know you're not talking a broad sense of power.
Rights.
It's like you're talking about something very specific.
They have rights. So fucking what, man?
We're trying to figure
that
that out.
don't make sense. That's what I'm saying.
And
It's the power dynamic that's fucking it up.
Right.
With the power dynamic is
Can you, Cash Kid? Can you stay muted, please? Thank you.
Hold on.
With a woman.
Hey, yo, I think you got to refresh your stream,
I've been
bro.
explaining that.
Mine keep
You
bogging
just
on
don't
my
wanna accept
master.
it.
My bad. I didn't hear what you were saying. Oh,
I must be bogging on something like that because I keep on getting that little buffering thing in the middle of my stream or whatnot. Let me go ahead and refresh and I'm gonna come.
I think you might be Borging a little bit.
Yeah.
You were a little bit. Well, no, I was asking, all human beings have value. Do some human beings lose value?
Yes, that's why they're in jail.
You know what's weird about that?
Because he's trying to make it this all people, all lives matter thing, and like, yo, if your life don't matter to you, it don't matter to me. That's how I'm covered.
You gotta figure out how to make a vintage, bro. Because you know how a car loses value, and then after 20 years, now it's an antique, and then everybody loves it again. But and it used to be like with women, like it used to be like when you got to that age, you were grandma, you know, that was it. But now, you know, grandma a crackhead or whatever, they're booming. But
or Jadexa.
No. The problem is they took away their vintage. So you took away your best years, right? That fresh off the lot. You coming off the lot with 200 miles instead of, and I'm being generous, with 200 miles instead of, 0 miles off the lot, right? But you want the brand new price, cool. And then you get ran through, and then 20 years later, when you're supposed to be vintage, you just a wreck. Some of them still be cute, but you lose the vintage feel because there's no relationship. Think about this. Like Hood Servant was talking about tennis, right? With his being his favorite female sport. Tennis is a great sport. I love it as a sport, but it's an individual sport. Like track and field is an individual sport. Like how many heterosexual liberal women play team sports? Like how many black girls do you see playing volleyball?
All of it in WNBA.
Yeah.
Heterosexual. I said hetero.
You know what? I blanked out. You're right. My bad. Let me shut up.
Probably in elementary school because once they get to high school, it's over with. They got a liquor license.
Bro, there's a there's a dynamic to learning how to be a teammate, a partner. That starts young. Pee Wee, what they call it, Pop Warner. For boys to start in Pop Warner, like you're constantly learning how to be a teammate, how to be a partner, going through experiences, trauma bonding.
AAU and all them other ones too. You know?
A black woman's trauma is what she did to a nigga that she can't get back. Like there's no real women's pretend trauma is, being sexually assaulted, right? These guys always trying to get me, but nobody touched you. You came outside in the sundress with no panties and nobody said nothing. So you ain't that scared. You know what I mean? But they pretend trauma is that it used to be childbirth, and now they got epidurals and all. Like they have no natural predator, and that's a problem.
Yep. No more pimps, no more husbands, no more daddy.
Make men predators again.
You said women need a natural predator in the environment again.
In a natural predator.
That's crazy.
No,
it's like, are you talking specifically about a extreme coercive type of power? Like we're talking about like physical abuse, the ability to make someone poor and dilapidated. Is that what we're talking about when we talk about power? Or are we talking about?
Okay,
what are we
perfect.
talking about?
I'm glad that you asked that. So, can you tell me what leader abuses somebody physically or emotionally? Oh, okay. You can't. I guarantee this. Look how much easier it is. Can you show somebody that's leading with power that abuse physically and emotionally their partner? Can you?
Nigga, what? You can lead someone to a ditch. You can lead someone to a crater. You can lead someone to a ditch in the side of the.
Ike Turner, Joe Jackson. I hate to be the guy. But if you want to make a black superstar, sometimes you got to choke a broad. You know what I mean?
Look, the Joe Jackson, Ike Turner special. Look, you be great. Let's bring back the abusive husbands and the abusive fathers again. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, when you had a Joe Jackson and Ike Turner out here smacking five from the kids and the women, everybody was in line. Everybody was doing their job. Everybody was getting this money. Hell, some of them became legends.
You know what's so crazy about that?
Man,
it's so crazy about that, bro.
Keep on burning.
Choke out. Those are both great men. Like that's when women and children tell a story, daddy mean. Joe, a man with like 11 kids that work at a steel mill, bought a little bitty house with 3 bedrooms and 14 people in it and tried to make it happen. That man is the American dream.
Thank you.
Not only that, let's take it to the fictional realm. Let's make it fictional, bro. You got to put some spec on the Color Purple dude. What's his name?
My name.
The father of.
That's me, Mister. That's my name.
The father. No, the father of
the light skinned old nigga. Yeah, he was really the man that made it all possible.
Yeah, that dude.
He probably was a legit slave because think about the timeline. He would have been the legit slave of the family. He know what it was like for black folk to really struggle. He got it out the white man's mud for real. But now you got his son, Danny Glover. He's like the young prince of the empire trying to hold it down. He's not horrible or nothing, but that's my point. Like, put some respect on his name, bro. He was the man around town. Stop acting like being the man is evil.
Yeah, that high yellow guy was the man for real.
You know she got that nasty woman's disease.
Yo, like every man in there did what they had to do to make sure that the women were straight and women. It was really a movie about horrible women. Even Ceely's daddy, when he was like, "No, you gotta take the ugly one. The pretty one ain't ready yet." If he don't tell her to take the ugly one, Whoopi never get married in real life or fiction. Ugly bitch.
Mr. Albert.
He was looking out for everybody, man. He knew it was good.
Like every man in there.
Look, just like Uncle Tom was the hero in the book Uncle Tom's Cabin, Mr. Albert Johnson was the hero in The Color Purple. See, I know that one eye ugly ass bitch Alice Walker was trying to do. She was trying to go do it that motherfucking Birth of the Nation.
Wait. His name was really Albert Johnson in the movie?
Yeah, Mr. Albert Johnson. Yes.
That's crazy. I never knew that, bro. My grandfather, rest in peace. My grandfather's name was Albert Johnson, bro. Remember I told you my grandfather married a mute girl? That was the best relationship he ever had. I should have did what he did. She couldn't talk every time she wanted to argue. She just had to do sign language and mumble, and he just turned his back. He never was in an argument.
No, black men's patriarchy uncut. That shit lasted for like a quarter of a generation. I wouldn't even give it 40. How many years before? So you had the end of slavery and then World War I. How many years?
30.
And I don't even say World War I was like a great cat, but like it wasn't like a great distance. So what, the 1870s to like 1901?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, like we didn't really have all that much patriarchy because after that it started becoming like women's rights and stuff.
So from 1870 to 1920, that's a 50-year stretch. Because by the 1920s, we had the flapper girls, and that shit was over with.
Yeah, the war was over in 1919. But even with that first generation, that first batch wasn't that batch though. So if slavery over in let's say 1865, Daddy was already a slave. He trying to get it out the mud. His son had a chance, but his son went of age until what 1890, right? He about 15.
His son
trying to get out the mud
to fight World War I too, because that was the first time black men went off the war.
No, about the Buffalo Soldiers and the special.
Nah, but either way though, so you only got one good generation.
Right. So you didn't have like the point.
What's the generation before the silent generation? I know, but I'm asking a question. What's the generation before? Before the silent generation,
then before them, you got the lost generation. So before the
silent
generation, you got the greatest, and you got the lost, then you got the missionary.
I don't know about no missionary.
So right after slavery, you got a free black male population, right? And the point I think we're all kind of working to is there was no time to actually develop long-standing cultural traditions in black male or in black culture without having huge social national interruptions, right? Because you have wars, then you have the social movements, and then in between all that, you got like little violence going on, and all the Great Depression was the issue in and of itself. And then on the ground, there's like the violence that niggas love to talk about, the Tulsas, the Rosewood, that type of thing. Like, so it wasn't.
They never fully recovered from Reconstruction. So you had Reconstruction, then you had the Panic of the 1890s, then you had all these other situation wars going to antebellum situationship. You know what I'm saying? Going to World War I, then the Great Depression. After
right, Reconstruction was like the peak. Really, that was the heyday.
Yeah, that was the heyday. And you know who killed Reconstruction? Black heroes like Ida B. Wells and Madam C.J. Clark.
Don't forget about that.
I mean, yeah, but he had to get up with Ida B. to get the Jews on the side. My point is that the women's Reformation movement was in line with Reconstruction. It was always chicks trying to, because women are women before they black. Only men want to be black. Women are women before they black. Gays like gay before they black, and y'all just be like, "Oh, we black people." Man, get the fuck out of here.
Look at the ugliest, gayest one. So showing the truth, man. Look, she the one that basically said, "Don't give these niggas no voting rights, man. They're gonna be trying to be like the white man, man." Yeah, her.
First trader. She was the first public trader. Let's get back to the clip though.
Yep.
The road.
Oh my God! Stop with the double-mindedness. Literally.
No, because now we got to define leader. You mean like in a positive sense, like lead them where? Like, what are you talking about, man? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Let's do
literally. Puff Daddy is example of power being abusive physically and emotional in a relationship. Point blank. Period. Literally.
You equate power with evil.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was about to say, I get what you're saying. That's an extreme example though, Sharon. And I get it, bro. That's like an example of tyranny and absolute power corrupting absolute.
Let me finish, please. And so now when we have leadership, we can literally give you examples of people that's leading in a relationship. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. We can literally say that he is not.
That's a bad example, dude.
He allows her to be autonomously her. She got her own podcast. She say what she wants. She can say, "Hey, I did not like my husband." That's how much autonomy she has. That's leadership.
Hey, did she have? Hey, 1 second, no, Sharon. Did she have that autonomy? She was the first lady in the White House. No, hey, do you think she was able to do that when he was the leader of the free world?
I did not want to bring up those two things to focus on that alone. What I'm saying is giving you two examples of one that led with power and one that is moving a relationship through leadership. It's too easy.
But they both have power. That's why this is confusing. Because Obama still had power. Like, that's what's very confusing about this. You're just saying he's not using it for bad.
He doesn't have any power anymore.
It's only right.
Okay,
So again,
wisdom is the word we need to
hold
enter here.
on,
Wisdom.
please. So this is why we understand that you are not listening to the conversation, right? Because
Hold on a minute. Let's back up a second, Carmen. You did just
wasn't
know
bro.
something.
That is two examples of one that led with power and one that is moving a relationship through leadership. It's too easy.
Led with power.
But they both have power.
Even though I painted it,
That's why this is confusing. Because Obama still had power. Like, that's what's very confusing about this.
autonomy she has. That's leaking over his wife. He allows her to be autonomously her. She got her own podcast. She say what she wants. She can say, "Hey, I did not like my husband." That's how much autonomy she has. That's leadership.
Hey, did she have? Hey, 1 second, though, Sharon. Did she have that autonomy when she was the first lady in the White House? No, hey, what do you think she was able to?
Giving your wife complete autonomy is leadership. That's a weird way to go.
God damn it, Hood. God damn it. See, this nigga Sharon's an agent. This dude with that facial expression like he about to get jizzed on his damn face right about now. This nigga's a fucking agent, bro. I don't care what nobody say, man. Look. This dude has used one of the worst examples of power and leadership, and especially in Black America. This dude know exactly what he was just doing, bro. Barack Hussein Obama, the biggest cuck that ever walked into the Oval Office, the biggest cuck, the so-called soy boy leadership that all these women want you to be, the good man, the dude that allowed his woman to basically take half his itch, being the first divorced president. This dude is an agent. I don't care what nobody, man. I'm gonna shut up.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up. We about to hit 7 hours. I think we spent a good day doing this, man. We had a long conversation about this stuff, and you can't let these little Klingon monkeys get a hold of warp technology, bro. They're just gonna blow up the galaxy. You're gonna leave a black hole next to their planet or something stupid like that. This is what happens when you try to steal my topics and run with it. Now you up here, you're at war with your own team, bro. He thought he was gonna take a conversation and run with it. Cause love versus duty. These niggas ain't shit. And he thought he was gonna do that. And the funny thing is, I showed up to collect. Cause I know you stole from me. And now look at you. You fighting with your own people, bro.
I mean, once you say that men should be fine with leadership without power, any man worth a damn is going, that's like any man worth a damn is gonna push back on that. Like, what do you mean I'm supposed to accept leadership without power? That doesn't even make sense.
He ain't have no business touching this concept, bro. He didn't know what he was doing. He should have left it alone. He should have been talking about Diddy like he used to talking about. And that's easy, slam dunk layup. Diddy bad, yeah. Ooh, I'm smart,
Bro. Like this dude. First of all, you already know that his chat and his subscribers probably like 85% women, right? So you gotta please don't check every month. We know the gist, we know the game, we know the gimmick. You know what I'm saying? The grift is real. But bro, if any other content male like real straight male content creators see this particular podcast, this dude's gonna get cooked. This is gonna be a very long summer for Sharon, bro. I don't want this to happen to that boy, but that boy, he was saying some egregious, some downtrodden ish out of his mouth, man, and some very pause worthy stuff too, man. So yeah.
Hey, look, shout out to Joey Montana with the $4.99 super chat. He says, if Sharon was such a good leader, he wouldn't let Hood infiltrate, divide, and conquer with his power. He didn't respect my power level, bro. You thought you could just steal from me and your day was gonna go fine.
But he let the chick Beauregard his whole entire show. Put him in his place, all you niggas ain't ish, all that stuff. Yo,
you hiding behind a girl. That nigga stole from me. Now he hiding behind a girl, bro. Bro, come on, man. I do this. This is crazy work right here, bro. This is wicked.
Clapping and shit with his pom-poms like, yes, get him, sis, yes.
Oh, man. What a day, bro. What a day.
Yeah.
Dudes don't understand power. What's up, Dirty?
I feel I feel dirty. No pun intended. Like I listened to that cesspool. I didn't get the sexual innuendos. He looking at men sexually, and his wife. I don't know what happened. His kid beat him up, and then he asked in the panel like, "Would you whip your kid?" The panel said, "Yeah." He was like, "Oh, you're a bad parent."
Bro, you can't even tell a kid to shut up, bro. I remember you can't even tell the kids in your house to shut up. Because I asked him flat out, do you mean to tell me you live in a house where you don't have any authority? Bro. And then 5 minutes later, he mad at the kid over there making noise. He couldn't say a word, bro. Like you couldn't tell a kid go play in the other room. I'm doing something. Shut up. Go talk to your mama. You couldn't say nothing. You just had to sit there like a cuck in your own house, bro.
Bro, his son probably look at him like, man, this is my dad.
Not yet though,
you, bro.
but that comes later. That's why you need a cuck dad in the crib so your son can grow up like, yo, this is my dad. You need that reference point, right? Because that's your mama, baby daddy. You know what I mean? Like this type of man that your mom brings around her children. So you got to be able to look and be like, ew. Because if not, you're gonna have fantasies of what your real dad was like. So
you saying that she's not his baby mama, he's her baby daddy.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Because there's always hierarchy, no matter what. Hierarchy always exerts itself. Nature can't exist without hierarchy.
Speaking of nature, hyena class, hyena culture. The woman hyena is the head honcho. So all the male.
So he's a male hyena.
Yes.
Right. The dynamics and all, because you know hyenas are like a weirdly pseudo homosexual culture. Like within the actual hyena culture, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the men. Because this is just a sign of what happens when women are at the top of the pyramid. Like the guys just revert to doing weird stuff.
Hey Hood, did you know that the clitoris on the female hyena is actually almost as
a pseudo penis?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And they use it.
So
they use it.
Yes. If we transpose that into the community and into our culture, you know what I'm saying? Don't the so-called B-Dub, don't she always talk about and brag about how big her thing is, suck her thing and all that good stuff? I mean,
a topic for another day. I might do a show about this. I did a show.
It is. When people, I will say this. Let me say this. Black women, I've noticed. This is my BBW theory. Hear me out real quick. Black women like to maintain a healthy fighting weight. That's my BBW theory. They like to maintain a healthy fighting weight.
I'm not even gonna argue that. I've heard that before from somebody else. I ain't gonna argue that one. They heavy hitters. But at some point,
hey, look at Free Zone Luke comment.
At some point, men, you colored men are gonna have to decide: are you colored or men? Because when people start talking about the black community, and you talk about it as if you're not responsible for it, which you might not be, right? But then at that point, as a man, isn't it it's your job to build the utopia you want to see? Isn't that what the American dream was? A little plot of land, a little young piece of trim and some tacos.
Yeah, that was until y'all let Uncle Sam get all the power and basically gave y'all this false image of the 1950s.
It wasn't even y'all. It's when y'all when people not y'all. You weren't alive when them goddamn boomers let women vote and women vote on dumb shit. Because women want a daddy, they just don't want a daddy they have to listen to.
Yep, Cyndi Lauper. You know what I'm saying? She just want to have fun. You know. Yep. I mean, boomer, and I mean.
Free Zone, man. That was a weird digital accident, man. It just happened that way. But we gotta wrap this one up, man. This was a wild conversation today. I didn't realize we were gonna have the day we had. It was totally accidental. I had other plans for conversation, but this was a great show.
Yeah, I'm about to go smoke crack and steal a car. Whatever boomers do, bro. What do boomers do besides smoke crack and steal cars, man? Whatever the boomers do.
I
want to find out. You let
Bobby Womack try to sleep with their best friend wife and then say me and that shit. Yeah.
Go on a day and get an STD.
Yo, we gotta put this one in the bag, man. Listen, y'all. Listen, don't do too many boomer activities, bro. I'm out of here, man. Y'all have a good night.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.
To do that when he was the leader of the free world?
That I did not want to bring up those two things to focus on that alone. What I'm saying is giving you two examples of one that led with power and one that is moving a relationship through leadership. It's too easy.
But they both have power. That's why this is confusing. Because Obama still had power. Like, that's what's very confusing about this. You're just saying he's not using it for bad.
He doesn't have any power anymore.
It's only right.
Okay,
So again,
wisdom is the word we need to enter here. Wisdom.
Please. So this is why we understand that you are not listening to the conversation, right? Because he wasn't always the president. When he was married to her, he was not the president. When he was married to her, it was before he became a senator. When he got married to her, it was when he was broke. He had his intelligence. So again, this is the problem.